happening is that silty sand is getting stuck between them and the rocks, and unfortunately there's just not a lot of traction, so they have to make sure they slow down, weight the rear wheel of that motorcycle, lots of clutch and throttle control to create momentum again once they get stopped, so they can continue to climb and their way up this first obstacle.
You know, Brian, the last couple of weeks, quite a few of these riders have been coming out here for practicing. In doing so, the dust would cover a lot of the rocks and make it more slippery. We were almost hoping for a little bit of a sprinkle last night to wash some of the dust off the rocks to make it easier, but as you can see, dust is spewing all over the place. It's a dust cloud up there on Turkey Claw.
Yeah, once you lose your momentum, that is the worst thing that can happen for you, and that's why bottlenecks become a problem, because if you get stuck behind a rider, obviously, unless you're going to be aggressive and try to find a line around them, you're not going to be able to keep that momentum up. But then what you need to be able to do, you'll see some of these riders are already dog paddling. They have their legs out on the sides of them. The problem is when you do that, you're not creating great traction for the rear wheel. You need to keep weight on that rear wheel. So making sure that you can keep at least 1 foot on the peg as you're trying to get that bike going again is the greatest way that you're going to be able to create momentum from a stopped position on these obstacles.
Now, Brian, I believe our pro women also started off with the pros. So let's go over the roster with those.
Absolutely. We'll fill everybody in.
Number 628 on Sherco, it's Addie Albrecht.
And it looks like 177. Louise Forsley is back. She has been having a great stint as a stunt rider, getting to see her in Black Panther 2 there. That was cool to see. But, of course, she said she missed racing and riding, so she wanted to get back out here and give it her go again for 2024.
Oh, and our third pro woman, it's Mesa Lang, number 33, Anna Husqvarna.
So it's cool to see that we've got a couple different pro racers and riders out here in the women's class.
You might hear me pronounce Husqvarna during the course of the day. I have quite a few friends from Sweden, and when Husky was originally brought to the world back in the 60s, it was called Husqvarna.
Yeah, we've Americanized it. Husqvarna.
That's right.
Oh, man, look at this already in Struggle Bus City. When you know that you're picking your bike up and you're just standing there next to it, that's not the place you want to be at the start of your race.
You know, it's a lot harder picking up your bike, trying to negotiate, trying to push it, than it is just a ride.
Oh, and look, we've already got a rider saying, you know what, I'm going to wait here. I'm going to go help my buddy behind me. And that way, when I need his help a little bit later down the trail, hopefully he's there for me as well.
Hey, but besides our Jumbotron here at the podium, we have 5 other huge Jumbotrons. And we'd like to invite everybody to go on out, different parts of the course. Of course, out Chocolate Thunder, we have a Jumbotron there. At the Hammers, both Sledge, we have a Jumbotron out there. We have a Jumbotron here at Gate 2.
No worries, thank you.
And what about our A roster here, Brian?
Let's give it a go. We got number 400, Makana Barger.
Number 131 on a Sherco, it's Riley Bender.
Number 23, Ryan Boardman.
Number 316 on a Gas, Brandon Bird.
157, Connor Coles.
The 818 of Tyler Coles on a KTM.
You think they're brothers?
Possibly.
Connor and Tyler Coles? That'd be awesome. All right, I hope you guys are having fun out there and that somebody gets to, have a little bit of fun bench racing later between the family members. Number 122, Alexander Gasparinas.
Number 747 on a KTM, it's Ian Gard.
And then number 24, Tyler Gard. Again, it looks like we've got some more brothers out there. And then if you look right in the middle, 50A class, that looks like a dad. That's going to be the best bench racing later.
Number 44 of Matt Gard. Now, down a little bit farther, number 24 is Tyler Gard on a Gas.
Number 202, Bradley Hahn.
Number 112, it's Eli Hammonds on a Gas.
589, Braxton Hinsey.
Number 52, Ethan Hutchinson on a KTM.
And then we got Brandon Lowe, number 583. Oh, just look at those guys spread out on that mountain. It looks amazing.
Number 421 is Declan McHale.
And then 514, Gavin McCarthy.
Fernando Pascal, number 166 on a KTM.
And then we've got number 7 in the A class, Nick Puachuf.
Very good, Brian. Puachov, I believe.
We're going to go with that one.
Yep. Number 88 KTM mounted, it's Josh Priggin.
Number 999, Preston Rutherford.
And finish out, nope, it's 172 on a Sherco, Seth Steiner.
Number 196, Dustin Van Voot.
And number 85 on a KTM, Jack Williford. I believe Jack took the win in the A class in the Endurocross series this year.
Oh, that's awesome. It's so interesting how Endurocross is another side discipline of hard enduro, but at the same time, it's so much shorter. It's so much more of a sprint that it's relatable, but it is still vastly different. And that's why we've seen racers like Colton Haker have so much success in Endurocross. But sometimes when it comes to hard enduro, you don't see that same victory, right, from a racer like Colton Haker. Because, again, the technique is similar, but the way that it's a sprint versus sometimes an endurance of hard enduro, some racers don't cross over the same way that we're seeing Trystan Hart do right now.
Yeah, I had a good chat with Max last night, and he's been doing the Endurocross series for 15 years now, and he's one of the old guys in the crowd there. But he's saying he got 7th in the series this year. He goes, that was phenomenal. He goes, these kids are really starting to get fast.
Yeah, man.
Of course, taking a look at Ryder LeBlond, who made podium last year, his first year on the Factory Husky, teammates of Colton Haker.
That looks like such an amazing shot. We've got so many cameras out there. We've got drones. Obviously, you were mentioning the Jumbotrons. Mm-hmm. So at some of the bigger obstacles there on the course, they can make their way. That looked like number 75. That might have been Rodrigo. Got to make sure he gets his due. But, of course, we've got so much great coverage going on here at the 2024 King of the Motos. And, look, I see Will Riordan there for sure on that factory gas. A little tough to see who he is smushed between. But there are racers. Oh, looks like they're doing a little bit of GPS, and they thought they were heading up that canyon a little bit more, but then they had to make a hard left, and now we've got more racers there coming off the start on that Turkey Claw starting hill.
Brian, Brian and I were on a field trip yesterday morning, and Justin Lineweb was telling us about the 4-strokes. Of course, this year with King of the Motos, we've added a 4-stroke class to this mix, because if you notice, most of the motorcycles here today are of the 2-stroke nature. So with that being said, the cooler temperatures, oh man, what a bummer.
That's a bummer for Ryder LeBlond right there. Yeah, that's definitely Rodrigo there, number 75. Got to make sure he gets his shout out. So what we were seeing is obviously you could tell a lot of the riders were like, oh, that's the direction we need to head, while they were looking at their GPS thinking they were kind of still heading up the rocks. The problem was they didn't keep enough momentum into that sand. So that's why you saw Ryder LeBlond kind of lose that momentum. His back tire kind of stuck in a little bit. And then he pulled a RJ Hampshire from last weekend where he kind of fell over to the left, had to pick that bike uphill, which is never easy. Adds about twice the weight of the motorcycle to the body as you're trying to pick that up. But it looks like they've gotten back on course. They're kind of all together right now, which we really didn't see a lot last year. Trystan Hart said he wanted to get out front and really kind of give a 30-second gap. Right now it doesn't look like he's able to do that.
Well, as with lately our Dakar, and big congratulations, of course, to Ricky Brayback, American, who's a local boy out here in the high desert, California. His second time winning the Dakar Rally down in Saudi Arabia.
I cannot even imagine what it takes to pull that off. Like, it's not, you know what I mean? There is so much more than just the rider. Now, again, congrats to Ricky Brayback. He is the one holding the handlebars, right? Yep. He has to get that motorcycle across the finish line at the time that he did. But the logistics that go behind that, when I was able to have a conversation, an interview on the Seat Time channel with Skylar Howes, his teammate, it blew my mind, not just the amount of effort that Team HRC puts into their riders, but obviously then as well the amount of time, effort, and money that a racer like myself would have to try to spend to be able to go. But I could do it. I could spend $50,000 and go in the Moto class, sleep in a tent, have some parts, get somebody else to do some tires for me, and I could do it, but that's a lot of money.
The problem is sleep, being restful, being able to eat properly, and take care of yourself over those 13 days is remarkable. But the point I was going to get to about the navigation, a lot of people don't realize the amount importance that the navigation plays in all this. Now, a lot of our lead riders are also trying to find out where the course is. So they'll let a rider go ahead that's following the navigation just to follow him and to try to smoke him on the tail end of it.
Yeah, it's interesting talking to different riders yesterday where we had the press conference and we were able to do a couple interviews to the different techniques that riders would talk about when it comes to that. And they really do have different ideas of how they're going to navigate. What I did like was some of what Justin was saying about laying out the course is that when it comes to GPS, he never wants it to be extremely difficult. He wants to make, in the sense of danger. So if there's a hard right-hand turn or a chance that they're on a very steep downhill or an extremely steep technical uphill, they're not going to put got you type of turns or shifts in the GPS navigational layout there because, again, they want to keep the danger factor low, and they were talking about the high speeds as well. So that's the cool part, too, is they are trying to find this balance of, no, like this is a navigation race, but they know they really just don't want to also potentially hurt any riders that are out there. Like, it's already a dangerous enough sport.
Well, there's an interesting rule a lot of people don't realize. They're allowed to go up to 50 feet off the regular designated race line. And if by chance they do go off of that, all of our riders are carrying a special navigation, not a navigational tool, a marking tool that picks up on a satellite, and it's called a yellow brick. And the beauty of the yellow brick, we don't have our yellow brick follow here yet, but it's going to be up in the booth. But you'll be able to follow the line, and you can actually see if a rider was to go off course more than the 50 feet allowed. Well, look at this bottleneck on the screen. We got a good 15 riders, well, maybe 10 riders in this mix, and they're all starting to help each other get through these bottlenecks.
Yeah, this is why not just wanting to be in one of the faster classes, right, say in the A class or the B class, but do you want to be able to try to not be stuck in these bottlenecks? Because the second one rider gets stuck in a line, it completely takes the line away. So you may have walked the course and you're like, awesome, that's my line. If you don't go spend some time to see what other lines might be out there for you to take, you may be completely stuck because you're just still zoned in on that one line, and there could then be 3 or 4 riders, and you're just like, well, I am stuck here because this is what I chose. And then again, then you go, well, do I want to try to navigate my way around them like a mountain goat, potentially, dropping the bike, not having a good line, not knowing what's going on, losing more momentum, or you sit there, wait a little bit, and then keep going once those guys do get themselves going?
That was my next important word I was going to instill, momentum. You must maintain momentum. When you stop, put your feet down, you're already in a world of hurt right there. The rider up on the Jumbotron right now in the yellow, he just kept on cruising right on by. He passed 4 people just then by keeping his momentum.
Yeah, and if we could see the rider there in the black and white, he was trying to take that alternative line we're talking about, where say like we've got our KTM rider right there, maybe the beta, and that line was stuck because of the bottleneck. So this other rider on the black and white was trying to get around them by going to the left, and unfortunately, look what happened to him. He chose poorly, and now he's kind of having to turn around to get back to that main line.
SOL. Hey, let's go back to our roster, Brian. How about picking up our B riders?
Yeah, what class were we in there? Let's go to make sure we talk about these guys. The B riders. So we got 12-10, Brandon Bidford.
We have 1555, Ismail Bome on a gas.
1729, Javier Carrillo on a Husky.
1987, Cole Casserly on a KTM.
Then 1888, Pierce Day on a KTM.
1370, Jeffrey Delaney.
Number 1010, Darren Fesco on a Husqvarna.
Derek Good, 1018 on a KTM.
Number 1077, Zachary Griswold on a Husqvarna.
By the way, Zachary Griswold's in my desert club in Arizona.
Nice.
The Prescott Trail Riders. It's my turn. Joshua Guerrero, number 1708 on a gas.
And then we've got number 1255, Max Gervisky on a KTM.
Number 1619, Henry Hagerman on a Beta.
Number 1978, Matthew Hugh on a KTM.
1079 on a KTM, it's Vitaly Cacello.
And then 1028, Olin Main on a gas.
Number 420 on a KTM, it's David. Wrong name. I'm sorry. 1068 Garrett Martinez on a KTM.
Then 2008 Keith McBean on a KTM.
1114 Sergey Nurses on a KTM.
And then 1515 Boogie Rivera on a KTM.
Number 1949, it's Zachary Rissack on a KTM.
And then 1307 Christian Shaw on a KTM.
2319 on a KTM, it's Jacob Stone.
Number 1032 Blake Strand on a Gas.
Number 1151 on a KTM, Michael Udell.
1131 Tegan Warnick on a KTM.
1222 on a Beta, it's Stephen Weatherly.
1477 Cale Whitcomb on a Gas.
1099 on a Husqvarna, Maxwell Wigan.
I feel like we are not seeing a lot of Japanese manufacturers out here. We are seeing a lot of Austrian and European brands out here, and I feel that that has something to do with the fact that two-strokes are just so much better for our riders out here when it comes to racing in hard enduro. You did mention the four-stroke class that has been opened up for U.S. hard enduro this year to try to get more maybe potential motocrossers or those that are looking to do hard enduro and don't have the funds to go out and just buy a separate two-stroke. But two-strokes are lighter, they create power different, and they stay cooler. And that makes it a world of difference when it comes to hard enduro.
You know, it's funny, and you experience this as well. Riding a four-stroke on a motocross track is a lot easier than riding a two-stroke. But it's just reversed with a hard enduro.
Yeah, there are guys that honestly they're just great riders, and so bringing a four-stroke out here is not the end of the world for them, but it can be a detriment to enjoying your day. Now, granted, if it's the motorcycle you have, it's the motorcycle that you're going to race. You're going to open up the compression, maybe open up the rebound a little bit so that it's a tad bit softer than it would be for the motocross track, but you're going to do the best you can with the bike that you got. But yes, we definitely see two-strokes being the bike of choice when it comes to racing hard enduro.
Talking about bikes of choice, what's your bike of choice? What do you ride, Brian?
Well, yeah, 2018 Sherco 300 SE-R. So 6 years old. If you want to go to the Seat Time channel, you can even see my 6-year review of that motorcycle. I have been putting that thing through the paces for many, many years. But, of course, trying to save the funds, I do want to get a newer motorcycle. It's just with family, fun adventures in life, sometimes that's not where the money needs to go.
Well, I've had KTM, KX, and CR500s for most of my racing career. But my bike of choice right now is not an electric start motorcycle, and you're going to crack up. Steel frame YZ250.
Nice. That's all right. That's what year?
I'm not going to tell you.
Okay, it's 1979.
No, not quite that old, man.
I like it. Well, we just saw such an awesome little ravine that these riders are riding through, and then as Trystan Hart was going through that ravine, we saw Max drop in behind him as he was coming out of it, so that'll be some cool shots. So what are we talking about? Max Gersten is a media rider for the U.S. Hard Enduro Series. So, though the coverage here on King of the Hammers is quite amazing, they are also going to be putting footage out on the U.S. Hard Enduro YouTube channels, social channels, things of that nature. So, if you're enjoying this and potentially don't follow the U.S. Hard Enduro Series, that's a place to be able to go to get a little bit more in-depth knowledge, a little bit more in-depth coverage of the event from today, and of course, the 2024 season as it continues to evolve, which we're going to Hawaii next month.
For 2 rounds.
Two rounds. Too bad we don't get to go.
On Oahu and on Kauai.
Oh, Kauai sounds
Unbelievable
amazing.
place. Hey, let's talk about another class that's really important for the build-up of our Hard Enduro Series. The Youth Lights, 12 to 15. And first on the list is number 2200, Nolan Albrecht, out of the Albrecht family.
Nice. Number 1319, Cole Clarkson in that Youth Lights 12 to 15 class.
I know I got one more in here somewhere. Yes, we do. Number 1008, KTM, it's Connor Wright. Hey, we just got an update, Brian. What's happening, man?
Dude, we just found out that Cody Webb is in the lead. Obviously, we've got great camera coverage, but sometimes they can't catch everything. So right now, it sounds like Cody Webb is in the lead. We are working on making sure that we get as much update information from the course as possible to give that to you guys. But we are about almost 30 minutes in, and it sounds like Cody Webb is in the lead. So once we find out the mileage marker that he's at, how far along he is down that course, we will let you guys know.
Check this out. Trystan Hart, our 2023 champion, is a leader. Second place behind Cody Webb, but third place, Colton Haker, two-time champion here of King of the Motos.
We heard some pretty interesting information from him as well at the press conference, saying that he was pretty unimpressed with the motorcycle that he'd been riding up
4 years.
Up until 2024, and now he feels happy on the motorcycle. So that's great to hear, and maybe we're starting to see that right now, is that we've got ourselves a happy on the bike Colton Haker out here at the U.S. Hard Enduro Series.
He had a couple of really good rounds during the 2023 Endurocross Series, that's pretty much his specialty. He's I believe, 3-time champion, and he's like 4-time champion of the Joab Extreme as well. Colton, originally from Hollister, made his home down in Murrieta and Temecula for a while, packed up the bags and moved the family to Idaho. So he's one of the Idaho residents, right along with the Camos.
He was saying that is so much more aggressive during the winters than he thought that they would be. But I can imagine that it gets really cold, that they get a lot of snow, and that is vastly different than Hollister, California winters that he is used to.
You know, it's funny. One of the classic old movies was taken in Hollister. It was called The Wild Ones. And, of course, Colton from Hollister originally, but the Oliveira brothers, who both Grand Prix champions here in Southern California, actually Western United States Grand Prix champions. Both Dante and his brother have taken championships in both classes.
I love what we just saw there. We had one rider with one of the chainsaw holders on the front of his motorcycle, but instead of chainsaws, he had Gatorade, so he's got his carbohydrates and his electrolytes there, and it looked like there was maybe another bar or some other gels shoved into the front. So instead of, overloading his backpack, he made sure that they were on the front of his motorcycle. Maybe he's kind of like balancing it out a little bit. He's kind of trying to weight the front end so it sticks a little bit more instead of looping out too much. All right, we've got a course preview for you guys that is put together. We're going to throw you guys to that. Hopefully you enjoy so far what has been going on at the beginning here on Saturday for 2024 Liqui King of the Motos. Let's check out the course preview. Chris, how do you think we did, right? Did we have some good questions? Did we assess the situation correctly when we were out there yesterday with Justin?
It was a lot of fun on the field trip with Justin and the film crew as well. Now, we took a couple different positions on the course, and we got back door, we got the hammers, and we got Chocolate Thunder. So we have quite a few areas that we are going to be sharing with all of you with special issues with each of these particular areas. But I'd like to remind everybody, we have lots of food vendors here in our Hammertown. Of course, we've got Caesar's Baja Grill. Good morning, Caesar. We got our potato. We got coffee. The off-road coffee stop. And they're
right
busy
next to
over
him,
there.
the chicken strips and fries, right? When you go get yourself some of those bad boys.
That's over at the Caesar's Baja Grill.
Oh, that's Caesar? All right. Hey,
Yep.
Caesar, what up?
And hopefully we get our merchandise tent up and running. PCI Race Radio is one of our sponsors as well. And they have a great display of stuff, and it goes for support of our side-by-sides and our Ultra 4 cars that are going to be happening next week.
I mean, okay, so now we're 30 minutes into the race, right? These racers, maybe in the C class, so let's say they're 20 minutes in and they're still struggling here on this hill. The thing is once they do get to the top of this ridge, they can get into that Turkey Claw range that's out there to the south of us, but man alive, this has to be hard for them to realize that the start of their 5 hours is already struggling for 20 minutes just to get up the first hill. This is the time that you might just want to look back at the rider and say, you know what? How about you help me? I'll help you, and we'll just stick together today. Maybe we don't navigate as hard or race as hard, and we just hang out.
A lot of people believe that racing motorcycles is a young sport. But you know what? There are more older riders in this sport than there is younger riders. For example, our 30-plus A riders, we're starting to list on the roster. Number 738 on the KTM, Joseph Bridges.
And then in that 30-plus A vet class, the next one up, 292, Landon Eborn.
337 on a Sherco, it's Travis Yeenan, I believe it's pronounced.
141, Brian Gogg.
Number 412, Mark Horesco.
644, Christopher Kinberg.
Number 420, wonder if it's about that number.
Hey-o.
David Marshall on KGM.
194, Brock Lindsay.
Number 89, Dennis Osadski, I believe it's pronounced.
199, Josh Marcus.
Number 537, Cole Parker on a gas.
Then 66, Tyler Porras.
Number 175, Ali Sen on Husky.
310, Kevin Scheftel on a KTM.
Number 42 on a KTM, it's Joshua Skelly.
Then number 73, Gregory Steele on a KTM.
Number 224 on a Beta, Brandon Wakefield.
It is crazy to think that that is not even the class that I would be in anymore, Chris.
It's scary.
That 40-plus A class is like, oh, buddy.
Yeah, but then I got, 50-plus or 40-plus, 50-plus, 60-plus. Oh, my gosh.
Well, if you start racing hard enduro, then they can open up that 60-plus class, Chris. There's officially at least one racer.
Well, let's talk about our 40-plus A class. How's that sound, Brian?
Yeah, actually, check that out. So what we just saw there, this is the first time we've been able to see that shot. So what you're seeing there is one of the checkpoints. So, again, this is a navigation-style event. So the way that they're not just using the yellow brick to make sure that we are on course, but they have certain checkpoints as well that they have to hit. And when they come to those checkpoints, they said as well, when the course is going to deviate per lap, they're typically going to be happening at those checkpoints. Again, they're not trying to fool the riders. They don't want to. They're not trying to run one over on them. They want to make sure that they're safe and everything is happening. So that's cool to see that we got a chance to see that there is a check-in spot right there before this neat little ravine that they get shoved into. I'm not going to lie. I'm very jealous. I'd love to be able to ride that.
That's an awesome ravine. There's a lot of really neat Johnson Valley fun facts. Of course, it's in the Mojave Desert. Border San Bernardino Mountains, located south of Barstow, north of Yucca Valley, 2.5 hours east of LA. Elevations range between 2,300 and 4,600 feet. 9,600 acres of BLM off-highway vehicle use here in the Johnson Valley. We're in the Pacific time zone. Baja meets Burning Man race held at Means Dry Lake. Most of the year, major weekends, it's an empty dry lake bed. Up to 75,000 people come for King of the Hammers week. 2023 had 1,062 complete competitors, both King of the Hammers and King of the Motos, with an $850,000 pro purse. There's street signs in Hammertown. Find your way around. Cell service is spotty. AT&T more so than Verizon. There's an infamous cell phone bush out here that picks up a signal for both, and I'll have to find out where that is. We have food vendors here. Of course, Caesar right across the way. Awesome main entrance with the fire pit and Jumbotron. Like I said, we have 6 Jumbotrons here at King of the Motos. We go through about 9,000 gallons of diesel to put on this event. Generate 1.3 megawatts of electricity, 200 volunteers, 15 miles of fencing protecting some of the crucial areas here on both courses, 155 vendors. Miles Mountain Firewood brings 150 cords of wood, and the production team is around 90 people, including... Okay. And with that, here's some neat facts. And we haven't covered our Sea Riders yet, have we?
No, not yet.
Let's talk about our Sea Riders.
Let's give them their due. Okay, so we got number 1004, Quinnick Barreto.
Number 1805, Zachary Eaton on a KGM.
And then number 1164, Chase Fino.
Number 1095, Jacob Goldstein.
And then number 1030, Ulysses Grant. Now, I wonder if that's actually somebody's name or they just had fun with that. Because if that's their real name, that's pretty amazing. But right now, Ulysses Grant is riding a Husky.
Number 1460 on Husqvarna, it's Harold Harris.
And then we got number 1488, Bruce Lockerman.
Number 1406 on a KGM, Aiden Manger.
And then 1337, Charles Ross on a KTM.
Number 1148 is, oh my gosh.
Good luck.
Evgen Shelipov, I believe it's pronounced.
I'm going to go with it. Number 1355, Grant Warden on a KTM. And that was our Sea Riders.
That was our Sea Riders.
So we know a little bit ago we heard Cody Webb in the lead, Trystan Hart in second, Colton Haker there in third. Cool to see. Sherco for Cody Webb, KTM there for Trystan Hart, Husqvarna, right, for Colton Haker. We got quite a few other brands out there, but is that what we expected? Did you kind of expect to see these riders out there? I'll say that Haker is the surprise for me. Webb and Hart makes a lot of sense.
Nope. The tail end of the Endurocross series, Colton really put a storm on, and he's in his game right now.
That's awesome.
And talking to him yesterday, he's ready for it.
Cool.
So I think if anybody can bring the plate to play, will be Colton with both Cody and Trystan.
And you were there for quite a few of the Endurocross races this past year. So with Trystan Hart and Johnny Walker kind of coming down to the line, like tell us a little bit about what that was like to experience there for the Endurocross.
Well, as you remember, Johnny, he won 3 of the first rounds. Then he had some issues going on as he continued on. I believe he ended up in 5th or 6th. He only lost by a couple points to Trystan at the end. It was close.
That's cool. Yeah, and I'm excited to see because last year with Trystan getting the U.S. Hard Enduro Premium Championship, getting the Endurocross Championship, missed out, unfortunately, on a little bit of a better position there for the World Hard Enduro Series, but he had to make a decision. He had to do Endurocross or he had to do a World Hard Enduro round because, unfortunately, there was that conflict. We get it. One is FIM around the world. One is a little bit more contained here to the United States. Sometimes you just have to make those decisions. in the long run, it worked out for him, right? Because he got that championship. But I wonder, we've seen so much consistency from him, and for the longest time, that's one of the things that it didn't seem like we were seeing from Trystan Hart. But now he is the robot. Like, he is always extremely consistent and always coming out. So even though we're seeing Cody Webb now in the lead, it would make a lot of sense to me to see Trystan Hart and get the win here today on the Saturday race. But the thing is it's only for placement on the line tomorrow for Sunday. There's no points that carry over to the final result for tomorrow from today.
You know, it's amazing talking to Trystan yesterday, and of course he pursued the World Enduro Championship as well. But he's always saying for this year coming up, Erzberg Rodeo and Romaniacs are his only two that he's planning on attending. So really good to have him here with us, King of the Hammers, for King of the Motos. And I'd like to really quick mention some of our fine sponsors of our 2024. Of course, Liqui Moly. So Liqui Moly, it's not with a D, come on board this year to support. We also like to mention Nito Race of Kings, Optima, Toyo Tires, Can-Am UTV, Baja Vita Beef Jerky, Everyman Challenge, just to name a few, along with Ultra 4, for some of our fine sponsors of our 2024 King of the Hammers and King of the Moto series.
We were looking there in that canyon again, and we saw number 88, Josh Pregan, there in the A class. He was looked like he wasn't really struggling as much as you would think. So sometimes in those little downhill creeks like that, you really do have to take your time. It looks like we're seeing Will Riordan again, following another rider. Obviously, we don't want to make too many assumptions, but it does look like it could be number 513, Ryder LeBlond, just because we know that Haker on a Husky is out a little bit more in front, unless Will has been starting to catch up to Haker.
Now, Will and his brother come from Australia about 4 years ago, and they both can be mechanic. Of course, Will, an enduro cross specialist, along with hard enduro, where his brother is more of a Grand Prix specialist for off-road, and he's now competing in the GNCC series back east.
Yeah, so he's now able to race and ride on that KTM Factory 250F effort there for the GNCCs for 2024. So both of the Riordans getting a little bit of a bump in pay raise, getting an extra mechanic there to help them get their bikes prepared. That is such a cool shot, having to ride up that little rock face and then, of course, get on the hammer, carry that momentum up that awesome little hill climb. And you can see they didn't do it without a little dab every now and then, right? So these are our pro racers. Just think what mere mortals like ourselves would have to do to be able to maneuver on this terrain would be quite impressive. I'm sure the YouTube's internets would love watching me try to struggle bus on this.
Talking about struggle, they did struggle going up the hill, but you see how fast they're going back down through the canyon.
It's awesome.
And back along this ridge over here. And you can see just in our Jumbotron just how dusty everything still is right now. We're kind of hoping for a little sprinkle of water from our rain clouds, but that didn't happen last night. We're probably going to get some tonight.
Yeah, you've been keeping me up to date on the weather, and it does seem like we might get some weather this evening. And if that happens, honestly, it could make this race tomorrow perfect. Sometimes rain obviously makes a muddy situation, but just as dry and dusty as it is out here, that probably would turn this course into a beautiful playground for hard enduro. Now, of course, if we are raining and have running water, it could change the way that the moisture on the rocks works out for us. But obviously, these racers don't need moisture on the rocks to struggle just a little bit here on this King of the Motos course. Oh, and now we've got racers definitely zipping through the course right now. That's probably going to be our Cody Webb and our Trystan Hart. Yes, this is our leaders, Cody Webb and Trystan Hart.
Wow, Trystan's all over Cody. The young and the veteran, because Cody is the veteran of this extreme hard enduro sport. Yeah, he's won he's won 5 of the King of the Motos. He also won, I believe, 3 of the Last Dog Standings, which was hosted by Prairie Dogs at Glen Helen. That was a great event. In fact, I got to share mic duties with Tom White and Dave Brocious, who came along and started announcing with the King of the Motos.
Oh, look at that thumbs up given there to Max Gersten. That might have been Evan Ask, but it was definitely one of the media hard enduro guys there. So it looks like Cody Webb's moving and shaking. You can see him looking down at his navigation every now and again just to make sure he's there in the right spot. I just saw that fence as well. Oh, look at that suspension just soaking up those little sand jumps that he is playing on. Oh, it looks like he's having so much fun right now.
You know, it's funny. Last night in our press meeting, you were talking to Dan Lewis, from Pennsylvania, and of course, Dan, he's rather of short stature, and having that as a disadvantage. Well, you take a Cody Webb, and it's just the opposite. He's 6'4". He's got the longest legs in the world, and that's really to his advantage here in hard enduro and endurocross competition.
Yeah, that is, when it comes to hard enduro, you'll see a lot of shorter riders cut their seat down so that they can actually get about an inch or two lower, a little bit closer to the ground. And I've seen Cody Webb do that before as well, but at the same time, with his long, gangly legs, it is a lot easier for him to stay upright in some of these technical terrains when he's trying to kind of pitter-patter. Now, granted, Cody Webb doesn't need to do that often with his phenomenal, national championship level trials skills, but it still happens to all of us. Oh.
Well, here's the thing about King of the Motos. If it was easy, everybody could do it. Well, not everybody can do it. Trystan Hart slides on by. Cody takes over the lead. So we have a new leader here in race number 1 of King of the Motos. Trystan.
Hager's 10, Ryder's 5:13. It looks like it might be a 10, so I think it's Hager. Looks like, yeah, that is tough to see, but that's 5:13. Ryder LeBlond taking that inside line, looks like, to get around Cody Webb. So if that worked out for him as it keep going, he'll now be in second place there in front of Cody Webb and then Will Riordan. So it looked like that was Ryder LeBlond, Will Riordan catching up to Webb and Hart. I wonder if Hart was just waiting for Webb to make a mistake so that he could kind of turn on the afterburners, right? Like, that might have been a great strategy. Just let him navigate, let him freak out a little bit up ahead. But again, we see Will and Ryder so close. Now they can kind of latch on to Hart and try to stick with him and see if they can then attack later on.
We had great chats last year with Cody Webb, and of course he tore a ligament in his thumb, and he didn't realize it was an issue, except his thumb was really sore. So he did struggle quite a bit, even though he still made the podium. But in tune for this year, he gave it a chance to heal, and he says it feels much better. Still slightly tore, but it doesn't bother him as much as it did last year.
Yeah, and it's crazy to think that, it's just the thumb, but that is literally the appendage that is holding our hand right to the bars. And so when that is giving you a lot of grief, it is very painful because you are just jamming that ligament and that cartilage every time the motorcycle hits rocks or moves around. And again, like, these guys are hitting very large rocks, very large obstacles. So it could not be fun to try to have this, a damaged thumb while racing hard enduro at the level that these guys do.
Well, talking about damaged thumb, yesterday, press day in San Diego for San Diego Supercross, Jet Lawrence took a good tumble, put his hand out, and he injured his thumb, just like Cody Webb did. So that might play into championship points here this evening there at the San Diego Supercross. That'll
be interesting. And what were we seeing about the weather out there? Like, it sounds like you were telling me that the weather's unfortunately not going to be that great. Is it going to be as bad as what we saw in San Francisco, or do we think that it's not going to be as much of a mutter?
I took a look at the weather map about 2 hours ago, and it looks like they're expecting rain. A lot of it starting at 12 o'clock till about 3 or 4 o'clock this afternoon, just in time for race time.
Okay, so it sounds like our racers are coming towards back door right now, which is right around the hill behind us here in Hammertown. That is very close, though it's not the end of their first lap. It's very close to the end of their first lap. There are still a few more obstacles. Once they do descend back door, but then we will see them hit the short course over here, and they will have the option to pit if they want to, but the riders cannot get outside assistance. So if you want to see the riders come through the short course here inside of Hammertown, that looks like it'll be happening quite soon, and then we'll get a chance to watch them pit there because of the fact that if they choose to pit, put a little bit of gas. Number 10 there, Colton Haker, looks like coming in that spot where Ryder LeBlond was passing Cody Webb. They will be doing that there because they cannot get outside assistance. They can be handed tools, and they can be handed help in the sense of equipment or parts, but they cannot have outside assistance working on the motorcycle. So if they come in down back door, they'll probably have about 10 to 15 minutes on that short course area. They'll be going through for their second lap, and I believe that is about a mile shorter, if that's correct. And then they will be coming back into Hammertown to finish off their lap. Now we are 48 minutes in, and they just covered 13 miles. Now it's supposed to get a little bit more technical. When they come through, it'll probably be right around an hour. So hopefully they're out there for over 2 hours. But in the long run, these guys continue to push the envelope of hard enduro. So we'll see how this goes for all these racers out there.
Talking about hard enduros and hard event, what about these 50-plus A guys, Brian?
Holy moly. Like, I'm going to be there one day. What is happening here?
Okay, number 717 on Husqvarna, it's Alden Anderson.
Number 990, German Aragon on the KTM.
Number 262 on Husky, it's Daryl Collins.
Number 83, Gary Combs on Husqvarna.
Number 208, Kevin Driver on a KTM.
Number 62, Taylor Dupra on a KTM.
If we flip the pages around, number 44 on a KTM, it's Matt Guard.
Number 881, Dan Hayawakana.
Dan Hayakawa, of course, one of my Arizona boys. Now, let's scroll on down and go to the next page, I guess. Still. No 50s on that page either, huh, Brian?
We know there's got to be at least one more. That was it. These guys are all earlier in the alphabet. Let's see who we're trying to catch up with right now. All I know is that is an awesome little downhill that they're getting into. So they'll get into that little canyon, and then they've got to get their way back up. Now we're getting to see some of the A riders in that section where Cody Webb got passed by Ryder LeBlond right after he was passed by Trystan Hart.
You know, as Brian and I were talking about all the Jumbotrons all spread out here in Hammertown, we'd also like to mention we have about 6 to 8 drones. A lot of our coverage right now is coming from our drone coverage. So great job by Hammer Productions in taking care of our Jumbotron coverage. And this is a perfect example of what we're seeing on screen right now. Everybody here, do me a favor. Everybody out there in internet land following YouTube, our King of the Hammers YouTube channel, please, please, please share the link. Share it around with all your family and friends. Let everybody know you're watching the hardest hard enduro event here in the United States of America.
Absolutely. There are very few hard enduros that have been going on as long as King of the Motos. The only one other is the Tennessee Knockout, which we'll see later on this year in August of this year there at the Trials Training Center in Tennessee. So if you want to see the complete opposite of the terrain that you're seeing here, make sure you go look up some of the Tennessee Knockout terrain because it is so humid in the woods in Tennessee that the rocks literally sweat. There will not have been moisture for days, and there will be water on the rocks in the woods because of the high humidity that is going on there.
Look at this bottleneck, Brian.
Oh, yeah, buddy.
Oh, my gosh. Okay.
Oh, and there's Louise Forsley, one of our pro women there, number 77. So she's on that factory Sherco there. It's great to see her back out racing with us here on the U.S. Hard Enduro Series. So if you've seen movies like Marvel's Black Panther, Wakanda Forever, she is actually one of the motorcycle stunt riders that was in that movie. So great for her. But she just said that she missed racing. She needed to get back out here to her roots, racing dirt bikes, not just riding them. It looks like we've got Cody Webb now on screen, moving and shaking his way through those rocks. We've got a media bike out there making sure that they're capturing some footage of him racing here at the 2024 Liqui King of the Motos Day 1 Saturday race. This is going to be 5 hours long. Now, our pro racers probably will not be on course that long. It looks like right about now they're going to be in that 2-hour mark, the way that they are moving through their first lap. But what has to happen is the racers have to go through the last checkpoint before 2 p.m. If they don't make it through the last checkpoint of their lap before 2 p.m., that is whatever last checkpoint they did go through, that's where they finish for their race. So if they finish before 2 p.m. through the last checkpoint, they can continue on and try to finish the race before 3 p.m. That is when they will be cut off. If they don't, they then will go back to that last checkpoint, and that is where they will be scored. So 5 hours today, 6 hours tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be 3 laps, and they're going to be – we knew last year, or we thought last year that we were going to be testing these racers, but unfortunately the pro riders blew away what the promoters and organizers thought was going to happen, so they added more miles. They added more technical trail, even creating more trail out here in the Johnson Valley area for these hard enduro racers. So the hope is that it's about 3 to 3.5 hours for them on course tomorrow during Sunday's final race. And it looks like we've got a couple A riders there passing Quinn Winsel. Quinn Winsel just kind of dropping off there. Looks like he's just coming out of backdoor. That's cool because backdoor's actually got quite a few different lines to come down. You can see he's trying to figure it out right now. Looks like we've got 110, so just dropping off front there. And I will tell you, that is about 5 feet tall. On camera, that looked very easy, and that is about a 5-foot drop, and he had to go about 10 feet out to make that stomp. So great there. Number 110 on the gas. Getting a nice drone shot here, looking at how awesome, one, this terrain is, but two, just how vast. And the fact that these guys have to GPS their way through this terrain is quite amazing and an accomplishment, to say the least. Just for me to make it through some of these hill climbs would be the accomplishment. Add navigation in, and it gets way more difficult. That was quite the downhill that we just saw the rider on screen navigating his way through. Got another gas here with this Useway bag there on the back. Looks like number 214 there, one of the A riders. Trying to create some momentum, but obviously that momentum is hard to find. Once you lose it, you've got to recreate it and get that bike moving again. So let's see how he does that. Oh, unfortunately, we lost our shot there. Got a racer there zipping across the desert, following that GPS route. Oh, look at that. That is the hill that they just came from. All right, now we're back a little bit. A little chat on the trail. See how put together we are mentally. I'm going to continue onward, have a little bit of fun here.
As more spectators are starting to accumulate over here at our podium. Our past race winners. Of course, 2023 was the two-time champion of Trystan Hart. No king of the Motos in 22, but 21 was Trystan Hart as well. Cody Webb won it in 20. No king of the Moto in 19. Cody Webb won it 18. Colton Haker won it in 17. Cody Webb in 16. Haker in 15. Webb in both 13 and 14. And check this out. Old man in the enduro scene, Graham Jarvis, the original #1 winner in 2012. Now, for those of you not knowing anything about hard enduro, this what we see on the screen right now is what we call single track. Now, this rider's actually, I think that might be Ryder LeBlond. It is. Going down a waterfall, not going up, but going down, just like a backdoor. They're going down a waterhole and backdoor. But look at that, man. Look how tight that little ravine is there. Like I said earlier, if it was easy, everybody could do it. Yeah, I think now tomorrow's race will be starting at Chocolate Thunder, and talking to Justin Lineweber, he said there's about 70% of new trails for lap 1, and all trails love to be racing. Jimmy Lewis says create the course and a race you'd want to race. And he's working on this still, and this year feels the closest so far. He has put so much work into this. He lives just down the road, so he's able to lay, since March of last year, this entire course for King of the Motos. So huge kudos. Lots of acclaim goes out to Justin Lineweber, our race director here for King of the Motos. A lot of heavy hitters come out this year. Trystan Hart, of course, being the reigning king from 2023. Cody Webb, 5 times champion, 2-time champion of Colton Haker. And Ryder LeBlond making podium last year. Will Riordan on his gas ride. Cooper Abbott on his 2-stroke Sherco. Quinn Wenzel on his factory Reju bike. And he's also a promoter as well, and the rest of the up-and-coming pro class, and a few international riders as well. Look at the rider coming up this ridge right now. It's very deceiving seeing the filming coming from our drone pilots. It is a lot steeper than it appears in this picture right here, believe it or not. And you know, Brian Pierce just back joined me here in the booth. And a lot of our 2-stroke motorcycles now, especially the ones from Europe, will have an electric start button instead of a Kickstarter.
Oh, and that is so nice to have, Mr. Chris Johnson. You have no idea.
Well, here's the funny part about that. A lot of the manufacturers only have a start button. They don't even have a Kickstarter mechanism.
Yeah, for a while there, you were seeing they would have the side case would still have the hole, right, for the Kickstarter. You could get that as an accessory, pay the $500, whatever it was, and you could add that on later. Well, that's not even happening anymore. So we're getting a lot more electronics. We're getting a lot more going on with the 2-stroke technology that's happening. But man alive, if you didn't have a electric start, you would be wearing out that right leg quite a few times here as you're trying to get that momentum picked up. I see we got our Chris from Trailbound hanging out there. That's if you guys want to check out some cool hard enduro footage, make sure you see some parts. Go check out Trailbound out there on the Instagrams and the internets. But there it is, complete loss of momentum. So he's trying to hang his weight back, but the problem is as he hangs that weight too far back, keeping the feet off the pegs, it's allowing that front end to come up. When that front end starts to come up, he's got to figure out, how am I going to do this? Am I going to crawl this bike up? But he did a really good job of balancing his weight forward, so as that front wheel did start to pick up, he was still able to keep a little bit of weight on the rear wheel so he could create some traction, create some momentum, and move that bike ever so slightly up that hill. And this is the just throw the bike down the hill technique.
You know, it works well with some people. Now, for King of the Hammers, it's starting a week from today. So that'll be starting at 8 a.m. on Saturday, the 27th of January. So we're looking forward to our first part of that event with the Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy for the prologue. All sorts of activity. You know, it's Hammertown. What unusual happening here on the dry lake, you know. Dave Cole come up with the idea, 18 years ago to start King of the Hammers. And, of course, it helped preserve our access to this BLM off-road area because Dave Cole and crew's hard work, effort, and energy with the BLM to maintain this as an off-road facility.
Yeah, the fact that King of the Motos gets to be a part of King of the Hammers is such an amazing opportunity, and the exposure that we get from this is great, not just for us that do get to be here, but for the sport in general beyond those that are just here at Hammertown. You are correct, Chris. Hammertown gets built up over 2 weeks out here on the dry lake bed. Then there's another week between Motos and Hammers, and then they go for 2 weeks straight. So for like 5 or 6 weeks, tens of thousands of people just come to this dry lake bed and enjoy a village that is built up from nothing.
Now we have spectators besides here at the podium with us at the Jumbotron. The other 5 Jumbotrons spread out throughout Hammertown. All of our spectators that are watching on the big screen and at different parts of the course, do us all a favor. There's trash receptacles everywhere. Let's pick up, let's clean, and keep our Johnson Valley off-road area cleaner than when we first arrived.
Yep, that's the best part, is like if you can pick up one piece of trash that you see that's not yours, and everybody does that, but make sure you don't leave anything also, like we're leaving it better than we found it, and that is the goal. Because again, we do need to preserve the lands that we do have access to, so we don't continue for others to try to think that we should be, access removed.
Another thing a lot of people don't realize, okay, it's so much fun to go camping in the desert. I started racing in the desert in 1974, so I kind of date myself a little bit. But in the same token, people bring pallets out to the desert to burn their pallets. Please don't do that, because what's left after a burnt pallet is nails. Nails end up in your tires, cause flats. So we don't want to do that. So keep good tabs on your desert camping area, no pallets, and pick up your trash.
So we got number 224 here. Looks like he is on a beta 2-stroke. Now what's great about the shot that we have right here is we get to see that rear wheel in action. So the Hard Enduro series, the way that Hard Enduro has evolved, gummy tires have become a thing. But for those that maybe don't know, like, what is a gummy tire? Well, the durometer of the rubber that is used, essentially just the materials that the rear wheel is made out of, is a much gummier compound than the traditional motocross or supercross rear tire that you would see. The concept there is that they are creating a tire and a tread that is capable of trying to actually grab the obstacle that you're on. So in this case, there's some silt, but there's also some very porous rock. You get a nice gummy tire on a very open, porous rock, it is like Velcro. You could almost ride up a vertical wall with that combination. But when you get the super silty sand mixed in, it's so easy to lose momentum, and that's where it gets tough, because that sand gets onto the rock faces, and when that happens, you don't get close to that porous material, the tires can't grab as much, and that's where we talk about losing momentum. It can be such an issue for some of these riders, and I'm still very jealous that these are the guys getting to drop into this amazing canyon.
Another one of our checkpoints viewed on our Jumbotron right now. The rider mentioned earlier, number 224, is Brandon Wakefield. He's in our 30-plus A class on a beta. And he had a good storm coming through the field as well. Now, bringing it back to what Brian was talking about with gummy tires, one problem with gummy tires, on a hard track compound surface, will wear out the tire a lot more so than a hard pack tire. So, we got by numbers now. Awesome. Thank you, Stephanie.
This is a great shot way to look at this little ravine that we've seen the racers going down. Is that honestly that is much steeper than it looks. So when we were talking about the racer that used the throw the bike down the hill approach, obviously from this angle we can tell it's a little bit steeper than it looked when we were looking up that ravine. But this is a great shot of some of the epic terrain that we have here in Johnson Valley to play with for King of the Motos. And it's one of the things that makes this area so unique. You do not get this anywhere else in the United States, especially when you go to the East Coast. It's a lot more roots, a lot more trees, and just a lot more loamy dirt. I do like some of the tight, flowy single track that we have out east, because when you're out here in the desert, you are going to go a lot faster in some of the open areas than, let's just say, this Central Coast boy is comfortable with.
Well, taking a look at our King of the Motos, all our classes available. Pro, 12 years and up, 98 cc's and up. Pro women, 12 years and up, 98 cc's and up. A riders, 12 years and up, 98 cc's and up. 30 plus years, all 98 cc's and up. Same thing goes for 40 plus, 50 plus. Our 12 years under B class, our 40 plus B riders, our sportsman 4-stroke, 12 years and up. And our C class, 12 years and up, amateur women, 12 years and up, and our 12 to 15 year youth classes, 98 to 250 cc's.
We're getting a chance to see some more racers here as they finagle their way down back door, and then we get to cut to a couple more riders still working their way on course. Now again, if racers are on back door, if they're coming down back door, they are getting very close to finishing off their loop. From there, they do work their way through short bus and a couple other obstacles onto that short course track. That is where their lap 2 starts, off of that short course track. So if you haven't seen a couple riders come in, that is where you could do that as they're there on the Hammertown. Oh, there we go. We got our shot right now of a racer there on the short course. So this is a racer coming in for finishing up his first lap, getting ready to go out on lap number 2. Some awesome drone footage that we're getting here on the course for King of the Motos.
And that's right here in Hammertown, right behind us.
This racer choosing to take a pit. Now, again, racers cannot get outside assistance. Another racer could help if they need that. Of course, we see that a lot on course more than we do in the pits. But if they're going to come and they're going to work on their motorcycle or they're going to add some more gas, any of that nature, that is something that the racer needs to do themselves.
Now, just to let everybody know, our checkpoints will close at 3 o'clock today. And lap 1 is 14 miles, lap 2 is 17.5 miles. And lap 3 tomorrow, lap 2 tomorrow is 17.5, lap 3 is 10 miles. And our awards will be 5 o'clock tomorrow, right here at Hammertown. Now, in previous years, we had a prologue involved with our racing program, which would be the start to see and to line up our riders for the choice of lane choice. And sometimes that could be really, really important, especially here when you go, like, for example, Chocolate Thunder. If you line up on the far outside edge, you might end up into the rocks. So, lane choice is first and foremost and very, very important.
Looks like we saw James Flynn, number 55, coming in. So he is one of our pro riders. And just to say that he is about 15 minutes off pace of those that came through. They came through about 11 o'clock on their first lap. So it's tough to see that some of the pro riders even can struggle as much as that, but that's okay. That's part of it. Hard Enduro is not for the faint of heart. They are out here to be challenged and to feel the most accomplished as possible at the end of the day.
Now, I believe James Flynn makes his home down in Peoria, Arizona now, same place as the Abbotts, but originally from Page, Arizona, and his dad is Jim Flynn, who is the promoter for the Grinding Stone, which is part of our United States Hard Enduro Series. Oh, look at this.
Oh, that's never where you want to be. At least he's not under the bike, but of course this is going to be pretty difficult to lift that bike up the hill to get going again.
Little flat track action here in Hammertown as our riders go back out onto loop number 2. No side numbers on this rider, so we do not know who it is yet.
Well, we know whoever it is, it's a rider having fun. He's enjoying his time out here at the King of the Motos, trying to get that bike going again.
Oh, a little relaxing.
There you go. Nice little pivot.
A little relaxing Saturday trail ride.
Looks like it might be 226 there on the side of that helmet.
It's our rider from Peru. I talked to him this morning in the hotel. Jose Luis Fatul Simon from Peru. And he's on a rented machine as he just comes on by on a KTM. No, on a Husqvarna. Look at that canyon shot. Man, Brian, the drone coverage here far exceeds anything I've ever seen.
They do such a great job here at King of the Hammers, helping out with King of the Motos, making sure we get as much great footage as we can.
King of the Hammers production doing a wonderful job of our media coverage.
I know that dog paddle technique all too well, Chris. Sometimes you're just a little tired, and getting back on the pegs is tougher than it looks, especially when you lose a little bit of momentum. But honestly, that's just the best way. You got to do what you can to keep moving forward.
Trick is keeping your feet on the pegs to keep traction to the ground.
Yep.
You want to lift your feet off the pegs and drop them to the ground and start paddling. Next thing you know, you're spinning tire.
Yep. And what's interesting, too, the way our suspension works is that the second that your butt touches the seat, you now become a part of the chassis, where our suspension works best when we can keep our weight above and off the weight of the motorcycle. And so the second we start sitting down and we start putting our butt on the seat more, the suspension actually can't work as effective as it could if we were to stand up and be a little bit more light on the machine. So super interesting, but great shot of Cody Webb here, that number 2 Sherco.
Great interview you did with Cody yesterday at the press meeting. Of course, what do you call him?
The mountain goat.
The mountain goat.
Yeah, man, he came in with that scruffy looking beard. I was like, he's no longer the goat, he's the mountain goat. Like, we had to have a little bit of fun with that for sure.
Boy, look at that view of the valley coming up and over this ridge. As we said many, many times before, Brian, if it was easy, everybody could do it.
Yeah, you got that right. And it's just crazy to think that we saw, our AEO KTM here struggling just a little bit. He's doing pretty good, to be completely honest. But this was where we saw Ryder, LeBlond, and other racers just zip up this climb and pass Cody Webb on the inside. Like that's and this gentleman is struggling, right? It just goes to show the difference in some of the technique and talent that our pro racers have.
Difference, too, our pro racers went through here about 20 minutes ago.
Yeah. Solid point, sir. But he's even got, again, we were talking about the weather. He's got his climb Mojave gear on. So that's their summer wear, right? Like he knew, like, I'm going to sweat. It's going to get hot, even though it's in the 60s. So I'm going to wear my vintage gear.
Another rider coming to the assist of another rider just ahead of him.
All right, let's see. Here we go.
Or is
nice
he
work.
Or is he taking a watering break?
Yeah, he was watering the rock. Yeah.
Right.
He's like, this spot could use more moisture.
Now, of course, the majority of our racing happening right now is over on the west side of Hammertown, where a lot of our racing taking place tomorrow will be on the east side of the dry lake here. Lots of phenomenal terrain to put on a hard enduro event. Look at that's a good view coming down this canyon.
That is awesome.
Now a lot of these trails will be encompassed and occupied by off-road vehicles next week with the King of the Hammers. Of course, looking forward to that Ultra 4 show that we'll be watching 3 weekends from now. Well, 2 more weekends from now.
That looked like Will Riordan coming through riding high on these 3 riders that are hanging out. One of these racers has even got his kickstand out, just taking a break. Like, I don't know, guys, you need my help because I need yours. Like, let's do this together. But that was great to see. So, obviously, Will being able to get around them. But that means that he's on his second lap, passing those guys that are on their first lap. So, they've got till – they started at 10, so they've got till 3 o'clock today. But they have to make it to that checkpoint, their last checkpoint before the finish, by 2 p.m. If they don't make that, their race is done, and they will be asked to leave the course. But if they make it to that checkpoint, they have until 3 p.m. to finish their event.
And as a rider gets more and more tired, it becomes more and more difficult, and they become the weak link in their program. Everybody here in Hammertown that's joining us on the Jumbotrons and all in front of us, be sure to take a stroll through our vendor row. It's starting to accumulate more and more vendors, so be able to check out all of our fine wares at our vendor booths. Lots of neat stuff. And of course, Hammertown Market store is open. So got sweatshirts, t-shirts, hats, and all sorts of accessories as well over at the King of Motos store. Well, it's King of the Hammer store, it is.
And they've got King of the Motos logo on merch this year for sure. So there is King of the Motos merch that we have seen out and about. If you guys are looking for that, make sure you go low. That is a great line that he just took low to make sure he could make it around that rider there. Awesome find right there. I think that is number 131. It looks like he's on a Sherco. Riley Bender, yep, in the A class there on a Sherco. So that A-level rider finding that nice line to the inside to get around a stuck rider on the trail. Now, again, he's probably on his second lap, and that other guy was on his first lap. So it goes to show how hard these hard enduro courses can be.
Well, I remember back in the early 70s now, Brian. I'm dating myself, of course. One of the most popular classes was the 100cc class in the desert. And the advantage to a lot of the 100cc riders were most of them were kids, were little guys. And they would come to bottlenecks, and they would go off course a little bit, take an alternate line, and pass 20, sometimes 30 or 40 riders in one sweep on a 100cc bike, passing 250s and open class bikes as well. So quite an advantage if you're looking at the whole peripheral, finding an alternate route to get around some of these bottlenecks.
There we go. We got another great shot of Cody Webb out there on course. Probably close now to coming back around Turkey Claws. Probably past where the start was, but still back to go finish off this second 12-mile loop. Now, again, this loop is supposed to get a little bit more technical, so even though it is a mile shorter, they're going to be put into a part that is going to be a little bit more difficult. So the hope is that it would still take them around about an hour. So if that is the case, we should expect them to be coming in about 40 minutes. Now, again, if they surprise us like they normally do, then ride a little bit faster, it'll obviously be before that. But hopefully around noon, we'll be seeing our first pro racers coming in.
Now, if we take a look at our 2023 Enduro Cross points, of course, Trystan Hart was the champion, beating out Johnny Walker by 7 points. Colton Haker coming third place, and Cody Webb coming fourth. Ryder LeBlond coming fifth. Sixth place was Cooper Abbott. Max Gersten was seventh, and Will Riordan was eighth. Of course, Taddy, he's a several-time champion from the Enduro Cross Series, in ninth. And Dominic Oswaldi, Zowie, I believe it's pronounced, he come in 10th place. You know who we don't see, though? We don't see Tim Apollo. Oh, Spencer Wilton's here with us today. He's from Alberta, Canada. Of course, Dan Lewis, he come in 15th place. Angus Riordan, Will's brother, he come in 18th place. He only rode a couple. James Flynn come in 19th place. And that'll round out the top. Most of our riders that are here with us today that rode and competed in the 2023 Enduro Cross Series.
Oh, we got quite the ballerina move there from the racers. It looked like he kind of caught his leg a little bit, but that's all right. He got that thing unstuck, and now we got number 72 there on that Sherco, making his way up this little rock crawler area. Looks like that might be coming down back door. Let's see what happens here. I would love to get that aerial shot of another rider jumping down the center of back door, because that is a lot more aggressive than you would think it would be.
Taking a little handbrake, this rider coming up to the field.
Yeah, you could tell just by the posture of his shoulders that he's not had enough. He's got more in him, but in the long run, it's definitely taken its toll on him for sure.
And he's only halfway through today.
He's got a lot more to go, I'm hoping that these guys took their nutrition serious. When it comes to these endurance-style events, you really do want to start eating and hydrating, getting in more electrolyte days before the race. So we're racing today, right? Starting at least 2 to 3 days beforehand, you want to get in more water, get in more electrolytes, start increasing your carb intake to build up those glycogen stores. And then, of course, you want to have a decent breakfast on race morning, but the problem is you don't want to eat too much, because you really, whatever it is you choose to eat, which should be low in fiber, of course low in fat, low in some meat proteins because of the fact of how long that takes to digest, you want to be done eating 60 to 90 minutes before you're going to race. You want your body to be digesting those, get the glucose into your bloodstream, let your liver do what it is supposed to do. Now, during the race, the thing is, these guys are out here for 2 to 5 hours. They have to be able to fuel themselves on the bike. The way that they do that, typically, is they're going to be putting some kind of liquid carbohydrate supplement, including electrolytes, in their bladder. So they're going to be leveraging that. The problem, though, is that if these guys are out there for 4 or 5 hours, they can't keep enough liters of water there in their bag, nor enough carbohydrates, because you're really looking to get in 20 to 30 grams of carbohydrates per hour and about 500 milliliters of water per hour as well. And that is hard to carry that much with you. So for the riders that know they're going to be out there for more than 3 hours, they should plan during that pit stop to make sure that their bladder is full again, that they've got more carbohydrates in that bladder along with electrolytes, because you can't just rely on bars and gels. If you're racing this race and you're sitting on the side of a course trying to eat more food, or if you get to the point that you're hungry, you're already behind the curveball. So you really have to plan a nutrition strategy for these longer 5 and 6 hour races if that's how long you're going to be out there.
Now it's a good view from our drone flying over. Oh, I just clicked it off. Number 818 of Tyler Coles. He's one of our A riders. Now coming back to this, look at a little bit of help from your friends. One of the riders having some difficulty, and another rider jumping off his bike to help him push it up that canyon.
Yeah, and that was backdoor we were talking about. And this, again, when you look at that, that is at least a 5-foot vertical wall. And when you come off the center and jump off of that, that is about a 10-foot outward trajectory that you have to have. So even though it looks simple from camera, I promise you, when you are standing there, it is much more intimidating to realize that you are about to just huck yourself off the center of backdoor.
Now, of course, quite a few years ago when I was younger, we used to chase some of these rainstorms, and some of the canyons in the rainstorms would produce really gnarly rivers in the middle of the desert out of nowhere. Well, that's what happens where these waterfalls are. Backdoor is a good example. And it's a good 5-foot drop in the middle, and it comes down to about 10 feet out. But after a good rainstorm, a lot of that sand and the dirt gets washed away down into the flats. That's why you look at a dry lake, you think, oh yeah, well, maybe a little bit of rain. All this silt and this soft material on a dry lake comes from these canyons that gets washed down from a rainstorm. So it all ends up in the valley here on a dry lake.
It's never a good thing when you pull up to a spot that has bottleneck riders and you realize there's media there, because you knew that the media was planning that it was going to be a bottleneck, and somehow you're about to become part of someone's footage that's probably going to make its way to the internet. But you could see that's a great example of a bottleneck in a section where 3 riders tried 3 different lines, one to the left, one had gone to the right, one up the center, and then there's 3 to 4 more riders sitting 25, 50 feet below on the trail, kind of like, what do? We wait until one of those lines open up, and then I'm going to try to be the one that goes first and make sure that nobody gets out in front of me.
Just as important as making it over and through some of these obstacles, take advantage of some of the wide lines and the smoother areas to rest a little bit, so you're in preparation for some of the harder areas you're going to be coming up on. And that happens every single time. It's not that often that you're going to have very many resting areas here at King of the Motos.
And that is the difference, right, between our pro and A riders and a lot of the other racers that are out here, right? The pros and the A riders, they're pushing the entire time. They're always looking for a place that they can make up time, where some of our B riders, our C riders, maybe some of our youth riders, they're in a spot where they know that they have to regain some consciousness mentally, physically, emotionally out there on the course. So they're going to spend some energy. They're going to take 5 or 10 minutes. They're going to they're going to build up again, and they're going to keep going. Where our pro racers and our A racers, they cannot do that. If that's the case, they're not going to be out front. They know that is going to put them behind. There's a great shot here coming of this guy about to hit this nice little feature. See if he can create some momentum. But this is what we're talking about. He's at a dead stop. He's got to use the clutch, use the throttle, get that rear wheel traction, and no.
Now, I'd like to add also, this is one of our U.S. Hard Enduro Premier Championship, AMA West Hard Enduro Series, and AMA East Hard Enduro Series. And of course, this is the opening round for it this weekend at King of the Motos. Next round will be February 24th in Kauai, Hawaii. Our third round will be in Oahu, Hawaii on March the 2nd. March 23rd, 24th will be Grinding Stone, beautiful Lake Powell in Page, Arizona. The Snakebite Hard Enduro will be in Lubbock, Texas, April 7th. The Moab Hard Enduro will be in Moab, Utah, some of the most beautiful country you'd ever want to see. That's April 13th and 14th. Battle of the Goats, Taylorsville, North Carolina, April 27th and 28th. May 11th is the Monster Hard Enduro in Glenlyn, Washington. May 23rd through the 26th, Tough Lake in Pennsylvania. And Locked and Loaded will be in Sugarloaf, Pennsylvania on May 27th. Donner Hard Enduro will be up there in Northern California. That's June 15th and 16th. And then the premiere will be Red Bull Tennessee Knockout. And you can also catch that online as well. Tennessee Knockout will be happening in August of 23rd to the 25th.
Yeah, I mean, even if you can kind of guess like how far through the lap they are or anything like that, you know what I mean? We got a good shot there of Trystan Hart out in the open, and then of course now we're seeing Cody Webb there up the hill, or that he was passed on earlier. So we are trying to get an update. We don't have our yellow brick laptop, unfortunately, so we can't kind of know exactly where they're out, but it's looking like they might be about 5 to 7 minutes out. So if that's the case, then they are definitely coming through this second lap a lot faster than expected by the organizers. So we'll keep you guys up to date. Oh, and we just got these beautiful shots though there, being able to show you guys the vast landscape that these racers are taking part on King of the Motos 2024.
We're getting down. We're just told right now, Justin Lineweber just tell us we're about 5 minutes to go to get a checkered flag for our leader. So there's Trystan Hart on the big screen coming across to the top. Brian Pierce going to get ready to come on over there to grab an interview with our top riders. So I believe it is Hart, Webb, and LeBlond, our top three. Now tomorrow we'll be starting a little bit earlier for our last day of King of the Motos, and it should be from, we'll be staging 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. tomorrow, and the race will be starting at 9 a.m. sharp. Goes on till about 5 o'clock. So heading back down off of back door and heading toward Hammertown. Our leaders, let's see if Hart can hold on to the lead. Now that's going to be for staging for their starting spot tomorrow in the morning. Now without the prologue, so we have a race today and a race tomorrow, two separate races. As with Endurocross, you have the combined effort of 3 motos. Here, we only have the finish of tomorrow to come up with our 2024 champion. We're Ryder coming in the field, helicopter on top. And we're going to be passing the mic duties over to Brian Pierce, who's going to be interviewing our top riders when they come across for our top 3 positions for podium for our first day of racing. At this point in time, right now is 11:34. We hear the helicopter duties coming around on the other side. Drone coverage coming into Hammertown now. It's our leader. Couple of left and right turns on a well-watered course. And I'm going to be passing the mic duties over to Brian Pierce in just a moment. One of our girl riders, I believe that is one of I believe that's Addie Albrecht that we just saw on bike number 628. High flying drone following our lead riders into the field here at Hammertown. Can Hart hold off the charge of Webb, Haker, and LeBlond? Your guess is as good as mine, but this is, of course, for lane choice for tomorrow's start, going up Chocolate Thunder. Good dice going up in this canyon up on our Jumbotron right now. These two riders really going at it in the single track. I believe that might be LeBlond in the lead over this other rider. It's either Ryder or possibly Colton Haker. Yeah, I got a copy.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Cody Webb, our winner here on Saturday, under 2 hours. We were expecting you guys to be out there for about 2 hours. You got passed a couple times on that first lap, but it sounds like that second lap for you was pretty wide open. You were able to be in the lead the entire time. So tell us, how did it go for you?
Yeah, it went really well. Honestly, I had a blast that first lap. We were all just motoing, swapping positions. I think I never was like worse than fourth, but man, the guys were riding good. It was super fun. Trystan and I got a little bit ahead of them. They caught back up, just the way GPS navigation is. And that second lap was more or less the same. I came in, they're like, you got plenty of fuel. So I just buzzed off, and I was able to upload my maps all from the get-go. So it's a little trickier to set it up, but if it works, it worked in my favor today. So, I was able to not have to mess with re-uploading a map and take off. So I won because of strategy and a good pit.
I love that. Well, having a good strategy is a way to approach this course. Now, we were heard that lap 2 was about a mile shorter, but was supposed to be more technical. Was that the case? Is that what you found or no?
There was a really fun section in the back. I think they call it the slab. Just really cool, never-ending, huge rock slab. It keeps kind of going on and on. So that was the only real addition. Other than that, it was the same. The hardest part was just getting around the lappers still on their first lap. A lot of creative lines, we'll say. But no, I had a good time out there, and the real fight starts tomorrow, though.
I like how you say really fun, where I go, I probably would have cried myself to sleep there on the side of the trail. But that's congratulations on winning today. But as you said, the real race is tomorrow. So you said strategy, right? That might be what got you here today, right? Maybe just fast riding. What is the strategy for tomorrow?
Maybe a similar setup. We'll have to kind of reassess. I think this first lap's it's quite a bit longer, so I don't know if we'll be able to run 2 laps. So I might have to be pitting, and maybe that third lap, though, we'll see. But they're saying tires are going to be worn out. Am I doing wheel swaps? Who knows? We'll play it by ear.
Well, I can feel the heat of that bike sitting there, so I know that you were get on it right now. We're going to get set up so we can have an interview with our second place guy. We'll come back to you guys with these racers just in a little bit.
Thank you, Brian Pierce. Good coverage. Great interview with Cody Webb. Now back to our Jumbotron screen, following some of our riders coming back here into Hammertown for the finish. As Brian and I have been saying all along, if it were easy, everybody could do it. This is the 2024 King of the Motos. Nice dice coming back to the flats. Both these two riders on the Jumbotron. Wow, look on the Jumbotron now, the coverage of the helicopter coming up through the canyon. Getting some good view. Okay, we're going to pass the mic over to Brian Pierce at the finish line area for our second place interview.
Second place on Saturday here for the 2024 King of the Motos, Mr. Trystan Hart. So it sounds like, talking to Cody Webb, that you guys were kind of motoing back and forth. You were in the lead for a little bit. So tell us what that first lap out there was like for you guys, bouncing around throughout all those trails.
The first lap was actually pretty chaotic. We swapped lead. Ryder led for a bit, I led for a bit, Will led for a bit, Cody led for probably most of it. I'd say Cody was the best on the GPSs today, and that's why he won. Pretty much it's what it's going to come down to tomorrow, I think, is the GPS, not so much the riding. But it was a lot of fun today. We pretty much, 4 of us were together for maybe half of it until the end of the first lap when Cody kind of checked out and us 3 rode together. But pretty sick to be racing so close, and the helicopters over top. It's pretty sick.
Yeah, it feels pretty. I can imagine for you guys that it feels awesome. So huge thanks to King of the Hammers for us to be able to get that kind of footage, right, for King of the Motos. When Cody Webb was out front, you said he kind of checked out. Like, where do you go mentally with that? Do you go, okay, I got to try to track him down, or listen, like, the real race is tomorrow kind of a thing because we don't really have any points that carry over today?
I was trying to catch him. Me and Ryder, I think, were pushing pretty good, but he just had like maybe a 1-minute lead after the first lap because we messed with our GPSs and he didn't. I tried, but every time we got to a tricky spot where there's lappers everywhere, he was never even there. So I'm like, damn, Cody's he's riding good right now. So pretty excited for tomorrow to see what he's got.
Well, dude, congrats on the second place. Again, you get the lineup for tomorrow. Take some of that strategy and go have fun out there racing your dirt bike. Congratulations. Guys, we're going to get our third place Ryder LeBlond pulled up here and going. So let's get that set up and we'll be back in just a minute.
Thanks, Brian. Great coverage. Great interview with Trystan Hart, our rider from Canada, on the factory KTM. Of course, I like to mention it's a team effort. You know, a lot of times these riders will have a mechanic that works with them. Well, Trystan Hart's mechanic, I've known since he's a little kid. Robbie Goolsby, doing a great job of keeping that machine rolling down the road. So, good job. Thanks, Brian Pierce, over there for our interviews, getting ready to interview our factory Husqvarna rider, Ryder LeBlond, who coming in third.
Our third place rider here on Saturday, Ryder LeBlond. Ryder, we heard that you actually got a chance to lead for a little bit. How does that feel? Do you get nervous still in that kind of a situation, or it's becoming more natural for you to be out there leading, you know, the likes of Cody Webb and Trystan Hart?
Yeah, apparently I haven't led enough in my life. I guess I got nervous. I blew it pretty quick, and I think I went outside the top 10. I got dug in the sand really bad. I was like, man, my day's over, and then just kept pushing through, and actually ended up making it back up to, I think I might have gotten, no, I never got into first with Cody, but I was right behind Cody with a group of the top 4 there, heading into lap 2, and then I made my own mistake, kind of like tried to be cool, get my GPS dialed in while I was riding, but I hit the wrong thing because I couldn't see it, and then I had nothing when I started my second lap. And yeah, I just kind of screwed myself there, and then luckily I just followed Trystan lap 2, and I was like, as long as I don't lose him, I won't have to touch this. So yeah, it was kind of tricky. I was just hoping that he was on the right track, but yeah, ended up third, so good for the qualifier, but definitely won't win tomorrow.
And so what is it that, with some of the difficulties with the navigation today, what are you going to try to do tonight to maybe pick up a little bit of knowledge going in tomorrow, since navigation is such a big part of this?
Yeah, I think now I'm going to be a little more patient with my GPSs. When I come into the pit for the second lap tomorrow, I'm going to take that extra 20 seconds to get the lap 2 track onto my GPS, where today I didn't. And honestly, happy that happened today. I mean, wish it didn't happen at all, but it's better to happen today than tomorrow. So we'll take that to tomorrow, fix up a couple little things, and just try to be a little more patient tomorrow.
Love it, man. Well, thank you very much for the time. Good job on your third place. We will come back to you guys just a little bit more with a couple more interviews.
Ryder LeBlond, of course, from Pennsylvania. He came out in last year, first year on Factory Husqvarna. Made podium last year. He's on his way to a podium this year as well. Also like to mention his mechanic, Walker, for doing a great job of keeping that Husqvarna rolling down the road. Yeah, Ryder's mechanic Marshall. And he's one of the Grand Prix competitors here in the Southern California area. He does both Works and National Grand Prix Championship Series. Yeah, it's amazing. All the European motorcycles, we only have a couple of Japanese motorcycles, where it used to be flood the field with Japanese motorcycles back in the day. Now with the advent of Hart Enduro series and some of the Enduros, and even from the trials market as well. Oh, a little reference. You know, Cody Webb, many-time national trials champion. Of course, Brian and I were talking about his long legs being an advantage for both Hart Enduro and Enduro series as well. From my take and my view on this point, I believe it was Colton Haker taking the 4th place. So we're waiting for Brian Pierce over there at the finish line. So hopefully get a good chat with Colton from Boise, Idaho. As more and more riders come to the more difficult areas in brewing bottlenecks, the pace of the entire field gets slower and slower as time goes on. These riders are getting pretty darn tired about now, coming up onto their 2nd lap. Be sure to take some time and swing on by our King of the Motos, King of the Hammers merchandise store for some really, really cool stuff. Buy for all your family and friends and walk out there with a little less money than you came with. But that's okay. You got some really, really cool stuff over there at the merchandise booth. Okay, I have him with me in the booth, Pam Hall. Pam, good morning. How are you today?
I am doing wonderful. How are you doing?
God, fantastic. What a wonderful weather day for racing, huh?
Yes, we had a little bit of a sprinkle last night, so it helped out with the dirt just a little bit. But down at the start line this morning, that's always my favorite part of King of the Motos.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And good turnout as well. I hear, now we're about close to the same amount of participants from last year, but our entrance into Hammertown, our sponsors, and all of our vendor row, I hear is about double from what it was last year.
Yeah, and that's amazing. This event is just growing every year. King of the Motos is growing every year. I mean, watching the start, like I said, that's my favorite part, but having it growing every single year is pretty amazing. This event is something that, even if I wasn't working it, I would still come to it. I would still come and attend because I would never want to miss out on King of the Hammers or King of the Motos.
Well, you are a big part of the King of the Hammers. Of course, you're involved with Ultra 4. And what series do you follow usually?
Well, I do the Ultra 4 stuff, so I follow that series, obviously, because I'm working it. But series-wise, I mean, pretty much that's it. Ultra 4. Like all of the racers, I love the rock racing. It's a whole different ball game from my past, like from my background of racing. So coming out here the first time in 2011, I was in love instantly. Like I want to start racing the rocks.
Well, you were a competitor as well, weren't you?
Yes, but I've never raced King of the Hammers. It's one of those bucket list items for me. I would love to get in a race car and do it. If I was co-driving, I know that would probably, I shouldn't say that just because, they're the ones who get out and winch and everything. But the whole King of the Hammers is definitely, like I just said, my bucket list item. And one day, maybe.
One day, maybe. You never can rule that out, that's for sure.
Definitely not.
So what have you been seeing here so far today, especially from the start and a couple of other areas? I'm stuck to the screen here. This is only what I can see.
Right.
And I don't have a printout of who's who except from what they tell me. So what did you see at the start?
Well, at the start, I mean, of course, the pros going off on that line number one. I mean, it was just a hodgepodge of motorcycles trying to make it up first to not be behind anybody, right? So, and then watching here at the finish line, you know, Cody Webb coming in the number one spot was pretty cool because I saw him earlier when he up at the start. He did get a good start. He was up there pretty close to the front, but it's been a great battle. I haven't been over to back door and to the other areas. I haven't been over there, so I've only seen the finish line and I've only seen the start. And what you're seeing on a screen, I was watching inside the media tent.
Well, that's awesome. Well, we're coming up here. We got another interview. I believe it's Colton Haker coming up next with Brian Pierce. So as soon as we get a flash onto the screen, that's where we'll be going to. But in the meantime,
Cooper Abbott, our fifth-place finisher here on Saturday. Cooper, tell us, dude, how did the Sherco two-stroke work for you out there?
Yeah, the bike was working great all day. Really happy with how it feels, and got off to a really good start, and then was like fourth, and then, man, there's a group of five of us top five. We're all kind of going back and forth, leading it for a bit, and then all five of us got lost together, and then another big group caught up to the back of us, so then it was a massive train, but luckily stayed with that group for quite a while, and then got really pumped up towards the end of the first lap and lost the back of them a tiny bit. And then came into the pit and heading out on the second lap. I set my GPSs and they're all set. And right as I went, they all went blank. So I had no line to follow, and I had lost those guys, so I couldn't even key off of them. So I reset it, got it back on there, went another 20 feet and disappeared again. So I was just like, oh man, this is not going to be good. So luckily it popped up and got it going, and just pretty much rode myself that whole second lap. So I knew those front guys were gone, and it's just a qualifier. So just backed it down and saved some energy for tomorrow.
Yeah, the good news is that today, Saturday, is, you know, getting to the Sunday race so that you can be able to really put your best foot forward then. Is there anything navigationally with the GPS that you could try to like learn overnight that could be more helpful for tomorrow with some of the problems that you were talking about?
Yeah, I mean, it's always good. Like, it's always different racing with the GPS. We can all practice with it, but it's all different when you race with it. So one race under the belt on it, so I think that'll be a massive help. And just knowing to make sure the track doesn't disappear. So I'll make sure to take a little bit more time, make sure it's there before I head out, because it felt like I lost a lot of time there. So have it pretty set up. So we'll go out tomorrow, and it's going to be a good one.
Now, they're talking about between the 3 laps that we have for the 6 hours that everybody could be out there tomorrow, there's even talk of potential wheel changes, right? Because the tires might be so worn out. Do you already kind of have a strategy of how you're going to treat that?
Yeah, I mean, I was going to look at my tire from today. I haven't even looked at it yet, so we'll see.
The good news is it's still there.
Yeah, it's still there, so it stayed on. But no, the Dunlop was good, and it holds up really well. So I'd be surprised if we switch. I think it more depends on the time it takes us. I think if we're doing it pretty quickly, it won't be too bad. But obviously, if we are out there for like the 6 hours, like they say we might be, then there's possible wheel change.
Cool, dude. Well, great job getting 5th place today, and we'll see you out there on the line tomorrow.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're back to our Jumbotron right now. Still here with Pam Hall in the booth with me. Pam, test your mic real quick.
All right, here I am.
Much better.
Perfect.
So,
and it looks like that is Ryder number 337, getting some assistance from Ryder 232. So that's something that's another amazing thing around all of the motocross and all of the motor world. Are the racers, they do help each other out. It's definitely awesome to see, and that's something that was mentioned last night in the riders meeting was if you see somebody down, stop and help them out. But we do have 232 right there. He's getting ready to get back on his bike.
Yep, the 337 is Travis Enan. Enan, I believe it's pronounced. He's one of our 30-plus vet riders. Now, a little difference there. 30-plus, 40-plus, 50-plus riders in our field are our veteran riders. And it's age class. It's not necessarily a skill level class. So some of our racing organizations, you'll be a 50-plus rider. There won't not be a C rider, a C availability, or even a B availability. you're an A rider if
Okay.
you ride that particular class. Okay. Well, here's an interview getting ready to go here with Brian Pierce. Pam Hall in the booth with me right now. Passing on over. Brian Pierce, take it away, man.
We are with our 4th place finisher, Will Riordan, new to the factory gas team that is now out here. So how did the gas work? How did you do while out on course today?
Unreal. I didn't start it too good. On the start hill, I got a bad start, but then by the top, I was in 4th, and then we got down onto the flats. It was Trystan, Coop, Ryder, Colton, me. So like all us top 5 were right there. Oh, and Cody, ripping through the desert. It's pretty funny. And then coming in the first lap, there was us 4, like all together. We pitted. It actually took a bit for our GPS tracks to reload because we had to put the lap 2 on and load it up to follow that because there was an added section. So that took a bit of time, but got all that going and finished it out. It was 1.5 hours, so we all thought it'd be like 2-3 hours, so it's pretty good.
Yeah, you guys went a little bit faster than we thought you would. But with the
pace was high. We were ripping, yeah.
Seeing a little bit of that on camera that we were able to see some of the drone footage, it looked like what you're saying. That with you guys being all together, like everybody kind of was like feeling it. Like, oh, wait, we're all still right here. We might need to try to like separate ourselves, but it took a lot for you guys to separate each other.
Yeah, for sure. Like I led a bit. I think everyone led a bit. And then once Cody got into the pits here, he took off. I never saw him again. I think I was in 3rd. And then we got into lappers, and there was kind of crap everywhere. And then Trystan and Cody Ryder got a little bit of a gap, and I think we all just stayed there till the finish. Yeah. But it was fun.
Nice. Gas worked okay? Navigation and when you had to use the GPS worked okay, everything?
Yeah, gas was unreal. Like every ride is just putting more and more hours on it, so it's good. But it's so good and so much easier.
Nice.
Just get on and ride it, and it's perfect.
Gas, fun.
Exactly.
I love it, man. Well, we'll see you tomorrow. Good luck. Have fun, and just keep enjoying getting seat time, right?
Exactly. Seat time. Thank you.
Take it easy, man.
Cheers.
Great interview, Brian, with Will Riordan. Will, of course, from Australia originally, and his brother Gus Riordan, of course, Angus, and he's back east doing the GNCC. But yeah, lots of good, hard-working people putting on this event here this weekend.
Yes, it has been. It's always fun to get here early and be a part of the setup and get to see how this all looks before everybody gets here. I mean, obviously, this is, the first green flag of King of the Motos this weekend of the whole King of the Hammers event. But it is definitely, it's so fun to see this city grow in the middle of the desert. And let's see, that is Connor Coles that we were seeing on screen having to gas the bike as he's going up the hill. Looked like he was having a little bit of issues.
Connor Cole's one of our A riders on Husqvarna as he comes up back on top of this ridge. That was a nice split. We had, our production trailer, we have like 18 screens inside. And our production crew, they switch back and forth to give us a good view of what's really going on the course.
Oh, it looks like somebody might be changing a tire right here, or a tube maybe out, because he's got the rear of his bike.
Who knows?
Working on the rear, or could lost a chain maybe?
Lost a chain, it looked like. There's, with the advent of the electric start, it makes it so much easier if you stall out your bike. Now, I was talking to Justin Lineweber yesterday about recluse clutches on some of these motorcycles. And, recluse style clutches are kind of automatics. You still have a manual clutch on your lever, but you can open up the throttle at a certain RPM, like an automatic transmission in your automobile will grab traction and move you forward. Well, what happens is a lot of these recluse style clutches will overheat, especially in hotter temperatures. But some riders still use them readily because you don't have to. You reduce the amount of possibility of stalling your engine.
Gotcha. Now that is Ryder Bender right there, or Riley Bender. I'm thinking he got his chain all fixed because it looks like he backed up a little bit, but moving along again here, except these rocks right here. I wonder what the percentage of time they're actually off their bike having to like use the throttle to get them up these rocks.
It depends on skill level.
Exactly. There you go.
Skill level dramatic. We're looking at the tail end of the pack here, and these guys are not even helping each other. So they're kind of being selfish in regards to this because they actually could help each other get up. Look at this. Look at the steepness, Pam, of this angle coming up the single track right here. This other rider to the right on our jumbo screen trying to pick up some traction on the rocks. And that is more than a 45-degree angle easily going up that hill.
I'm trying to make the number out. It kind of looks like it's 194. If it is 194, that is Brock Lindsay. And Brock Lindsay is another in the 30-plus AVET class. But I'm not positive. It does look like it. Not sure about the rider behind him, but
is that 50,
exactly
58, I believe?
Exactly. I mean, this goes to show you how steep these rocks are. Because when we have our, Ultra 4 cars going through, sometimes you can't really tell the difference in how steep it is, even though we see the roof of their car instead of, the sides. But these guys right here definitely struggling to get up this area of the race course. And then tomorrow is going to be a whole nother ball game. It's going to be a very difficult day tomorrow. These guys are going to have to go make sure they're all rested up and ready to go.
Now with our 4-wheel classes as well, they do have a prologue as well, right?
We will have qualifying, so we have a qualifying loop. I believe it's roughly about a 3.5-mile qualifying loop, and that will determine obviously their start position. We start side by side here in the short course. And this year, the qualifying they're going to be going down back door this year in qualifying.
Going down back door.
Yes.
Now, we went up there for a visit on a field trip yesterday. There's a lot of skid marks and oil remnants at back door. So, obviously, some of the vehicles coming down through there come up with some issues, huh?
Yeah, it's going up back door is obviously difficult, but going down it, there's a huge ledge, and depending on your wheelbase, some of our side-by-sides, they will go down it and they'll nosedive in. So we've actually seen, it was a few years ago, I think it was the last time we actually used backdoor. Sarah Price was going down it, and she's an amazing driver. Kudos to her for just now finishing the Dakar for the first time, but she went off the ledge and nosedove and kind of did I don't know what it's called. I don't know, ballet.
Pirouette.
Yes, she did that and kept going, and the back door is where we used to also do our shootout as well, and it's a very difficult section of the race course.
Well, I think Sarah Price got 5th place with Jeremy Gray. Jeremy, of course, a good friend of mine, a pro quad racing champion many times. Sarah Price, of course, the girlfriend of Ricky Brayback.
Who just won for his second time.
Just won the second time for the Dakar.
Yeah,
kudos to HRC Honda and Ricky Brayback for taking top honors. But Sarah Price, she's the first woman to win a side-by-side leg.
Exactly.
So that was pretty cool.
Exactly.
Sarah's an awesome woman, too.
She is. I mean, and her background's moto.
Yeah, very much so.
Came from moto. So, all right, we have a little bit of a traffic jam here. Look, they're trying to figure out where to get up. That is the number 66 there of Tyler. Tyler Porras, I believe is how you say his last name.
He's one of our 30-plus Vet A riders. So now we're coming into the middle of the field, coming onto their second lap. Now, a lot of these riders won't be finished for still another couple of hours.
Exactly. And, that's what I think they were looking for when they were creating the course for King of the Motos this year. Because last year, they finished it way earlier than they should have in Justin's mind. So Justin goes out and, recon. Made it a little bit more difficult. I mean, now today, we saw Cody Webb and those guys, 1, 2, and 3, coming through under 2 hours. So we'll see what Justin comes up with for 2025.
It was just a little bit over an hour last year.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, for this leg of it. Now I was thinking, because of the removal of our prologue prior to this, now we have a race today and a race tomorrow. Now with Enduro Cross, you have 3 different motos during the course of the event that evening. And their combined of the 3 motos comes out with your overall. What we could possibly do, now this is just a hypothetical situation, we could take the results from day number 1 and the results of day number 2, combine the 2 for the overall.
Yeah.
So that's a possibility. By removing the prologue, you could possibly do that.
Right. And tomorrow we're going to be starting 20 across over at Chocolate Thunder, Land Rush with 20 in a row with the top 20 overall starting in that front row. It's going to be fun.
Need to do it like outdoor supercross, outdoor motocross, and have 40 across. That would be fun.
Yeah, that would be fun. Watching them start row by row up Turkey Claw this morning, it's so hard over there. And you know, I got over there and the riders were, you know, walking the line trying to figure out which line they will take. But once that green flag drops, I mean, you don't know what the guy next to you, where he's going. He might be trying to take the same line as you. So you got to kind of scout out multiple different angles of getting up.
Or change midstream.
Exactly.
You go and walk a line, you go, okay, that's going to be my line. All of a sudden it's a bottleneck. Oh, I better go over there. You didn't even see that other line, so you have no idea what's at top.
Right, exactly.
Some of my favorite coverage has been at Chocolate Thunder for the start, and that's so much fun. And we'll probably have 2 or 3 drones flying over the top of that one tomorrow.
It'll be really cool. Now, were you here in 2017 when we started at night up Chocolate Thunder?
No, but I heard about it, and I saw the clips from it.
That was, I told Justin, I'm like, I love the whole King of the Motos, like still learning it all, obviously, but like starting-wise, that was my favorite start ever. But last year was fun, too, when we started over by Backdoor. That was a great start as well.
That was an awesome start.
It was.
And spread out pretty far, and there's a lot of great opportunities mixed in. Whereas, you know, with the Claw, there's really only 4 major lines at the Claw. You go off track from there, and I think it's pretty gnarly. Exactly.
Now, they did have wind blades up, and you have to stay within that range of wind blades, but this morning I didn't see anybody go to the right. Everybody stayed to the left. So I did leave halfway in the start, but from what I was looking at, it's like everybody was trying to take the same left-hand line. It might not be the easiest, but it set you up good for when you got up on top of the ridge as well. But I didn't really see anybody take the far right side, but I don't think there were even any lines in the far right side.
Well, I was checking at the 4 lines yesterday. Oh, look at this.
That's Backdoor right there.
That is right down Backdoor. Ryder coming into Hammertown
and
off of Backdoor.
And that ledge right there, you go stand next to that ledge if you did that when you went on your field trip. I like how you called it a field trip. That's super fun.
It's about 5 feet drop.
Yeah, exactly. It's if I stand next to it, because I'm only 5'4", I'm barely above it. So it's, oh, look at this right here. Still in a little bit of a bottleneck. I'm not sure exactly what area that is in. But you can see the guys in front of you, they're just gassing it, and you kind of have to pay attention because it's, you know, they're throwing rocks as well. But it looks like they're making their way through.
It's so treacherous, too. You come across the rocks, and you have a bunch of dirt thrown on top of the rock. It is slick as snot. It really is.
It is.
And it's hard to grab any traction. As Brian and I were talking earlier about gummy tires, a lot of our motorcycles here will have gummy tires. Or they'll have hard compound to help them maintain the integrity of their tire. Because these rocks, they do tear up the tire. A lot of these riders, especially the pro level, they'll change the rider for tomorrow. They'll change the tire for tomorrow.
And watching the pre-show that they did before everybody showed up to King of the Hammers, and Justin was on there talking about that, and he was saying, you know, suggesting, you know, you're going to want to change your tire for day 2. You might want to change your tire between the race on day 2 as well. It's going to be a rough course. I haven't looked at see what the course is tomorrow, but all I keep hearing is it's going to be tough.
Justin added a couple of good miles on the Chocolate Thunder side for tomorrow, so increase the length of the course. Tomorrow, I believe, is going to be 17.5 miles. And then the last lap will be 12, which is even more difficult than the first 17.5.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to watch.
15.
I think that's 5:15 going up. But you could see right there, that was what we were talking about, how difficult it is. And you got to watch out for the riders in front of you and see what they're doing. And here, right here, we can see we do have riders helping each other out. And that's what we were talking about earlier. Sometimes, they'll help each other out. Sometimes they're in their way, and you need to help them get up so you can get up, on single track lane, or if that is the only line up through the rocks.
This is a good view on the Sherco right here. You notice all the extra protective garb. You got the pipe cover. You got a great skid plate, good hand guards. You got grab straps both on the front and the back for helping. And a lot of people don't realize there's all sorts of neat accessories that go along with our Hart Enduro motorcycles.
Yeah, it's really cool to see everything that they do add on to their bikes here. But that is a 337 of Travis Inyon, I believe is how you say his name. He's in the 30 plus AVET. He was getting some help from another rider.
Yeah, I think he was the leader in this class earlier on. Enon, I believe it's pronounced. Enon. But while Brian Pierce down on the finish line area catching some interviews with people, I got Pam Hall in the booth with me right now. And Pam, look at this weather. We could not be blessed any more than we are right now for racing weather. It's absolutely perfect. A little bit of cool, a little bit of breeze, not much, but just enough to keep everything flowing without overheating.
Exactly. And you know what? The riders are probably blessed with this weather today as well, because the sun would be out, making them a lot hotter. All of that gear that they have on, they have all that safety gear on, the chest protectors and everything else between the knee guards, all of that. You definitely work up a sweat no matter what, but wearing all that gear, having this, like you're saying, we're having some great weather today.
Now tomorrow, there's a possibility we might get a couple of sprinkles tonight, some rain, which will really help the course out. But 52 degrees weather forecast for tomorrow.
That's good. I like it.
Considerably cool. It's about 60. It's supposed to be 60 degrees right now. So.
Yes, and if what comes with the rain, with the rocks, slippery.
Oh, yeah. That's right. Well, I just hope, some of the rain, when it comes down here in the desert, it comes down in droves. It comes down and fills up all these canyons with flash floods. That's where a lot of the stuff comes from into the valley, is the washout from these canyons going to the dry lake beds. Well, during the storm, they're not dry anymore.
No. And definitely not, especially out here. I've actually been out here for a different event one time, and it had rained quite a bit before we got here. And the lake bed over here that people drive through to go to Chocolate Thunder it looked like it could have possibly been dry, but it was not. Cars were getting stuck. I mean, we've been out here when it snowed, a couple years ago it snowed like 3 times in that year. When the rain hits, there's also big areas with big puddles, but we do have a rider right here. It looks like he's going to be changing do they change the tube, or they don't have a full tire on them, but can they change the tube?
Well, a lot of the motorcycles here in this event, to avoid flat tires, run a moose.
A moose, okay.
A moose or tire balls.
Okay.
So, and they both take up the space that air would be. Now, some of them have tubeless tires with a moose.
Okay.
So they still have air, but they also have the foam additive within the tire.
Okay.
Prevent flat tires.
So that normally they're not out there trying to change a tube or whatever. They're more than likely changing a chain.
More than likely a chain.
Okay.
Correct. And hitting rocks, even, that's another thing too. They have, they call them shark fins. Mm-hmm. And the shark fins will protect both the rotor and the chain sprocket on the rear wheel. So you come over and like this rider right now, look at the tight confine, trying to squeeze the motorcycle through a couple of rocks. You hit a rotor or hit your chain wheel, you could be out. It could be done. You bend a rotor and it's not going to go around because it goes through the brake pads and it'll stop.
Right.
So look at this pile up here.
We have 1131. Let's see what driver that is. 1131 is Tegan Warnick.
Tegan Warnick is a B rider on the KTM.
So let's talk about that again. So the spokes for the chain, are the bikes able to still run if they break some on these rocks? I mean, it can still grab, but will it slip like the belts do, and the side-by-sides belts will slip when they get wet or whatever, or they're not 100%. The chains can't really slip, right?
They can. If you look at the rock roll down on the bike.
Oh, wow. 209. That is Matt Adams. He's in the 40 plus A class.
Is it still running? No.
It was running, but that
rock took a good tumble on his bike. Wow. That was pretty wild. No, back to the chain wheel. Now, usually what happens, poor maintenance, riders will continue riding the same chain wheel with several different chains, wear out the chain wheel,
Okay.
and it can slip. But most of the time, if they hit a rock, they'll bend the chain wheel. That'll spit the chain off. Same thing with the rotor. Now,
Okay.
I don't know any motorcycles nowadays that have drum brakes. They all have disc brake rotors. And you bend a disc rotor on a rock, it goes through the brake pads, it'll stop. So it stops your forward motion. You
Right.
can't do anything unless you get a crescent wrench or something and straighten out your chain wheel or straighten out your disc.
And that's what a lot of these riders, you see them with their backs, the backpacks on and stuff. That's not only just for hydration; they have some tools in there as well, or they'll have a
Correct.
tool bag somewhere around their waist or strapped to their bike. You want to make sure you have the right tools that you need for fixing your bike out on course, because this is a non-chase race as well.
Correct. So a lot of times they'll carry some hose clamps, some wire, duct tape,
Zip ties.
zip ties also. Yeah. If you start spitting a tire off, you put zip ties around onto the rim around the tire, and it can at least get you through.
I always jokingly say that if you're not finishing a race with zip ties and duct tape, are you really finishing?
Correct. Hey, I'm going to pass the mic over to Brian Pierce,
Okay.
and you two can chat for a
Awesome.
bit, and I'll take a little break.
Well, thanks a lot. That was
Thank
awesome.
you, Pam. Very nice talking with you. Here you go, Brian. What's happening, brother?
All right, it looks like we have Ryder 585 just now coming through, and I believe getting that checkered flag, which would be Braxton Hensel in that Class A. And we just have lots of riders still out on course, and it's been a great day of racing for these guys, for most of them. We haven't seen a few of them coming through. I don't believe Colton has come through, but Brian, you've been down there getting these off the race course interviews. I love hearing those because you're getting the true reaction as soon as they come off that race course.
Yep. That was amazing to hear. So we got Cody Webb in first place. We had Trystan Hart in second, Ryder LeBlond in third, which is very close to our podium last year.
Exactly.
Just so we saw Trystan Hart, obviously, with the win in 2023. It sounds like they had quite the awesome battle going on the first lap, where it's Cody Webb was telling us that they really did pass the lead back and forth quite a few different times, and then talking to Will, talking to Ryder, even Ryder freaking out about the fact that he's like, uh-oh, I'm in the lead. Like,
Yeah.
how do I do this now? So it's cool to hear that. But then what Cody Webb was telling us is that he was able to load both laps on his GPS and knew how to switch between them, where other riders were coming in and loading the second lap.
Okay.
So he was able to come in and say, how's gas look? How's the bike look? No parts, nothing's needed. And he was able to just go. So because he was able to switch that on the fly opposed to load the second map. And that got him about a minute, about 60 seconds there for everybody else to even get off. And that's about where he finished
And
in front of Trystan. Yeah, and Trystan said, he's like, no, I was trying to catch him. I wasn't just going to let him walk with it. But in the long run, like that's weird. Excuse me, that's weird that's where the strategy, again, in a navigation style event, comes into play. Like, where can you find those little seconds?
Right.
Excuse me, on your competitors, right?
Exactly.
It's pretty nuts.
Exactly. That's pretty cool to hear that. That's I was listening, but I didn't hear that part of it. But how cool is it, though? I mean, Cody Webb, when he took the start this morning, and then he came through lap 1 in the lead as well. So, but hearing them battling it out on course, whenever they came in for lap 1, it didn't seem like it was that close. But when they came in for the finish, I mean, they were like 1, 2, and 3 within not far apart from each other.
Yeah.
So I love seeing the battles and hearing the battles and talking to the riders. Like, you got their off the track interview, and then I did a little bit with some social stuff for them. But this race right here, being one of the roughest King of the Motos, is what I'm being told.
It's what we're
from the
hoping.
riders.
Every year, we're hoping it's always the roughest.
But yet they came in under 2 hours.
Yeah.
I don't think that Justin was expecting that whenever the course was laid out.
Yeah, it's interesting talking with Will there at the finish. He even said that there were times, as we were talking about them kind of going back and forth in that first place position, they were pushing each other. And I think in some of those areas, they were probably going a lot faster than anyone really would have expected if they had been navigating and not around each other, right? Because it was a little bit of that pecking order.
Right.
That they were like, wait, no, I want to be in the lead. No, I want to be in. And so because of that, it really did cause them probably to push about 5 to 10% more than they would have if they were just navigating.
Yeah, okay.
And it's interesting. So I think that they just attacked the course, attacked each other, and were really pushing that pace, like you said. So it's cool to see. And yeah, as Justin said, back to the drawing board.
Right,
How can we
exactly.
continue to make it more technical, slow these riders down, and get them on course a little bit longer?
Exactly. Yeah, it's super cool to see the strategies now talking about that too. When they're out there on the course and they're going back and forth, it's kind of interesting to see, how close were they actually on course to where they are looking ahead and being, okay, as we're talking with Chris, when I was talking with him just a few minutes ago, he was talking about, always looking ahead, finding that faster line. So that's where if they're all so close, they're all could possibly, if the 3 different lines, all 3 take a different line or whatever. Strategy comes into a big play and looking ahead and knowing what's coming about.
Yeah, because I would imagine when you're in that situation, you were not always wanting to follow, right? Especially in the nav. If they're on lap 2, it could be a little bit different because they know that at some point they're going to come off of the course from lap 1 to lap 2. But we've also been told that when that's going to happen, the majority of the time it's going to happen at a checkpoint, and there's going to be arrows. So again, they don't want to try to trick them into have them missing the course. They just have to know that. So when you're in that situation, I can imagine it's very difficult to say, wait, do I want to focus on navigation to make sure the person I'm trying to catch up to is actually navigating correctly? Or do I want to try to catch them regardless of navigation, and then if and or when I pass them, then do I look down and be like, wait, are we actually where we're supposed to be?
Exactly.
And that happens in the car a lot, which we've seen over the past couple of weeks, where these guys are pushing it and hammering it, and then they finally look back down and they're like, oh, wait, I have not been looking at my road book. In this case, obviously, for their GPS, but it's such an interesting strategy that these racers and riders have to play with.
100% agree with you on that. Strategy comes into play no matter what sports or whatever you're in, but I think at the motocross and like the King of the Motos, it's definitely more important, I should say. I mean, they come out here and they run the rocks before they know what the course is, just to kind of get a feel for it and get the practice in and everything. But it's so fun and all of that good jazz.
With what we're going to see later on this week and the coming weeks for King of the Hammers, do they rely on GPS? Are they navigation-style events, or are some of them much more laid out so that a lot of the course is known ahead of time?
So what will happen is the course, Dave Cole already has the course. He knows what the course is. There's a course map made, but the riders don't get it quite yet. So they can, even though a lot of our drivers are showing up, they can't go out and pre-run. They can go practice in the rocks, but they don't know exactly what the race course is. So once that race course is released, they do run like a lead nav or Onyx or whatever system they have in their race car, and they have a navigator telling them, where to go and whatnot. So it is navigational. Our course is marked too with mile markers, just like, you guys mark them with motos too. So it's all navigational. I mean, we do have some guys that race in single seat cars that are navigating themselves and, having to race fast or get into the rock sections and have to winch theirself up. I mean, that's a whole nother ball game in the single seat cars. But yeah, it's all navigational. That's
cool to hear. Yeah, that's one of those things that, kind of being so much more moto centric. We don't always know exactly how hammers and the events that go on at these events or those races at those events, how they're run. But it's cool to understand that this is like 3 weeks of navigation style racing.
Exactly.
Opposed to just kind of like, motos, and then we get onto the hammers.
I mean, and you guys load in, we have the 1131 was struggling just a little bit earlier coming through, and that is Tegan Warnick. But, you guys have to load it in every lap, unlike what you were saying, though, Cody Webb figured out how to not have to load it in and saved himself some time. Ours, like I said, depending on the style, they run a Garmin or whatever they have. It's already in there. They don't have to sit and reload it, and you just have your navigator literally telling you lefts, right, how fast you can go, straight away, if there's dangers coming up. And that's why pre-running, once they get the course, is so important, because they can go out and they can pre-run and they can mark everything that they know. Hey, I'm going 110 miles per hour right now. I might want to, check up to maybe, the driver knows how hard they can push it. Check up to like 60 or whatever it is. How hard that danger is or how difficult that danger is on their speed.
I would love for someone to put me in one of those buggies or Ultra 4s or whatever the official term would be and go 110 miles an hour across this desert. Like, that sounds like a thrill that I have not had yet in my life.
Right.
And I'm hoping that one day it gets to happen.
It would definitely be awesome. I mean, our 4400 cars, they actually, they're the ones that are the faster ones. And then we have our Desert Challenge, the Toyota Desert Challenge, which happens first. The trophy or the T1s and the T2s, they go fast. Those are the big trucks with the unlimited engines and, tons of horsepower. That's something I've never been in, but it would be kind of cool to be in.
Yeah, it sounds pretty awesome.
Yes. But, we have this race is still underway. A lot of people coming in getting the checkered. But I'm going to step out and let Chris come back in to his position because you guys are the moto gurus.
Let's do this.
All right. Well, thanks, guys. I'll talk to you later.
Great job. Thanks, Pam Hall, for joining Brian and myself, and a great bunch of information. She'll be out here for King of the Hammers this next week with the Ultra 4. Oh, we got some moisture coming down. A little bit of rain. Just in time for this race to be almost done. Not really, though. We got a lot of riders out on course still, Brian.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where they're probably extremely hot. They're very overheated. They would like to find a little bit more traction, and if this is a way for them to get it, I'm sure that they're going to be okay with that. Now, again, with as dry as it has been, with them adding a bunch more rain right now, even a drizzle is not going to change things drastically, but it will allow them to have a little bit more traction if the dirt does start to moist up a little bit. So hopefully they get some of that. We'll see how this starts to play out here over the next 2.5 hours of the rest of this first race here on Saturday of the 2024 King of the Motos.
It's funny, last week watching the Supercross from San Francisco, what a mud fest. And then this weekend, we're looking for another mud fest in San Diego. I wish we get a little bit more rain here, but Brian, you've been a racer for a long time. You know just what I'm talking about. Some of the funnest times I ever had with a pair of handlebars in my hands is during a mud event. Sloshy, hard, challenging, and everything else. But when you're done, you go, man, what a great accomplishment.
Yeah, I think we take the seriousness out of it when that happens, right? When we're in a either we're in the rain riding around or it's super muddy like that, we don't take it as serious anymore because we know now that there's a lot of things that are going to be out of our control, and it's just a lot easier to kind of have fun with it and to just let whatever's going to happen. And I agree with you, man. There are many, many times that I have been out riding with my buddies, and it is just a downpour, especially in Colorado when you get those afternoon showers. And even though we're freezing cold, we're slipping and sliding all over the place. Of course, we're crashing our brains out. By the end of it, though, when we get back, that is the best bench racing stories are moments like that when it just doesn't go to plan.
You can't even describe it enough, It is so much. It's so wild. Take your goggles off. You're never supposed to take your goggles off, but at a certain point, when it's raining and it's all muddy out, you have no other choice because you can't see anything, so you take your goggles off. We're just getting a little bit of a light sprinkle out here at Hammertown, and I'm sure out on the course right now on the west side of Hammertown, coming back down off of a back door and coming into Hammertown. Our last riders coming off of lap number 2. Now, Brian, have you heard anything about, has any rider not completed lap number 1 yet?
Ooh, that is a great question. No, I've not heard if that is the case, but we definitely need to find that out. Look at that, just dropping down back door. That is amazing right there, kind sir. That's the way to do it. Again, that is, Pam was saying, I heard you guys talking about it, she's 5'4", and that ledge almost comes up to her height. So again, when we were talking about it being about 5 feet tall, and he's got to jump about 10 feet out. So when they do that, you see them jumping down back door, you know that is not the easiest to accomplish. You don't just kind of blip off of that.
Well, it's not so much blipping off the 10 feet, the 5 feet drop, but there's rocks on the other end of it. You got to navigate and land between the rocks there at back door.
Yeah, and then landing in that silty sand that you guys were talking about, like when it rains, it kind of comes back in and everything. Oh my gosh, there's just so many things that could go wrong. You got to kind of just, put your head on straight and have fun with it. I just love this terrain, man. But look, you can see way back there in the distance the sand. So, of course, they're crawling across the side of this hill, coming down through that canyon, and then they've got to just give it the beans to get the momentum going to get up that deep, deep, silty sand on the other side.
Now, I believe the hardest thing in this particular event is coming into a group that are in a bottleneck. Because once you stop your forward momentum, you stop your forward motion, things change really fast because you got to start back off again, take back off again, and try and reestablish your momentum at that particular point in time.
Yeah, man, and that's why for so long Cody Webb, that's why he's known as the GOAT. His trial skills come into play so much for him in those situations because the second that he loses that momentum, you watch him, he treats that Sherco 300 that he's on, treats it like a trials bike. And he really knows how to balance his weight, balance the bike in the way that he creates power with the engine, with the clutch and the throttle, tire, and just boom. All of a sudden, he's just moving that bike forward, and it's so awesome to see. But, unless you work on those skills, they're not skills that a traditional rider on a dirt bike would ever have. You have to kind of take a couple steps back to make sure you work on those kinds of skills because they're not very natural for big bikes. And I say big bikes as in not trials bikes.
Now, talking about long legs on Cody Webb, what about some of our riders with shorter legs? Of course, Dan Lewis, he's a shorter rider. He's only, 5'5" at the most?
Let's go with it. He's short. I know that much, unfortunately,
5'4", 5'5". Danny's short, but he's a really nice guy. But he's one of those riders that has such phenomenal balance. He puts both feet on the pegs, and he's not dabbing at all. He reminds me a lot of a good friend of mine. He's only like 5'2", maybe 5'3", and he was an endurocross specialist, made podium, but most of the time he never put his foot down at all. But Cody Webb has that advantage of those extremely long legs to be able to navigate and to help push him through some of this harder area.
Yeah, I've actually got quite a few pictures of Lanza at X Games 2015 there at the Circuit of the Americas. I was down there. Eric Fernard was lucky enough to get in there as a media pass for seat time, so I was able to take a bunch of pictures, shoot some video. And Lanza, Destry Abbott was still out there giving it, man. They're in the Endurocross. Mike Brown, of course, we saw Taddy Blazusiak. He's kind of still out there now as well. But, man,
Taddy made his return back to Endurocross
I know.
this year.
And it was neat to see the Stark. He was, it looked like he was going to be with Gas again, and then for 2024, he wound up announcing that he was going to be racing that Stark. And unfortunately, that first Super Enduro, they pulled the plug. FIM said, no, you are not allowed to race that. And that was not the case up until almost the last minute there for Taddy. So that's kind of sucks to see that they're not allowing the Stark to race against the other bikes. I understand the hesitancy behind it, but I think we need to start letting these electric bikes race because there's only going to be more of them, and we need to figure out how we can have the correct way to regulate electric motorcycles to be able to race against carbureted if that's where they're going to go. Now, if they're never going to allow that, then we have to see what's going to happen.
Look at this sticking on the sandhill on our Jumbotron. Oh, he's back. Oh, he's tired.
Yeah, that is. What do you think? First lap, second lap? Where is he at?
I think he's on second lap.
I hope he's on his second lap. He probably hopes he's on his second lap.
Now look, you can see the angle and the steepness of that sandhill coming up.
And look at too some of the other riders go. You could see the tracks from where they had gone on more of the taller, steeper part. Now making his way to that checkpoint to go figure out where he needs to head on his second lap.
Now, traditionally speaking, out here off of Boone Road, here in Johnson Valley, is not quite raced as much as off of Camp Rock Road, or on the other side. You got Anderson Dry Lake and Sauga Dry Lake. Most of the desert races are taking place out in that area. Like this weekend right now, we have a desert race. It's only about 15 miles away from where we're sitting right now. It's a Desert MC Winter Classic, and it's a National Hare and Hound. And that is an AMA race, by the way, along with King of the Motos here for opening round of the United States Hard Enduro Series.
a great example of there's no weight on that rear tire. So he's in a position, this rider's in a position where he's trying to push the motorcycle and get rear wheel traction. But the problem is any time that wheel would grab something, the whole entire bike would jump up into the air. So see, now that he's got a little bit more weight on that rear wheel, when he can get that rear wheel to spin, it keeps some of the traction that he's trying to create because of the fact that his butt is essentially on the seat, making sure that the back of the bike cannot bounce all the way up. It's very hard to do that when you're standing on the side of the motorcycle. You want to push the motorcycle, but the problem is you're not going to get as much rear wheel traction as you would if you actually stay on the motorcycle.
Now, Brian and I were talking to Justin Limeweber yesterday. And we were talking to Justin, and I asked him about recluse clutches. Now, how many riders do you know that run recluse-style clutches now, Brian?
Well, I've definitely run them in the past, but as we were talking about the trial skills, as I have taken the time to step back a little bit and work on my clutch throttle control, ever since I've been on the Sherco and working on those kinds of things, I have actually not found the need for a recluse clutch anymore. It's tough because of the fact that you need to have such finite control between the clutch and the throttle here in hard enduro, and that's where it's not that the recluse or auto clutches are bad products. It's just that there is a little bit of a gap in the way that they create power and the way that you need to deliver power in hard enduro, and the way that, again, that very trialsy style kind of way that we're trying to deliver and create power. And that's why you don't see a lot of auto clutches kind of in the hard enduro world, even though we are on two-strokes. Again, they're phenomenal products, and they talked about a lot of racers last weekend under the radar running auto clutches at the San Francisco Supercross because of the fact they knew it was going to be so muddy. It was a great way for them to save clutches and save the motor. But in the long run, the products continue to develop. Now, Justin was also alluding to the fact that it sounds like a company, Recluse, does have a new product that's coming to market that's supposed to be even better for hard enduro than some of the typical auto clutches that are out there. Again, we'll have to use it. We'll have to see what happens and how effective it can or cannot be for the racers out here on a course like King of the Motos.
Well, besides mentioning a couple of our fine sponsors, of course, Progressive Insurance, the title presenting sponsor for the 2024 King of the Hammers and King of the Motos. We also like to welcome Liqui Molly to join us parade. We do have a booth here over by our podium. So please, for those of you that are here at Hammertown and at big screens, please swing on by and talk to our good friends over there at Liqui Molly.
And speaking of sponsors, I just saw the OnX Off-Road logo up there on the screen, and they were talking about how OnX Off-Road actually has the course available for spectators so that if you wanted to follow the course, you could get that. Now, I know that they do have a promo code, so you would have to go to the U.S. Hard Enduro website, I believe, to get that promo code. So it would save you like 20% off of getting an OnX Off-Road membership, but that would allow you to then be able to get that spectator map so you could go out and follow. So if you wanted to grab that this evening, head out there on course a little bit and see some of those riders, you could do that. Kind of a cool way to be able to get out there and enjoy some hard enduro from the racer's perspective.
Great additions to our program here at the King of the Motos for 2024. I'd like to mention also we have 141 entries this weekend, 26 pros, 3 pro women, 24 A's, 28 B's, 11 C's, 16 30-plus A's, 7 40-plus A's, 8 50-plus A's, 9 40-plus A's, B's, 4 women, 2 4-strokes, and 3 youth lights.
Yeah, we just had a great shot there of a racer putting his hands and his head on the handlebar, just taking a little bit of a breather. Man, I'm not going to lie, that those guys have been out there for 3 hours now, and it can be a beating. When you are getting there and you're needing to push your bike, you're needing to pull your bike, you're needing to pull a friend's bike, push a friend's bike, you lose some energy pretty quickly. It's tough to stay in that attack mode the entire time you're out there when this is not the terrain that you ride all the time.
Now here's a question for you, Brian. Do you think the longevity of a rider on a motorcycle, you think the dependability is more with the motorcycle or more with them?
That's a great question. I think where we're at today, that the dependability of these motorcycles is insane. The quality of the motorcycles that are being produced is extremely high. I know, again, being a racer and a rider on a 2018 Sherco 300, right? I have not had to do anything serious on that motorcycle. It's just a little bit of regular maintenance, replacing the bearings that need to be replaced, putting in a new top end when a new top end needs to be done. I have dropped and pushed and put that bike through so many different things. So the dependability of the motorcycles are extremely great these days. That's
How many
one thing.
valve jobs have you done?
None. Two-stroke, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Thank goodness. But when it comes to the dependability of the racer, that comes down to how well fueled they are. You have to be properly hydrated. You have to pay attention to the electrolytes that you're putting in the week before, the day of, and while on course of the race. And then, of course, to how you are fueling for the events that you are taking part in. And in this case, we are leveraging carbohydrates a lot out there. There are places for just a small amount of fat and protein for 3+ hours on a motorcycle, but the majority of the time what we are ingesting is a lot of carbohydrates so that we can quickly have that to perform, to create energy in the cells of our body. That is what's going to create a dependable racer, is knowing that they have a good nutrition strategy leading up to race day, and then the way that they do consume their carbohydrates on race day while they're out there. But then you still got to hydrate, you still got to get those electrolytes in. And it can be tough and it can be overwhelming, but honestly, there's simple ways to think about nutrition. It's just you got to find the right nutrition coach and put it into practice.
Well, I sure hope we get our yellow brick printout here so we can actually keep track of our riders during the course of the event. You know who we need to talk to? We need to talk to Destry Abbott. He should be around.
Yeah, I got a chance to talk with him a little bit earlier because I did see him right there on the on the starting line, and I asked him, I said, okay, how is your relationship with Cooper? Because I can imagine that's got to be tough. Like, he's his father, right? That father-son relationship. So he wants his son to have everything that could make him perform at his best, but also he's a coach and his son's a rider. So I was like, are you guys more of a father-son team, or are you guys more of a coach-rider team? And he said, you know what? He's like, I really have found my place in all of this and the way that I approach all this. Like, if I feel like I look like Cooper is in a spot that maybe I should say something, I'm going to say something. But again, he doesn't have to listen to me. He doesn't need to listen to me, right? Like, he is his own man and he can make his own decisions. But if I feel like maybe he's in a spot where he could use someone to help him distance himself from the decisions that he's trying to make, he might say something. But in the long run, it seems pretty cool that he understands that Cooper is his own man, his own racer, and capable of making his own decisions. And so it's really cool to hear about that father-son / coach-rider, relationship that they have.
Well, it goes even beyond there. There's 3 generations of Abbotts that tool around. Of course, we have to mention Boyd. Boyd been around for over 50 years. Great guy. He supported Destry all the way through his many-time national hare and hound championships before he got into endurocross. Of course, the family, they cruise around. In fact, I saw Boyd a little bit earlier today too, and he's with both his son and his grandson of Cooper.
That's got to be so cool for him to be able, to have ridden and raced with his son, Destry, and then to be able to see his grandson, again, Destry's son, Cooper, being able to do that. Like, that's got to be a pretty cool family dynamic to be a grandfather out here enjoying that with his son and then his grandson.
Well, the DA8 Rider School not only has Destry Abbott, but has Cooper Abbott as well, showing, oh, look at this motorcycle having some serious problems there, steaming coming up. You catch a number on that guy, Brian?
I believe that TM we were looking at was 209, which is Matt Adams in the 40A class. That TM that he was on is actually Justin's. So that is Justin's TM that he is out there. Yeah, because Matt is actually from the East Coast. I've run into him quite a few times at the Tennessee Knockout. And he was always he's like, I really want to come out and do this event. It's just so long, getting a bike, this, that, the other. Justin was like, bro, you come out. I got a bike for you. And guess what? He's out here, and he's on Justin's bike, and he's giving it a go. So if you see 209 again, make sure you give Matt Adams a little bit of a shout-out, maybe a virtual high-five, whatever you can do to help him finish up here. He's probably on his second lap right now trying to get this thing finished up.
Not to mention, huge kudos goes out to Justin Lineweber, who donated his team for that.
Yeah, and it sounds like the hours that he's put in to laying out this course and making sure that he continues to, as he said, go back to the drawing board when it to continue to elevate the king of the motos technical race course here. Ooh, that's a great shot there coming. Oh, and it got a little pixelated on us, but that's okay. We'll take what we can get coming down back door. So, yeah, Justin has put in a lot of work out here in Johnson Valley to make sure that King of the Motos continues to elevate for the racers that are out here.
Well, of course, huge kudos goes out to Dave Coles, too, for coming up with the idea for King of the Hammers. And he does have a local presence out here as well. Dave Cole, with the dissolve of the Lucas Oil closed course off-road series 2 years ago, Dave came up with the idea for Great American Short Course Racing. So we like to, put a little line out for that because it's starting to happen and it's starting to grow a lot of popularity.
I wonder what it's got to feel like on course right now. If we were talking, we saw about 15 minutes ago, we saw some rain start to come down. It does look like the course does have rain on it. You can see it starting to darken up a little bit. You can start to see some darker spots there in the sand. And it is, I wouldn't say that it is by any means downpouring here in Hammertown, but you can definitely see that there is a lot of rain coming down. And so I wonder what that's treating the racers right now. Now, it's cooled off, which has got to be great for those racers that are still out there because the body temperature is so high, and I'm sure that they're enjoying the chance to cool off just a little bit. But what is happening on course? And I think that'll be one of the cool things to be able to talk to some of the racers later that have been out on course as this is happening to see, did the rocks get more slick, or did this little bit of a downpour or this little bit of a drizzle that we're getting, did it help out? Did it make the course actually a little bit more rideable? I'm sure everybody that is still beating their way through the course right now is trying to figure out if the rain is going to help or not. Well, we will continue to see how these guys finish up. So it looks like they've got just over 2 more hours. So by 2 p.m., they have to get to that last check-in. So they've got an hour and 10 minutes to do that. And then if they make that check-in, they've got till 3 p.m. to get through to the finish. So we've got about 2 more hours of racing for those racers that do make it to the checkpoint within the next hour and 10 minutes.
Wow, what a difference a couple of minutes make. It's cooled down 10 degrees easily right now, Brian.
Number 69, Christian Thordarson is a pro on that gas there. Looks like he's getting off the bike. He's deciding to walk down back door. I am totally okay with that. Again, you can now start to see the amount of water that is coming down those rocks. It's starting to hang out there just a little bit, starting to drip. So there is rain on course for sure that we can see, and now we got a little bit of a bottleneck. Like everybody wants to give it a go, but everybody's also afraid to be the first person to crash in front of everybody else. Let's see what happens. Oh, 9:19, giving it a go. Unfortunately, that beta there gets a little stuck. That was Juan Rojas there, 9:19 in the 40A class. Yeah, all the umbrellas are coming out, Chris. That means that there's more rain than a lot of people are wanting to have right now. But for the course, I think it could make tomorrow a great course for the racers if we continue to get rain just a little bit more into this evening.
Now, our last event of the Hart Enduro series here in the United States, Donner Pass. And the results there, we'll call up the last 10. Cody Webb took top honors. Ryder LeBlond coming second. Will Riordan coming third. James Flynn coming fourth. Keith Curtis coming fifth. Brandon Petrie coming sixth. Tim Apollo coming seventh. Wonder why Tim's not here this weekend.
I don't know. That's a great question.
Mm-hmm.
I know maybe he is not with Beta again this year, and so this was not something that he had support for. We'll have to see kind of like where that's going to net out for him for his 2024 season.
Kamakana Puna, he coming 8th place ahead of Dan Lewis coming 9th and Ryder Guest coming 10th. But I don't see, wow, a lot of riders that are here today are not on that list from Donner Pass.
It looks like Matt Adams is taking a route there off to the right. I wonder what he is seeing that is right there. Is he trying to find a way around? Oh, and look at that. Looks like that gas, maybe 537. Literally picking that bike up, the rear of that bike up an entire foot just to get it on top of that rock so he could continue on. He tried to make his way up.
537, Brian, is Cole Parker. He's
Nice.
in a 30-plus A class on the gas.
30-plus A class. Younger than me.
Yep, younger than me, too.
It's all good. This is a great shot of the shark bite that you were talking about earlier, covering that guy's rear rotor as he's trying to push that beta up the rock face that he is on.
A mandatory piece of equipment for hard enduro, for sure.
Absolutely.
Along with pipe guards and good skid plates, good hand guards.
It's so interesting how, what's the word? How confrontational pipe guards can be. You will see people that live and die by their pipe guard in hard enduro, and then those that will not run a pipe guard. And they say it's because if they take a hit hard enough, they're afraid that it's going to shove the head of the pipe into the cylinder in such a way that it would break at the cylinder. And then they wouldn't have as good of a seal, so they wouldn't be able to create as much power if they had a sturdy pipe guard on. Now, if they don't have a pipe guard on and they were to take that same hit, it might crush the pipe, but the bike would still be able to run. They would still be able to have power. And I think that's such an interesting, one side or the other, because it becomes this like, run the pipe guard, don't run the pipe guard. It's very black and white to everybody, when maybe there's a time and a place for it in all aspects. I'm not sure.
There are certain pipe guards that have mounts that hold the pipe guard away from the pipe. So if the pipe guard does take a hit, it will not injure the pipe. So I don't know. It's a give or take. I think I would want to have a pipe guard, at least a carbon fiber one.
Yeah, one of the ones that you're talking about, they look like big old armadillo skins. Like it's like a tank for the motorcycle. So that takes the skid plate, comes all the way up and around, and wraps itself completely around the pipe, so that if it takes a hit, it's not attached to the pipe like some pipe guards are. So it's attached to the frame and covers the pipe, and is also a skid plate, so it allows to protect all of it. And those are good, but I'll just say it. For me, they do look a little big.
Look at the chocolate pudding starting to pop up there
Yeah,
at
buddy.
that door. It's getting wet over there. We just might have some muddy conditions here by the end of this race for some
Might have some
riders.
traction tomorrow.
Oh yeah. No more dust right now. The dust has been taken care of.
I wonder how the racers feel about that. Are they excited or not? It'll be good to find out.
I would love the added traction from having moisture in the dirt instead of the dust. Oh boy,
Look
here's
at that.
where
They
the
are
fun is.
Still just making their way. So that line that we were talking about, where we saw Matt Adams go off to the right there, and he was on that 209 on the TM. So he made his way to the right, and it looks like he is now long gone, having passed the riders that were there in the left side line. And so, hey man, if you got to do what you got to do. So that's the line to take. That's the line to take. So now we're starting to see all the other racers who saw Matt do that take that line off to the right.
Yeah, it was interesting yesterday when we were talking to Colton Haker, by the way. The last 4 years he's been struggling with stuff happening with his motorcycle, and it just wasn't right for him. But he said, man, the Husqvarna that he has now works so well. He's never rode a motorcycle that worked as well. And obviously it shows, because he's had a pretty good day so far.
Yeah, he came in. I know for sure Cooper Abbott was 5th, so I think Colton Haker was 6th place when he came through, and he came through with some gusto. Like, he had a cool little wheelie going, got himself a brake slide coming in. So he was definitely excited to come in that 6th place there to finish out his second lap coming into the short course here in Hammertown.
It was pretty funny yesterday, Brian, at our press meeting. I was talking to Max Gerston, and Max was saying, he got 7th place in the Enduro Cross Series last year. He's one of the old guys in the group, He's been doing this for a long time, still having fun. But he said, man, what a great effort. He got 7th place against these kids and against some really, really fine racers, Colton being one of those, Cooper Abbott being another one, Cody Webb being another one, Taddy Blazniak and Johnny Walker. And look at this, man. Ryder LeBlond did really well last year, too. All these guys are right in the top. Max Gersten, the old man in the field, he ended up 7th place in the Endurocross Series last year.
One of the numbers I could see coming through, number 66, Tyler Porras there, in that 30A class.
Now, he was leading the 30A class earlier on, so something must have happened, because one of the first filming of any of our 30-plus A riders was Travis. Yeah, Brian Pierce and myself are sitting up here in the booth, and we can actually hear the rain in the background on our headsets.
It might be time to get that fire going here in Hammertown so we can get a little bit more warmth. Looks like we got another one rider choosing to go up the center, and then we got another one there. Looks like number 71 choosing to take that right line. He might be just sitting there so he can take a little bit of a break, though, too. You can just see the pitch that Husqvarna is sitting at with the rider with the Aero helmet on, how steep that is, right? It looks kind of like, oh, I mean, somebody could probably just ride up that. And it's like you just don't understand the steepness. And the second that you don't have momentum and you have to create momentum at the very bottom of that and just ride into it and try to carry that momentum up it, it is an extremely technically challenging obstacle to get over in those conditions.
Well, the poor motorcycles are having a heck of a time, but what about the poor riders?
Hey, they signed up for this.
And, you know, at this point in time, taking a look at our 3 riders here on the jumbo, they're looking at us going, oh, okay, it says drone right there. Oh, my gosh. You know, one rider parked his motorcycle on the side to help the other 2 back up. That's quite nice of him, it is. So
yeah, you always wonder if has that been the case? Like, have they been a team, or are they just like teaming up here now? You know what I mean?
And maybe expecting some help down the road.
Yep.
You know, you've had the opportunity to share announcing duties, and I have quite a few times, especially through all the last dog standing and some of the Endurocross stuff. Dave Brocious, who we gave a tribute to this morning, and Dave, his whole family, of course, his daughter's one of the prime individuals there at KTM USA, and been involved with the announcing scene for, I think, longer than me even. So he used to do all the Arizona motocross and stuff back in the early 70s, and I picked it up in the probably mid to late it was about in the mid 80s. I picked it up after he did, but we started joining force with Tom White and doing the Last Dog Standing, which was one of the biggest hard enduro events to start this craze that we got going on right now. So it continues to grow, especially with the United States Hard Enduro Series that's now on board, and we're looking at a national championship for next year as well. So it's come a long way over the past 15 years, 18 years, what we see now.
As a lot of us riders do, we start at a young age. A lot of us, start because our dad was into it, so we got into it. I started riding when I was 5 years old. But you go to college, you can't fit a dirt bike in a dorm room, so you start mountain biking. That was my case, right? But I started riding again in 2006. And as it turns out, we go to Red River Motorcycle Trails there in Munster, Texas, just North Texas. And I find a bunch of enduro arrows, and I was like, hey, they had an enduro here. And so we start following those arrows and see what was going on. And they took us through some of the gnarliest crap. And so I was like, I have never ridden trails like this in an enduro, which I had done with my dad growing up. And so I was like, I have to go look this up. This was 2006. That was the first run of Red Bull Last Man Standing that was happening there at Red River. So once I knew that was what happened, I was like, I have to figure out if this happens again. And that race did. It continued for about 2 more years. So it was 07 and 08. And the whole concept was we are going to have an event that is hard enough that one racer finishes, right? Like that was the goal of Red Bull Last Man Standing. David Knight, obviously a winner quite a few times at that event. I believe that's where Taddy Blazuzak also came out and made quite a name for himself after Erzberg. But it was cool to see that even in 2006, there was this concept, this desire. It wasn't all about speed. It was about technical savvy and the feeling of accomplishment on a dirt bike. And that's what I think a lot of these racers are out here for when it comes to hard enduro. Because, again, they may not be going as fast as some of the supercross and motocross racers are, but in the long run, their bike control skills are honestly probably on par with what we see in some of the racers and riders today. They may just not be able to go as fast or jump as high and or as big, but what they're able to do on a motorcycle is pretty darn cool.
What continues to amaze me is Tony Blau. Tony, oh my God, he's many-time world trials champion. And some of the stuff that guy does just blows my mind. I don't know how he does it. I mean, I don't know. It's beyond humanly possible what that man does. And Cody Webb, he's many-time national trials champion as well, and he's able to do a lot of that stuff.
Yeah, I think if Tony Bowie were to come over and race hard enduro with us, or even on the World Series, like that would be amazing. Like that would just be so cool to see. Again, just the talent, the charisma as well, like the content that he creates and the way that he just, like, everything gravitates towards him. That'd be so cool to see him at some World Hard Enduro events, or even some of the ones that come over here to the States.
Well, he came over here, I think it was 5 years ago, to Kingman for a World Trials competition in Kingman. And, of course, he smoked everybody like a big cigar, but that's what he does.
Right.
So
I just had to give a big shout-out, number 644, Christopher Kinberg there in the 30-plus A vet class, rode by on his Sherco. He said, getting seat time, baby, and that's what it's all about. We're stoked on two wheels, baby. Everybody's enjoying getting seat time today here at the King of the Motos.
What a nice pass that was right there.
Yeah, I know, right? Just right there on the left. Said, you know what? You lost your momentum. Well, I'm not going to lose mine.
That's right. That is the word of the day, Brian and I both agree upon. Momentum, momentum, momentum. Once you stop, you get off the motorcycle, your endurance level is just dropped dramatically, really. So.
Yeah, you can just see he's kind of like, man, like they're in that left line of the line that I'm in, and how do I get there so that I can try to create some of this momentum? And that looked like blue background numbers. Now, we'll have to look up the name, but I think it started with a 300, and that might have been one of our pro women. I'm going to try to see if I can dig that up in here. Yeah, Messa Lange, or Lang, they're pro women. So on that Husqvarna, she had that, what was she, number 33 there, kind of making that pass on the left that we were just talking about in the area on the Ryder on the left. There she is now. We get some more of her. She is bobbing her way. Oh, no, unfortunately. I shouldn't have started saying anything because now she's just in a moment where she's going to have to pick that bike up and get a little bit more momentum.
I just caught word from a friend of mine. It has started to rain in San Diego. Yep. So we're looking at back-to-back mud fest between last week in San Francisco and this weekend in San Diego.
But do we think mud fest or do we think wet? You know what I mean? Because San Francisco was like mud fest. Where, like, if we were to, I just don't know if we're going to, like, have that level of mud again in San Diego.
I don't know. It's a pretty good-sized storm. I checked the weather. What are we looking at? At the travel of the weather right now. It is coming from the Pacific, so it's going to be a pretty wet one there in San Diego.
There we go. So Messa made the pass on this rider when he was on the right side, and now she had fallen over a little bit, so then he catches back up to her. Let's see what they do here. They might tag up a little bit and keep moving on. Looks like I saw 819 on the side of his helmet. Steve Schumann in the 40A class. So Steve Schumann and I would be going against each other. Luckily enough, I'm staying dry in the booth right now, and he's out there helping Messa. Get to it. Number 738 just coming in. Joseph Bridges, in that 30A vet class in the KTM coming through. These guys hopefully finishing up their second lap. We got less than 2 hours left, so these racers have about 54 minutes to make it through the last check before the finish here. So right now we're looking at the finish line. So the last check before that, they've got to get there before 2 o'clock. If not, they'll be pulled off course. And if they do make it through, then they have until 3, so they have an hour left to make it the rest of the way to the finish line. They're on the short course here in Hammertown. Yeah, unfortunately, that rider we just saw there in the black gear kind of gets to a point where he's like, wait a minute, why are they going around? Should I keep my momentum? Should I not try to go straight up this hill? And he probably would have been better off if he'd have just kept that momentum he had going and kept going straight. But it now looks like he's going to hang out with these guys for a little bit with Mesa there. And then we saw Steve. But Steve's going to come over and give the helping hand. Understood. Got another KTM coming in there. Unfortunately, don't see some big old numbers on there, so can't tell you who that is. He's probably extremely excited to be done with his second lap. 3 hours and 7 minutes in. It's a long time to be out on a motorcycle. And this is a little bit different than a traditional enduro. So you'll have an original traditional enduros were timekeeping, right? So we don't really have timekeeping enduros. There are some clubs keeping that alive, which good on them. They need to happen. But now I do believe that rally racing is kind of like enduro on timekeeping enduro on steroids. So if you're looking for that kind of thrill and excitement, you really should get into rally racing so you can do some of the navigation GPS racing there. But the type of racing that we're doing, hard enduro, is different from what we see now in the national enduro format because that's much more of a restart style format. So you're going to have anywhere between 4, 5, and 6 test sections on the day, and then you're going to have transfer sections between those. So during the test sections, you're trying to ride as fast as you can. And you get a score. You get a time on however long it took you to go through the X amount of miles of that test section. Then you get the transfer, you go to the next one. At the end of the day, the racer with the lowest, the fastest score is going to win on the day, either overall if they're in the pro class or, again, if just in their class, like in my case, the 40A class. What we're seeing out here with hard enduro is different format. Though there is the word enduro in it, it is not restart in the same manner. Many different enduro races, hard enduro races do run different formats. Sometimes they will have multiple races, and those races will carry points throughout the day. Sometimes they'll have races throughout the day that just get you to the next race. You have to qualify into that next round. Today, we are racing on Saturday for how you are going to start the race tomorrow on Sunday. So they have been racing the entire time. There are no test sections. There are no breaks. They say go. You go until you finish both laps here on the race, and then tomorrow, once they say go at 9 a.m., you will go all 3 laps until you are done or until it is time, and they pull you off course. So again, even though it has the word enduro in it, there are multiple formats. And of course, sprint enduro is another form that has become very popular in the United States over the past couple of years. But again, that has been used in the International 6-Day Enduro for many years, that same style. But they actually still do typically put transfer sections in, even though they're very sprinty type sections, the cross sections, the enduro sections there, and then ending on that motocross at the International 6-Day Enduro. If I were to say my personal opinion, I do believe that we should keep endurance in enduro. I think that is what makes an enduro what it is, and I do enjoy a good sprint enduro every now and then, but I think the lack of transfer sections does take away from what can happen because we really do need to keep the bike, the body, and the mind ready to go for the entire day out on the course. Speaking of bikes on the course, that is a trials bike, and that is the first one that I've seen today. Unfortunately, having missed that earlier, but that's cool to see. So you'll see that there is no seat. Now, he is just sitting on the rear fender. So trials bikes are vastly different in their layout. Much steeper geometry, and then no seat. And the way, again, a lot of clutch throttle control goes into creating power on a trials bike, but those are the bikes of choice when it comes to practicing hard enduro. If you're stepping up your game to get on a trials bike for practice, that means that you really are trying to get better bike control. So if you have not watched too many trials competitions, definitely Cody Webb, Pat Smodgy, a lot of other racers and riders out there have some trials content out on their YouTube channel that you could go check out. It's cool to see. He's just zipping that little guy around. They weigh half the weight of some of the big bikes that these guys are riding right now. So it's a lot easier for them to finagle them around the course. Nope. And then we saw Steve waiting. He's like, hey, you want me to help you? He's like, nope, I'm going to go this direction. Hopefully we get a chance to see how this works out for him. We're not seeing water move down the course, so even though we know we're getting rain, it's not enough for it to be pooling up anywhere there on course. But you can see how wet those bigger rocks there at backdoor are getting. So it is not a small amount of rain that these racers are riding through right now. That high line that he just took there is one of the ones that Justin made sure that he put into backdoor because he didn't want the riders, again, to kind of feel like they had to drop off. That 5-foot drop, about a 10-foot distance out there at backdoor. So there's a line to the left. It would be our right when we're looking there at backdoor, but Ryder's left so they could ride high to the left and kind of drop off, and it's maybe 3-4 feet. And it's really just kind of, if you keep riding, keep the front end up, you're going to make it just fine. But then there's the line that we saw this racer take where you can kind of just ride high to the right, and then there's straight down the middle, which we've seen a couple racers do, but not too many of them, to be completely honest. That's some good-looking dirt right there, picking up some moisture. Now we're back to Steve and his buddies here, trying to make their way up this hill climb. And again, it's just insane to see these guys struggle the way that they are here on this, when this is the exact spot that we saw on lap 1, Ryder LeBlond pass Cody Webb up this hill as they were trying to track down Trystan Hart. So it just goes to show how talented these racers are. And you can see that dirt getting a little bit darker every time we come back to look at it. So you can see that it is, but again, the tire hits it. You can see that dust kind of pick up. So there's just not enough moisture to truly soak into the ground, but it is hanging out there for sure. And that could make tomorrow interesting. So hopefully we'll see. We will definitely see how much rain we get over the next couple hours going into Sunday's racing tomorrow, starting at 9 a.m.
I don't know, Brian. I just stepped out for a couple of minutes, and it is starting to pour pretty good. I believe tomorrow, Chocolate Thunder is going to be really have some chocolate thunder.
It's going to punch, that's for sure. It's going to come back, and it's going to punch us. We got 88A here coming down back door. Try to look that up, but it doesn't have it in our little. There he is, Josh Pregan there in the A class, 88 coming down. So of course he's probably extremely excited to be quite a few miles, very close to the finish there, getting ready to wrap up his race. But again, 3 hours and 15 minutes on course.
That's a haul. You remember yesterday when we were talking to Justin, you said, oh yeah, you come down off the back door and they think, oh yeah, there's Hammertown right in front of us. No, you got to go back up another ridge, back over another mountain, and then you come back down through another canyon to get back to Hammertown.
Yeah, you would think you're done, but no sirree. You got more coming at you. Ooh, we get another racer coming up this nice little hill climb here. Oh, that's never where you want to be. He did make it to the top there, but unfortunately probably biffed it just a little bit and is kind of trying to scoot his bike back over. Actually, this is one of the plastic versions of what we were talking about with the skid plate that comes into being a pipe guard. So you can kind of see there how it wraps completely from the skid plate up and over the pipe to try to protect that. So it connects a little bit more to the frame than it does actually connect to the pipe, though this one does actually connect to the pipe there up at the top. Nope. He decided he's going to say, nope, I'm going to turn around, and we're going to give this a go from a different direction. There, actually, now we get a great look at an aluminum version of one of those that we were talking about. So you can see how that skid plate comes up and around, kind of wraps itself around the expansion chamber of that header pipe, so that is what is protecting that. So they work really well. I personally I've been going naked these days. No pipe guard. We're just bashing it and blowing it back out when we get into the garage. like 42 on the side of that helmet. Let's see what racer we're looking at right now. Joshua Skelly, 30A vet class there. Having a little bit of trouble, but that is okay. He is almost done. Get himself up and over this hill. He will head down back door.
Wow, check out all the chocolate soup out there that's building. Great stuff. Ryder coming off the field right now. I believe that was 231. I'd like to remind everybody right now we have chicken strips and fries and burritos and nachos over at the Caesars Baja Grill. We have the off-road coffee stop as well. We have the potato wagon out here and corn dogs as well here at Hammertown. You know, this will be my second year working with Brian Pierce this year. And, of course, last year we had Ricky Johnson. Ricky Johnson worked with Brian the year before that. No, 2 years before that, because I come on board with Ricky 3 years ago. And Ricky starting to concentrate his efforts in working with his son, who's now an off-road car racer. So, many-time Supercross and outdoor national champion and Baja champion as well. Ricky Johnson, always good. Oh, look, there's a trials competitor in our midst. Now, some of the more technical stuff, a trials bike would be a serious advantage, but here in Johnson Valley, we do go across a couple of fast sections that would be hampered by operating on a trials machine. So it's really nice having Pam Hall come up here and join Brian and myself up in the booth, and we had a couple of really good chats going on. Pam, of course, involved with King of the Hammers and the Ultra 4 Championship, and again, huge thanks for Pam to come up here and join us. Ryder on the trials bike getting ready to go down Chocolate Thunder. I'm not go down back door. He's facing the wrong way, and he only has numbers on the front number plate, so I can't tell his numbers. Oh, we've got a 4-rider bottleneck right here that's up on the screen. Of course, Warren Wrenches, Yukon, another one of our fine sponsors, 4-Wheel Parts. Amsoil. Who else coming up? ARB. And Oxial. Oxial, you can check out Oxial. And Baja Jerky is another fine product. One of our sponsors. Beast Mode. And Brannock. $194 Brock Lindsay, one of our 30+ A riders right there. There's our trials rider coming back up through the pass. Maybe we'll get a view of him coming back down on the other side with the drone. Of course, this is the 2024 Progressive King of the Motos. Of course, King of the Hammers, sponsored by Nito and Optima, Toyota Tires, Can-Am UTVs, Baja Beef Jerky, Nito, the Race of Kings, Everyman Challenge, and Ultra 4. And Liqui Moly, our new lubricant sponsor coming on board for King of the Motos. Laser Net, another sponsor. And Liqui Moly, I believe it's pronounced. Oh yeah, it's starting to get wet out here, folks. King of the Motos now under a rain cloud above us. Everybody starting to bring out their umbrellas and putting hats on there in their jackets because it is starting to get chilly. Tomorrow, we're going to be dropping about 10 degrees down to about 50 or 52 degrees. Now tomorrow, our staging will be taking place at 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock over there at Chocolate Thunder. 9 o'clock sharp will be the start of King of the Motos, race number 2. Yeah, hopefully between today and tomorrow we get a chance to talk to either Cameron Steele or Destry Abbott or Cody Webb, if you get a chance, come on up. Trystan Hart, Colton Haker, Ryder LeBlond, come on over here and chat with us here in the booth. Oh, Brian's loading up on all sorts of stuff here. Cool. Thank you, Brian. Nice. They take very good care of us here at King of the Motos. Yeah, what we got on Jumbotron right now, 2 riders. We got a rider on a gas rider on a KTM. Number 7, I believe? No, I can't tell. I'm told, IBOC, El Monte RV, a couple other sponsors. It's now just shy of 1:30. We're looking at about an hour and a half, and we'll close course for the second loop. So if the riders have not made it out for the first, beyond the first lap, at 3 o'clock, they will be turned back to camp. So we're checking that out right now. Nice loop out by the rider on Husqvarna as he goes back up over the ridge. And you can all follow the live stream here in Hammertown. You check it out. King of the Hammers YouTube. And be sure to subscribe, join the party, share it with your family and friends. Let everybody know you're right here at Hammertown off of Boone Road in Johnson Valley, California. Even though we have a little bit of moisture coming down from the sky, from our heavens right now, there is water truck action here at Hammertown just to ensure there's proper moisture applied to the dirt. Okay. Thank you, Brian.
I was out there trying to see if I could get a rider who was finishing up their second lap to come talk to us, because obviously they understand what has happened with these conditions that have changed so quickly. So hopefully we'll get somebody sent our way so we can have a conversation with them about what is going on out there. But we were talking about Steve and Mesa. They actually just finished up their first lap. So they were out there finishing their first lap. And they were considering going back out. And they said, well, you got an hour, so you could go see what's going to happen. So that's crazy to think about, right? Just under 4 hours, and racers are still out there on their first lap, possibly.
Well, and here's the rule for tomorrow. All you need to do is bypass or go up to the first checkpoint, and you can head back home. You can still race tomorrow. But you need to check into that first checkpoint on lap number 1. Argentina, it says.
Yep, that's the KTM 6 days edition, so they put those out every year wherever the ISDE is going to be. So they put out a little bit different models, and so sometimes that ISDE model is something that, sometimes it's just bold new graphics, sometimes it's a couple different parts that make it a little bit more, you're going to be adding those anyway once you buy that bike off the showroom floor. So sometimes it makes sense to get that Argentina model. They do actually have a hard enduro version as well that they've been putting out, so that way you get some of the hard parts that you're going to need to buy anyway. Suspension's done a little bit different, so it gets you ready for what you're going to be putting you and the bike through.
Now, Brian and I were talking about how European motorcycles have pretty much taken over the hard enduro / enduro cross style of racing events. Another specialty motorcycle, and it's now starting to be produced, are from Japan. Of course, we've got the Kawasaki model, we've got the Honda model, we have the KTM model, Husqvarna model, and now we've got the Cove model of Rally. So Rally is starting to get really popular now too. And the Chinese come on board with a Cove model, and Mason Klein here from the United States did a great showing here at the Dakar Rally in Saudi Arabia. Of course, Ricky Brayback on the factory HRC Honda taking the win.
We see the strap coming out, Chris. The one rider going to help the other, try to get that front wheel up, use the strap to help kind of pull a little bit. It's crazy because I wonder if they don't realize that there is that line off to the right that we've seen other riders take, right? Which is obviously, looks like the air quotes easier line. It may be a little bit slower, whatever in that regard, right? But if it helps you get up without needing to pull the toe strap out or needing help from a friend, it might be the way that you want to go.
I found through my experience, sometimes you take the easier line, but it'll rope you and direct you into a more difficult line than you would have immediately done if you went the other way. So, hey Brian, it's coming down pretty hard right now. Everybody's starting to put on their ponchos and get out their umbrellas, and Look at, we got puddling going on over here.
I was actually just about to talk about the fact that we were like, yeah, we're not seeing any standing water. But now we're starting to see some standing water. So it really is starting to come down out here at the 2024 King of the Motos here in Hammertown.
Oh.
All right, so we got a rider that just got off course. He's going to come tell us about what some of the conditions looked like out there because it's changed a lot. So it's going to be really cool to find out how this what we get to hear from this racer here.
Dave Marshall.
Grab some, man.
Number 420.
420, huh? Really?
Am I wearing this?
Yeah, no camera here, but we're just going to talk to you. Ready?
Yeah.
Dude, so you just got off of course, and one of the things we noticed is we were just talking about how the water is starting to puddle now. So what was it like for you while you were out there and the conditions changed?
Not too terrible. Some of the rocks were pretty slick in spots, but overall it was pretty good. I actually enjoy the rain, so it actually gave the sand more grip, and I just kind of kept going, and I don't know.
Dude, well, that's exactly what we were speculating about, and that's why we wanted to be able to talk to somebody who was out there during the kind of the conditions change. So the rain did create more moisture in the dirt to where it did have a little bit more traction, but what about the rocks, right?
The rocks were definitely slick in spots, but you just sit down on the seat and get that suspension compressed, and you're able to just keep going through it. So
nice.
It wasn't too terrible.
So where are you from? And are the conditions where you're from a lot like this? Is this normal for you or no?
So I live in Reno, Nevada, and we ride in like Lake Tahoe area, and when it gets this ride in these conditions anyways, so we're kind of used to it.
Nice. So what class were you in? What number are you racing with?
I'm A30 plus. My number's 420.
Nice.
Yeah.
So I mean, so how long have you been in the A class, right? Like in the hard enduro and all?
I've only done Donner hard enduro, and I got 4th in B class last year, so it was time to move up.
No more sandbagging.
No.
So okay, so we're qualifying for line choice tomorrow, right? To try to make it into one of the earlier rows for the 20. So what did you learn today that you're going to kind of like take with you as strategy for tomorrow?
I went too hard today, and I'm going to be smoked tomorrow.
Yeah? So get some nutrition in tonight and just kind of see how recovery goes and just give her tomorrow?
Yeah, just kind of try to finish all 3 laps tomorrow is my goal. Not really trying for a podium. It looks like I got fifth overall today in A30 plus. So I should have a good start tomorrow.
Awesome, dude. Now, okay, some other things that we were chit-chatting about is tire selection, right? Well, a lot of you guys are running different types of gummy tires like that. So what tire choice are you running? And then again, was that the right choice for here?
So I'm running the VE33S with tubeless, and it was hooking up today, man. It was sick.
And is that the Gakota version of the V? Okay.
Yeah, the gummy version of it. And my buddy Josh was struggling on a hill, and I went and passed him right up the hill, no problem. Of course,
I'll let you borrow my tire next time, buddy.
Yeah. Of course, he passed me later on, but it was still pretty sick.
Nice, dude. That's awesome. Anything else because again, when it comes to hard enduro, you guys being A racers, you know what you're doing on these things. Like any other interesting setups that you've got? Like one of the things I noticed is you've got 2 Camelback hoses. So I'm assuming you've got water in one and some kind of liquid carb drink in another, or what are you breaking down there?
I've got electrolytes in one, some Element for my electrolytes, and then water in the other.
Okay.
I ran out of water the last race I did and didn't want to do that again.
Yeah, so how do you break up the 2 different bladders? What are the sizes that you're running, stuff like that?
3 liters of regular water and then 2 liters of the electrolytes.
And what the heck did you shove it in? Because that's a lot of water. That's 5 liters of water,
5 liters of water.
Do you work out with 5 liters of water on you so that you know what that 10 pounds feels like?
Yeah, I usually have like a bunch of tools and stuff in my bag, so it kind of makes up for it.
Yeah, you're like, okay, I know it'll be about the same later on. Well, what bike were you riding? Sorry about that. I didn't know.
Yeah, I'm on a KTM 300 XCW.
Everything on that end worked okay?
Yeah, I've got a dirt trick sprocket, dirt trick rotors,
and 51 tooth sprocket on there.
And stock would be a 50, right? So that's
50,
kind of
yeah.
geared down a little bit, correct?
Yep.
So
Yeah.
you find that works to get you a little bit more torque and things like that?
Yeah, you know those sections when you're first gear and you're just trying to like crawl up some stuff, it kind of helps.
Nice.
Yeah, you don't have to really work the clutch as much. So.
Okay, so the rain is helping.
Sort of.
Right. That's the trick. Okay, so then for tomorrow, like, okay, if you said, Rain, I want you to be here for X amount of hours right now and then stop, right? How much more rain is okay to where it isn't detrimental for tomorrow?
Hopefully it stops around like midnight or something, so the rocks have time to dry and the sand's still wet.
So what you're saying is you think this place could handle a lot of water, you just don't want standing water on the rocks?
Yeah. Like the problem is everyone's going to be dragging sand onto the rocks when it's wet, so it's going to make it even more slick. Watching that video, that was a spot that was really slick right there. So that was pretty gnarly right there.
So we were talking a lot about like trying to keep you mentioned it as well, trying to keep the weight back right on the rear wheel, and you can tell Luis is doing a really good job before right now trying to keep that the feet on the pegs. And sometimes you just got to dog paddle. You just got to push a little bit, right?
I was doing that a lot today.
Yeah, absolutely. But
like
she
some
honestly,
of those,
go ahead.
Sorry, some of those hills, they're just so steep and you're so tired you can't stand up, you can't get on the pegs. So just get all your weight as far back as possible and keep chugging up.
So are you going to be able to make it to Hawaii?
I don't think so. Maybe next year.
How many credit cards, right, do we need to max out and then we can make it work?
Yeah. I'm doing a big mountain bike race later on this year, so I won't be able to do that one.
Cool. Well, what mountain bike race is that?
Trans BC.
Okay.
It's a 6-day long mountain bike race.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That'll be a lot of fun.
Oh, yeah.
Have you done an event like that before?
Yeah.
Obviously, that's a pretty hefty one, but have you done others like that?
Yeah, I did Trans Tasmania last year.
Nice.
So that was down in Australia, and that was super sick.
That's cool, man. Yeah, I love a lot of that stuff, too. The big adventures and everything. Getting out there for multi-day events is definitely, for me, at least where it's at.
Oh, yeah.
Because it never stops. It's always a new day, and it's always a new adventure.
Yeah, I always enjoy those suffer fests like that. So
we're weird.
Yeah.
But we'll take it. Well, dude, thank you very much for taking the time to come chat with us. Make sure that we're not crazy on some of the theories that we have, but at the same time, like, you're the one out there doing it, right? We're the one talking in the booth. We really wanted to make sure that we got, everything that was happening out there with you.
Yep.
In there for everybody else to hear, so we appreciate it. I guess go get your recovery on.
Yeah,
right?
No problem. Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Good luck tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll see what happens tomorrow.
Let's see how it goes.
Yeah.
Sweet, dude. Thanks again.
All right, no problem.
Nice meeting you, Dave.
Yeah, nice meeting you. Thank you.
Good luck tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, seriously.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Yeah, no significance with 420, is there?
Oh, no, it's just random.
Right.
Just take it. Yeah,
Good
thanks
luck.
for running up here.
Yeah, no problem. They were calling me. I'm like, oh, yeah.
Yeah, because I had just run down. I was like, anybody that looks like you would think that they want to talk, we want to know what's happening.
Sick.
So that was what you looked like, apparently.
All right. Thanks, dude.
Good luck tomorrow, okay?
All right. Have a good one.
I'm going to eat really quick. Is that okay?
Nice chat with David Marshall right then, and Brian and I having a little bit of a lunch break here. But I tell you what, the skies aren't giving us a break. It's pouring down even more right now. Our rain here in the tail end of our first day of the 2024 Liqui Moly King of the Motos. Now, David Marshall just came up and visited Brian and myself. He's one of 16 30-plus A riders. Quite a few. 30 plus A, that's quite a competitive class, but 16 riders in this field are from that 30 plus A class, so good job. It's coming down even harder right now as we're talking. Coming into the tail end. Riders coming out of the desert back to the field. $118. Not on my list. Maybe he's just riding through. Oh, it's a 148. Well, it's probably 1488. That's Bryce Lockerman. He's a C rider on a KTM. No, it is 148. Come on, Brian. What do we do about that, man? 148. I don't have him.
We'll just make up a name.
Yeah, look at the dirt. It's starting to turn pretty brown up there. Getting slick on the rocks. Oh, by the way, if you're looking for a poncho, our friends over at PCI Race Radios, they got ponchos for sale over there. Yes, sir. $10? $10 for those PCI Race Radio ponchos. Very nice, by the way. Oh, look at the bike, totally upside down. He just pushed it on over. He's looking around to make sure nobody saw it. We got you, buddy. We know exactly what you did. But I'm tired. I'm tired, he says. As one of our tribes are bringing back the hammers. We got hammers over by our fire pit. Hopefully, well, I think it's just a little bit too wet to start a fire right now. Yep. Handful of riders still coming back down toward back door. This rider plopping into black right there. I bet you know, Brian, I bet you it's getting pretty slick over there, eh? Oh, yeah, rocks are getting shiny. It's getting slick.
Yeah, that was so great that we got a chance to talk with David and learn what had been going on out there. And to exactly your point, right? Like the dirt is now super tacky. We're getting a lot of traction there on the dirt, but unfortunately the rocks are becoming crazy slick. And they're just not as porous as like a place like Moab, right, where you can get complete Velcro traction. So as these rocks are continuing to get more and more wet, they're continuing to get slick, and then the dirt's actually getting a little bit more traction. So what the riders were kind of dealing with before, now it's starting to flip upside on its head.
Well, these these granite outcroppings with rain that's applying to them, they're getting really, really slick.
13-19, Cole Clarkson. Oh, that's one of our youth lights, 12 to 15-year-olds there that was on that Sherco. And it looks like we just got ourselves a nice little spill there going down back door. He's super excited about that. We are too.
Super excited. That was so nice, Brian.
Hey, man, he was happy about it. There, Louise Forsley coming in. Hopefully she's finishing up her second lap. But I do know that she has been off the hard enduro circuit for a year, right? Kind of building up that stunt career that we were talking about earlier. So it could be that she is finishing up that first lap. But we will see here as she comes in if she's done enough.
Yeah, she raced a women's pro class at a day in the dirt back in November. And I just missed a chance of talking with her after she finished that event. But great turnout. Brian, just shy of 3,000 entries.
That is insane. That's a lot of riders, dude. That's a
riders.
lot of riders. And it's cool to hear, again, talking with Louise about everything that's going on in the California moto scene. Like, she would go to things like Day in the Dirt because of the fact that there are so many stunt riders that ride motocross. And so she gets a chance to go out there and kind of commune with them, right? Kind of get her name out there, show them that she can ride, and that she's not just someone that's like, no, I can ride, but can't actually ride, and then gets a stunt job that she can't actually handle. So it's cool to hear how that kind of works out and how they kind of like work the system in networking when it comes to stunt riders and dirt bikers and things like that.
You know, it's why a lot of producers, directors, Stuntmen's Association, and a lot of world-famous stunt individuals also race motocross. So I know quite a few of them. I've been doing, a day in the dirt for 18 years now. I've announced 17 of those in 18 years. So definitely one of my fun events, right along with this one, King of the Motos. And there goes David Walker, number 420. He thinks he got about 5th place on their 30-plus A class.
Super cool, man. Super cool.
Yeah, nice guy from Reno, Nevada. Look at the moisture on that picture there, Brian.
Yeah, that dirt is way more brown than it was 2 hours earlier before this rain started to come down. And that's also super cool to see our 12 to 15-year-old rider there on that Sherco. 13-19. What was his name again? Cole Clarkson. We'll see as he gets going again. Looks like he's got that throttle moving. He's thinking about bringing that bike up. We lost our shot, unfortunately, but that's all right. We get to see these dudes finish out their climb. It looks like they're kind of coming in to Hammertown.
And it looks like they are getting ready to do a fire pit over here right in front of our podium.
Fingers crossed. We'll get some burning going on. We were kind of talking about short legs. Unfortunately, being 12 to 15 years old, you know that he's probably not done growing yet. And so he has quite the stature of short legs. That's probably making it a little bit difficult now that he's as tired as he probably is out there on this King of the Motos course here on Saturday.
I'd like to give a quick shout out to a good friend of mine, longtime friend. He's in Hilltoppers Motorcycle Club. Many-time president of District 37, Jerry Grabo. Big old shout out to Jerry. Just jumped on board. Like Brian and I were talking about earlier, that just about 15 miles over the hill is the Desert MC Classic, the Winter Classic, and it's the first round of the AMA National Hinterhound Series. A lot of my good friends are out there. In fact, my own desert club, Brian, Rovers MC out there in force. We have quite a few riders that are competing, and they'll have a pit presence as well there on pit row.
Very cool. It was great to just watch him just kind of slowly pick his way up that line right there. It could have gotten pretty bad, but honestly, he just kept the weight, kept the momentum, kept picking his way. You can tell he's a little hesitant right now, but he's trying to back up to where he can get just enough momentum to keep moving. See if he can get that Sherco moving up this hill. Looks like there's a rock maybe right where he wants to put his left-hand foot. Yeah, it's cool. I actually just found out that the riding area that I like to ride at, Barnwell Mountain Recreation Area there in Gilmer, Texas, and East Texas, is actually they're now forming. There's some riders out there forming a club, and so I'm going to probably join up with them for 2024. Get out there, do some trail work, make sure that help support the industry, because that's the hardest part of this. Is that the more land we lose, it does suck where we can and can't ride, but we got to make sure that we take care of the riding areas that we do have. And when a riding area like Barnwell Mountain is starting to support dirt bikers more, and we're starting to see a club come up in that area, we got to make sure that we get out there and support that kind of stuff. So that'll be fun to get out there and do some trail work again with another club in Barnwell Mountain there in Gilmer, Texas. So if you're looking for places to ride in North Texas, that's definitely going to be one of them. Of course, Red River Motorcycle Trails is one, and there's quite a few others. Twin Hills is a good one there in Bridgeport if you're looking for a spot to head out there. After that, man, it's a lot of private riding there in Texas, because there's just a lot of private land. Not as much cool open public land as we have here as we head more west.
Wow, look at the steepness, Brian, of that hill on our Jumbotron right now.
Yeah, man. Every time you can see the pitch of those bikes as they get kind of stuck. You're like, okay, this is a little bit more than I thought it was. There's a good little line there, though, going around 1319. That got rider there on the Husky.
Yeah, speaking of motorcycle clubs, I'm also in a motorcycle club in Arizona. I joined up when I moved out there 9 years ago, and it's called the Prescott Trail Riders, and we host a Lynx Creek Hare Scrambles, and that'll be happening March 18th of 2024. If you're looking for a fun event, it goes up into the mountains. They're just on the east side of Prescott and back through the canyons, and it's a Fain Ranch. Fain's own a bunch of property out there in the Prescott area. And my club, the Prescott Trail Riders, they'll be hosting the event. And I'd like to invite each and every one of you to come join us. That'll be March 18th. I'm sorry, May 18th of 2024.
It's never good when your motorcycle's pointed the wrong direction on the ground on the trail that you're supposed to be riding up.
Rubber's supposed to be in the dirt, not in the air.
Front wheel's supposed to be facing uphill at this point, right? Yeah, sometimes you just lose a little bit of traction, and then all of a sudden it catches, flips the bike backwards on you, and you just got to kind of figure out how to keep moving. Looking at his buddy, though, giving him a smile like, yep, I'm in a situation I didn't expect.
That was pretty cool. We were talking to Robbie Goolsby yesterday, of course, Trystan Hart's mechanic from Factory KTM. Talking about last week's AMA Supercross in the mud, Eli Tomac on the Yamaha decided he's not going to use a hydraulic clutch. He'll use a cable clutch. He has more control, especially in the mud conditions. I wonder how many other riders here in our hard enduro presence will do the same thing.
Yeah, it's interesting because a lot of the European two-strokes, they do run, a hydraulic clutch. And the thing is that like at a level like an Eli Tomac, you can't feel the clutch fade when you have a hydraulic clutch. Now, granted, we're not running the RPMs through the motor like a rider like Eli Tomac would be. So even though we're talking about a lot of clutch use here in hard enduro, it's not the same, right? The engine's not creating the same torque that is happening. But with a cable clutch, you can feel the clutch start to go out. You can adjust the cable tension and start to do that. So you can have a little bit better understanding of how your clutch is going out or could potentially going out when you're using a cable clutch because of the fact that you're having to adjust it on the fly during the race, where a hydraulic clutch is doing that for you. And so like a rider like Eli Tomac probably wanted to know exactly where his clutch was at. during that crazy butter in San Francisco.
You know, we didn't mention about the extra auxiliary equipment that might be used on a motorcycle here for our hard enduro type event. The star adjuster, both on your front lever and your clutch lever. You can adjust it to make fine adjustments for different areas. That would be prime for an enduro style event like we're looking at today.
Yeah, absolutely. So these guys, you know, you get a bike stock, the levers that typically come on it aren't that adjustable. You might be able to adjust where it's going to sit towards the actual handlebar, but you're not going to be able to actually adjust the throw of it. So when it begins to engage, and that's one of the reasons why you would buy some kind of aftermarket lever like the arc levers, Polysport, anything like that. So that way you can have just a little bit more control so that not just the throw, but also the engagement point of the levers as well, with the way that you can then get multi-point engagement, multi-point adjustment on some of the aftermarket levers that are out there. Oh yeah, sending it down back door there. Awesome. The 717. Let's see which rider that was. 717, Alden Anderson in the 50A class. Heck yeah, buddy. Dude, so my competition in 5 years right there, you know what I'm saying?
Old age and treachery, man. Yes, sir. Anytime you like.
And we are back. Thank you very much to all of our sponsors that are sponsoring not just the 2024 King of the Motos, but of course everything that is happening here in Hammertown for the 2024 King of the Hammers. So we are at about the 2:05 mark, which means our last checkpoint has been closed. So if any racers were not past that checkpoint, when they do get to that checkpoint now, or the next checkpoint that they get to in their race, that will be where their race ends for them. If they were able to get to that last checkpoint before 2 o'clock, they were going to be allowed to be able to continue on. And then, of course, then they have till 3 o'clock to get to the end of the course here in Hammertown at the short course. Chris, got about an hour left.
Yeah.
It's still raining.
It's still raining.
It
It has not stopped the last hour and a half.
Oh, man.
It started really lightly, but we got a little pretty steady flow of water coming from the heavens right now. And about right now, this is a qualifying for gate choice, so to speak, for the start at Chocolate Thunder tomorrow. But I was talking to Pam Hall a little bit ago, mentioning the removal of the prologue part of the program. Well, we have we have a race today, we have a race tomorrow. Maybe they can consider the possibility of having a combined score of the race today with the race tomorrow in the future, of course.
I always like that idea. That's been one of the bigger complaints about the Tennessee knockout, is even though you are kind of trying to qualify for the next round, right? Each knockout could potentially knock you out. It would also like to carry some weight forward, so that maybe it's you are gaining X amount of points as you go through. Like if you did an Olympic-style scoring, and you could gain, if you were to get first, you get 1 point and then down from there, of course, or maybe flip-flop it the other way around and you go off of the highest score. But in the long run, it does seem to make a little bit more sense to me that if you're going to have qualifiers, especially qualifiers that are over an hour long, that it should be worth more in the long run of the entire event weekend. But I'm not the promoter. I'm not the one running this. And the way that they've done it is this is going to, the time today and the way that they place is going to put them out there, and the way that they line up tomorrow is going to be 20 riders per row, and they're going to go off 2 minutes, but it is not going to be time adjusted tomorrow. So that's another reason why they're fighting, is it was time adjusted today, but it will not be time adjusted for tomorrow. And so they want to be on that first row so that they have not just a clean track, but also a chance at the fastest time with the clock as it starts at 9 a.m.
Well, the AMA Enduro Cross has incorporated a 3-moto format, and it's the lowest point score of the 3 motos combined will be the winner. And if you were to do the same thing with the race today and the race tomorrow, and the lowest score between the two would be the winner. And my opinion, of course, Brian, of course. And without not taking anything away from King of the Motos at all, but my opinion, I think it would be more prudent if they were able to do that.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely we can have opinions all day long, but in the long run, we're not the ones out here, week in and week out, leading up to this event, laying out the course. So it's we're not the promoters. And in the long run, the promoter has to make the decision that they want to make for what they think is going to create the best event and the best outcome when it comes to the final day of racing. We still have riders on course, as we were saying. The weather is obviously continuing to come down right now, so the rocks are getting more slick. The dirt is getting more moist. And right now we got number 805 there. Looks like he's trying to get that momentum going to get himself moved up through his lap here on the Saturday King of the Motos course.
Actually, it's number 808. It's Kamakana Waiawuli Kualapuno. That's a pro rider, I believe, on a KTM, number 808.
Nice. So he might have had some struggles out there and finished that second lap. But again, the way that the rocks are getting wet and what David was telling us, it does sound like the course is changing. And if you weren't prepared for that, that can always throw a wrench. And it's getting a little bit colder too. So that's the thing. Even though we were talking about how hard this is on your body, right, and how warm you are going to get as the temperature drops, as the rain continues to come down, you continue to get wet from the rain, not just the sweat that is coming out of your body. It's going going to cool you down, and so you can't just hang out for too long. We were talking about Steven and Mesa when I saw them come through with their first lap. You could tell that Mesa was actually kind of shivering. So obviously her body temperature was a lot lower than we would expect, and it's a little bit chilly out there for those racers.
Right now it is raining in San Diego, and they foresee the rain to continue all the way to 5 o'clock this afternoon from right now.
And see, we're in California right now, which means we're West Coast time, right? And then Pacific time, which then go off at 7 p.m., right? I'm so used to them going off at 5, right? And it's 7 p.m. for me.
That's right.
So Cali time go off at 5 p.m. tonight in San Diego?
Yeah,
okay.
Right when the rain stops.
Well, we'll see if the rain stops then or not, right? Nice. Racers and riders making it their way up to the top of that climb that they're on right now, and they're trying to get through. This will take them down into backdoor so they can finish out backdoor. Ooh, we got some plastic coming off of that bike. Obviously, that bike has hit the deck quite a few times. They might have been dry rocks. They might have been slick rocks, but rocks are rocks, and they do not move most of the time, and so they will take out the plastic.
You know, it's so funny, Brian, because you haven't been around as long as I have with the motorcycles.
Or just in general.
Or just in general, too.
Hey-o!
Thank you. Well, old age and treachery, I guess. No, but back to the point being made about plastics nowadays. Oh, my gosh, what I can't imagine the price of plastics nowadays for motorcycle replacement. Incredible. Everything nowadays, at least $100.
Yeah, so not only is it more expensive, but that's also why you want to buy the high-quality plastics, because one, they're not going to break as easily, but two, the way that you mount them up, like less drilling, you really want to buy some aftermarket plastics if you have to replace them that just bolt on. You don't want to have to do a bunch of finagling to get them in there. And so, yeah, as plastics change and composites come into play, things are going to evolve and they get a little bit more expensive, and quality definitely shines through.
Well, talking about shining through, I'd like to remind everybody PCI Race Radios has those great Gaucho rain jackets available, $10 a piece. And throw that off and it'll keep you nice and dry over there at our friends at PCI Race Radios. Handful of people over there at the Baja Grill grabbing some of Caesar's world famous tacos. Great stuff. Hot coffee as well. Right next to the Baja Grill at the Off-Road Coffee Stop. The Corn Dog booth right across the way from our booth here at the podium. It's so wild. Brian and I, we hear rain in the background on our PA system.
Yeah.
That's how hard it's coming down right now.
It doesn't look like it's going to let up either.
Yeah, I lived in up here in the high desert, just below Wrightwood for about 15 years. And I used to look forward to the rain coming down. And the rain would come down, and we would go head to Hesperia and hit all the flash flood areas. And ride and cross all the flash floods and go right into mud. Because I tell you what, mud in the desert, after it's been dry for a while, best traction in the world.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm sure that's what they're hoping for tomorrow, is to make sure that this rain doesn't go without without getting too much of the way of what's going to be happening with all the rocks out there, because these are not nearly as porous as what we'd like them to see with this amount of rain.
Well, all of our spectators in front of podium have all left except for just a couple.
Yeah, hanging out in the rain is not always the most fun. But there's plenty of places to stay dry, plenty of vendors to see here in Hammertown. So if you are around, make sure you go keep yourself dry, but go check out some of the vendors, grab some of the food, enjoy what is happening here in Hammertown as we're awaiting the end of our Saturday race here at King of the Motos.
While look across the valley there, Brian, on that picture, you definitely see the rain coming down.
Mm-hmm. You got Ryder here finishing out their lap, moving across the desert. Yeah, one thing with hard enduro is the suspension is typically a lot softer too. So when you start to get, if you're going to run your suspension a little bit softer, but then also be in some of the more open, fast-paced desert sections, it's a lot harder to go extremely fast. It can be a lot more dangerous because your suspension is not just set up for those high-speed hits. So it is always kind of a guessing game on how you want to run, whether you want a little bit more help in the technical sections with your suspension, or if you want to be a little bit more tuned for what's going to happen in the open fast sections. Looks like this racer has now decided I'm going to take a 30-second break and keep on keeping on. That's some good looking sand right there though. Got the dog leg, the dog paddles out, pushing his way up and around. Looks like we got a nice arrow there, so he doesn't, lots of tracks to follow. Got an arrow, doesn't have to worry about his GPS too much right now. Oh, he's just digging into that dirt. Time for another break. Yeah, we see you. There you go, having fun out there, we know. Yeah, so those that don't know, like he's got his, looks like he's actually got one of the Wolf Enduro backpacks on, so he's got his hydration bladder there in the back, so he have that with him at all times. It is pretty tough, like there's different ways to go about this. So that bladder hose you can see hangs down low there on the strap, so it's a little bit harder to get to while riding. There are a lot of our pros, what they'll do is they'll have a tube that'll come out of their bladder and it'll actually connect to their helmet. It'll kind of come in the front, so then that way the bite valve for that bladder is actually kind of pointed directly at their mouth, maybe even sometimes kind of living in their mouth, depending on how they like it to be. So that way they can kind of always be hands-free, be able to have that bite valve right there, grab some water, get a sip every now and again. But again, hydration is a huge part of this, and if you're not able to hydrate during the race, you're going to have problems, because we not only do we need water, right, throughout the 3, 4, 5, 6 hours that they're out there, but they need to make sure they get electrolytes, need to make sure they're getting in some carbohydrates and some fueling while out on the motorcycle. And as we're talking to David, he obviously was keeping an electrolyte mix with some water in his 2-liter bladder, but then he had water only in his 3-liter bladder. I do something similar with that, but I actually use a supplement called UCAN, so that's my liquid carbohydrate that I use, their energy powder. I keep that in my bladder at all times, so I use Element as well as my electrolyte and mix that up with 3 liters, and that is how I typically attack a 5 to 6 hour enduro, and about halfway through I'll refill it, put some more carbohydrates in there, some more Element, so that I've got that ready for the rest of the day. But we do need to continue to take in carbs, electrolytes, and water throughout the day, so however you're comfortable doing that, whether you want to stop on the side of the trail and take that in, like in a hard enduro, or if you want to leverage what the pros do so that you've got that bite valve sitting right there in your mouth. But he's doing a great job, though. We know these rocks are slick, and he's getting his way up and through them.
He's grabbing a little bit of traction between the rocks, which helps him get up and over it.
There you go. Nice little pivot.
Yep, perfect. So, weather report. San Diego Supercross, pouring down rain right now. Looks to be the storm's going to continue on to about 5:30, which would be just about start time for the 250s. So we're looking at a possibility of another mud fest here for round number 2 of the AMA Supercross down in San Diego.
It looks like it's got 199 there on the side of his helmet. If that's the case, that's Josh Marcus there in the 30+A vet class, still out there. It looks like then he probably would have made it past that checkpoint when he needed to get there, and continuing on to try to finish out his race, trying to get to the finish before 3 p.m.
Well, I sure hope that we get a yellow brick pin out for tomorrow. I'll be able to follow the path of all of our racers.
I concur, sir, but that's all right. Right now, we've just got amazing footage. We'll just be able to bring a little bit better coverage of what is happening out on the course if we can get that. Oh, look at that view. So that is actually the starting hill that they were on. You can see those campers there on the left. That is the hill that they started on. And then you can see that progressive container there on the right. That is kind of the direction that they head up that way, and then continued on for their 13-mile lap 1, and then came back through Hammertown, went back out for their second lap, which is around 12 miles, and of course shot them off in a little bit different direction so that they could have just a few more technical sections. Apparently Cody Webb said it was very fun, and it was called the slab. And I said, I don't know that I would call it fun if I was the one who had to go ride the slab, but in the long run, Cody Webb seemed to enjoy it, so I'm glad that they put it in, right?
I'm glad Cody enjoyed it. But that view that we had across the valley, that was taken from up on top of Chocolate Thunder, looking across the valley straight across toward Hammertown. So that's the view our riders are going to get tomorrow when they're going up Chocolate Thunder, and then up on top of the ridge, they'll be able to look right on over and see Hammertown from over there on the east side.
Yeah, we see that rider there. We can't, obviously he doesn't have a front number plate on, so we don't know his number, so we can't get his name, but he's given the marshal there a high five. So if nothing else, his race may be done, but maybe he gets to continue onward. Who knows at this point, right? Like, we're just checking in, trying to keep all this going, but you could tell the stoke on his face is high, man. He's got a smile. He's high-fiving people. I mean, that's the goal there of enjoying getting seat time, that's for sure.
Just remember, race today is just a qualifier for position choice on the start at Chocolate Thunder for tomorrow. So you could possibly finish in last place and still do really well for tomorrow's race, because the first one across the finish line will be the overall king of the Motos champion for 2024.
Yeah, and it's crazy to think that they may be out there and having the desire to change a rear wheel so that they can have a fresh tire for their third lap. Like, that's actually kind of crazy because they're not doing a ton of miles. It's just that the fact that what they're going to be riding on can potentially wear out these gummy tires so much that there's the chance that some racers may want to swap out rear wheels to get a new tire for that third lap.
Yeah, I was thinking in the archives a little bit, Brian, and isn't it about 3 years ago now, Gas coming to the United States?
Yeah, when KTM bought the Gas brand, they kind of sold off everything that was the Gas bike, all the manufacturing processes, a lot of the stock going on there, which is what we see as Ryder today. And now they've got, so they took the Gas name. They really did kind of like take a KTM and make it red for a little bit, but they now do have a different process. So there is a little bit of levels to it. So kind of Gas is that introductory price, and then your KTM is going to be a little bit more of your ready-to-race machine. And then, of course, your high-end brand, kind of like your Lexus to a Toyota, is your Husky brand. And you can see that in the marketing and the branding of the bikes and the designs and the layouts of them. But yeah, so the Gas we see today, just like Husqvarna's, they're not the same anymore, right? That name has been sold and moved on. And, originally it was Husberg, right? Like KTM had bought the Husberg brand, used that name for a long time for that second brand. But then, of course, when they got a hold of Husqvarna, they let Husberg go, and unfortunately we don't have those being made anymore. It'd be cool to see somebody get that branding and that name and make those bikes again under that banner, but until somebody with a lot of money comes along, I don't know that that's going to happen. There's a good look at that tire as he's trying to get some traction to get himself going again here on those slick rocks. And you can just see the way that his jersey and his gear, that fly racing gear he's got on, is hanging on his body, that he is definitely soaked to the bone right now. Oh, 15:55. There we go.
That'll be Ismail Bomay, it's a B rider on a Gas.
Good for him.
Ismail Bomay.
Yeah, he's doing I wonder which way I should try to go. He's pondering right now.
As Brian and I have said many, many times today, if it was easy, everybody could do it.
You got that right. I wonder how many other racers out there went down a tooth in their rear sprockets so they could get a little bit more torque in that first gear. Again, specifically for these kinds of sections right here where you're trying to pick up that momentum from a standstill.
Oh, he's actually spinning on rock and
Yeah.
actually some smoke off his tire.
That bike looks fairly stock, so he may not have put on a different rear sprocket. But he's got some protective gear there as well, so there's a good chance that he could have done all kinds of work to this and we would have no idea. But that's all right, because you can tell he's having fun riding that gas out here at King of the Motos.
Wonder where Mr. Bumé is from. Wow, Brian, he's having a heck of a time getting up over that little ledge, huh?
He is. I mean, it's getting a little bit more slick, as we've talked about, those rocks, man, when they get wet. But there you go. He kind of got off of it and was able to push that bike, get it moving to that spot where he could decide to throw it back over it.
On to the next one. From one spot to the next.
Got to see who's going to kind of get to the top here first, because it looks like now we've got the rider with the green vest kind of jersey on. Look like trying to get to Beaumaire on the gas. See if he can overtake him on this hill. You can kind of see too his GPS there at the top. Like everybody's got a different way to mount those up. Yeah, but that's what I'm talking about. That man is stoked right there. Take a little bit of a breather. Man, old school Barkbusters, it looks like on that bike too. No coverage, no flags on the Barkbusters, just old school aluminum.
Yep. Those are perfect in the woods, though.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. I've been running, Endurance Engineering came out with some much more aggressive open flags, and I've been running those, and actually they've worked really well. I'm kind of surprised how well that they've worked, but I did have to put some bars on because without Barkbusters protecting the sides, when you crash with those flags on, you get a lot of dirt in the grip. Sometimes it'll tear the grip, all those kinds of things. And so, unfortunately, Beaumaire going down there. The G-Rip bar ends that I've been running are actually pretty cool, and they've been really helpful. I know there's a lot of different companies that make those, but the ones that I've been using, I'm really happy with them, and just put it out there for others in case they're looking for them.
Not only do handguards protect your hands, but they protect your levers from the possibility of getting broke.
Yep. Yeah, that's what's so cool about all the folding levers that have gotten so popular. We've seen them in motocross so much because those guys don't really run flags or Barkbusters. They might run some protective gear, but they're so thin and so plastic. They're really just there to protect from roost or potential mud getting to the grip. And so it doesn't really protect the lever. So the foldable levers now, and then you've seen like Polysport and ARC come out with not only the foldable levers, the levers themselves are made out of a bendable composite. So the lever will bend at the mechanism point, but then also the composite will bend, and you can just grab it, bend it right back, and you have a lever that's not broken. You can keep on keeping on. It's pretty cool.
Oh gosh, the old school with the ball on the end of the aluminum lever, and you bend it and it folds all the way around. Then you get out your little propane torch and you heat it up to try to bend it back. 75% of the time, the stupid thing will break. I guarantee
snaps
it.
right off. Well, that's unfortunately that's science, because
why don't they break when you fall? They just bend really gnarly, all 180 degrees back around.
Yeah.
You try to bend it back and they break. Oh, the humanity, Brian.
Well, I overthink everything else, so I'll try not to overthink that one. Oh, look at this. We've got a rider coming back that's like, come on, guys. We're almost there.
Almost got by him. If he was about 3 seconds
Yeah, he's
sooner,
like, nope, this gives me a break. Hold, please. Head on the handlebars.
Yep. Mr. Beaumaire just slid in and took over that position ahead of him. Ryder up on top. Come on, guys, let's go. It's time to go. We're running out of time.
He's like, come on, buddy. I know you're tired. I'm tired, but we got to do this. We got just a little bit. We got 30 more minutes till 3 p.m.
Yeah, Brian and I were talking a little bit ago. Ford Motor Company come up with a King of the Hammers version of the Ford Bronco. Actually, it's pretty cool looking, man.
Yeah, man.
Yep. My personal opinion, the new Broncos, compare them side by side with the new Blazers, and the Broncos head over heels better than the Chevy Blazer.
Oh, absolutely. Like the Bronco now has some heft to it, right? Where the Blazer kind of looks like a big SUV.
Looks like all the other cars, all the SUVs.
Yeah.
Yep.
These guys just pitter-pattering their way to the top, man. You know that they're tired. You know it's not easy. These guys are still doing it, man. That is so awesome to see.
Well, that Jen offering some assistance right there. He didn't have to, but he was there. And that's pretty cool. Well, it looks like the rain has subsided here in Johnson Valley at Hammertown.
And then David was asking if it could go till midnight. Just enough time to dry off till 9 a.m. I was like, you're crazy, sir.
Maybe it's something to do with his number. I don't know. Brian thought that was pretty funny.
Look at that.
Nice
Awesome
view of Hammertown.
Yeah, I mean, just think, in a week, that will be all RVs, all cars. It'll be a dust bowl for as King of the Hammers kicks off.
It does produce a gnarly dust bowl here. The dust goes all the way over to Landers, from what I understand, because it blows in from the west, heads to the east. Landers on the eastern border. Now, a lot of people don't realize this is part of the Bureau of Land Management off-road recreational area. And it continues all the way to the east to the 29 Palms Marine Corps base. Well, on the west side, you come into Lucerne Valley, the town of, and that's about as far as it goes from there. And then to the north, it comes all the way out to parts of Barstow on the other side. So it's a pretty vast area, 96,000 acres of usable off-road area. Huge kudos goes out to Dave Cole, but come up with the idea 18 years ago for King of the Hammers. And here we are doing another year yet, and it seems to grow each and every year more and more.
Yeah, it was neat getting to go check out Jackhammer and Sledgehammer yesterday, which are some of the iconic hammer trails, right? And it's pretty nuts. So we know that tomorrow they're going to be coming down those. But Jackhammer was the one, 2018, that night start, right? They were, with their lights on, they were going up that Jackhammer, and that is just such an epic trail. So it's pretty tough to go up during the daytime, so I can only imagine. Granted, the pictures and the footage is amazing at nighttime. To be able to do a night hard enduro, though, that seems
Brian,
pretty
it
crazy.
doesn't do it justice, so up close and personal does it justice. Hey, you remember about 12, maybe 14 years ago, the side-by-side racing organizations, they had two different classes. They had a four-wheel drive class and a two-wheel drive class. These side-by-sides, you can't buy them now without four-wheel drive.
Oh, yeah, man. The stuff they do with those things it's incredible.
Now, we have a view of the finish line here for race number 1 of the 2024 Liqui Molle. At the finish line area there, our King of the Motos, with the American flag flying proudly out there.
Gotta love it.
No matter what's happening right now, the United States is by far the best country in the world. We are truly proud to be parts of it. You know, lots of racing action happening this weekend. Of course, 2024 Liquid Molly King of the Motos happening right here in Johnson Valley. And just over the hill, about 15 miles to the west of us, the 2024 National Hare and Hound Opener hosted by Desert MC. And this is the infamous Winter Classic. And it's happening about 15 miles west of us. And about, an hour and 20 minutes away from here in Ridgecrest. My friends over there at DP4 hosting a side-by-side race. So, and then, of course, the AMA Supercross down in San Diego. Lots of my friends are going down there for that as well. Prediction being it's going to be another mud fest just like last week. Now these riders in view just coming off of the back door. They're starting to open up into the desert here in Hammertown. Yeah, that's coming off the back door, isn't it, Brian? I think so. Like it.
Certainly shows the vastness of Lucerne Valley and the Johnson OHV Park here, the area that we're in.
We have 112 people that just now finished so far. We have a handful that are still on course and deciding, well, go out on lap number 3. Oh, no, wait, that's for tomorrow. That's for tomorrow.
Obviously getting scanned there, but we're going to see which direction he goes. He might be heading back or might be out there just to finish the course, But 112, so about 15 bikes still on course, they're saying. So of 146 that started, 112 in, maybe 15 bikes on. So maybe not all 146 registers started, or there's a few that just decided to call it quits. So obviously he is taking in which way is the best way to get up and out, trying to figure out what I should be doing from here forward. Yeah, there you go. Give it to him, buddy. Up and out. Got to get that sand. It's so crazy how that sand looks like it'd be so much traction right now with all the rain that we've been getting. That would be super fun right now for sure. There you go. Take the hard left. Oh, missed it. There we go. He's now moved on from that checkpoint, up that nice and sandy section. Continuing on up some of these rocks. See how he gets that Husqvarna up there.
Shows number 24, but that would be a gas. That's not him. So, a lot of different numbers on people, on riders' backs, on side plates compared to the front plates. Come on, man, just do it. Just do it.
Overthinking it. That's easy for us to say here in the booth, though, right?
Oh, we've been there and done that, Brian. You know that. Yeah, I took a bike car out to the desert for 5 years and raced it in the desert, up and down waterfalls, down some of the gnarliest canyons you can imagine on a sidecar. Out of over 300 races, I had 7 DNFs on a sidecar.
Pretty good odds.
Yep, not bad at all, man.
There's a stuck wheel. What's he got here? Oh, like a rock in there?
Yeah, rocking his chain wheel.
Yeah, doing a little bit of trail side maintenance here.
You know, with the rain that we received here earlier today, and if it soaks in for tonight till tomorrow, it's going to be prime conditions tomorrow for our race to determine our 2024 Liquid Moly King of the Motos. Hey, you know, Brian, the way Cody Webb is riding right now, he could very easily take the championship. Again, he could be 6-time King of the Motos champion, you know?
Yeah, man. And it sounds like he had a pretty good strategy when it came to making sure that his lap 2 was already loaded. He didn't have to download it when he came in. He knew how to quickly switch that. Didn't need much of a pit. So he was able to gain about 60 seconds, about a minute on the race that he came in with there after lap 1. So we'll see. I said, well, do you have kind of that same strategy for tomorrow, you know, going into Sunday? He's like, honestly, we kind of have to see how it plays out since we don't know for sure if we will or will not need to do a tire change or if we're going to need gas. Of course, then there's always the chance of a broken part or things like that, that they're going to have to play it by ear. But he said that they definitely have contingency plans if any of those things need to happen. And they're definitely, sounds like they're thinking the right things to be able to try to come out on top.
Well, we got a right there of our B rider. It's Tegan Warnick on a KTM, and he's 11:31 as he tries to take an alternate route around number 24K, I believe it is, but we don't have him listed, so if we catch his number on the front number plate, maybe it's a different number. Yes. We were told from Mexico, the on the KTM right there is Bueno Machete. Bueno Machete from Mexico. Thank you, guys. Some of our spectators come up and gave the name. We didn't have the number on his front bike, but he's holding up the number.
Was it 11:31?
11:31 of Tegan Warnick. Yes.
That's cool though. His buddy came up here, saw him on screen, and they're coming up here to check it out, get some footage, and get excited for him. He may be struggling a little bit, but they're excited for him.
You all have a great time here in the United States, eh? Thank you, guys. I like how he has his goggles on the back of his helmet. Right? All those guys.
Oh, look at this. And then we got another with the 3 KTM there, kind of coming up that same line that we saw 11:31 take. Unfortunately, yeah, that high line kind of slides back in there. The racer there on the Husky.
You know, Brian, that's a pretty gnarly rocky outcropping right there.
Yeah, that's definitely a little goat trail that we saw the 2 KTMs go around the Husky. So that was good on them, though, to find that spot and kind of make it work.
Oh, no, it's so nice to find some traction and some clean dirt. Look at the angle of that course right there on
yeah,
the
man,
single track.
That's a pretty good pitch.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when we have the camera just shooting straight at it, it's tough to truly understand how steep some of these terrains can be.
Tegan Warnick just got by 3 riders just there. Great job
do it, man.
by
Yeah.
the 11:31.
Just kept that bike moving forward.
Yep, like Brian and I have been saying, momentum, momentum, momentum.
I love it. He's like really analyzing it like, okay, I don't have much energy, so what's the best option for me right now?
Berm shot. Right like that. Perfect.
Nice work.
That was textbook right there.
That was nice.
Yep. So Brian and I were looking at our King of the Hammers production crew coverage. We have 6 to 8 drones flying in the air, many cameras, and go into the production trailer and check it out, and we got 18 screens up against the wall, all being filmed from different angles and different locations here on the 2024 King of the Motos race course. Today we're on the west side. Tomorrow we'll be on the east side. We'll be starting at Chocolate Thunder sharply at 9 a.m. Be staging at 8 o'clock. And we're expecting a 5 to 6 hour run tomorrow for our last leg of the King of the Motos. Be sure to make your way over to our merchandising store. Lots of great gifts for all your family and friends. Sweatshirts, t-shirts, hats, stickers, and all sorts of neat stuff. In the big tent, our merchandising tent for King of the Motos.
Yeah, it's just it sitting here watching, it baffles me that they're not going just straight up, right? The trail that we can see that is just vertical in front of them. But again, when we look at the pitch of their bike and the lack of momentum that they can keep through that kind of little rock section right there, that we just know that is so steep that it makes so much more sense for them in the spot that they're in to take kind of that pivot to the left and work their way around that rock to the right so that they can come at a pitch that makes a little bit more sense with the lack of momentum that they have. It's kind of just crazy, you know, it may seem like it makes a little, like that it makes sense, you know, kind of sitting there at home, but honestly, when you don't have momentum, there are just certain levels of pitchness that unless you're Cody Webb, like the mountain goat, and knows how to crawl up anything and everything, it's just very difficult.
Well, even, we're in the middle of our B riders right now. Actually, the top end of our B riders, because a lot of our A riders have already finished. So, estimation time, it's going to be at least another hour and a half before the remainder of our riders finish up this course. Now, I had the opportunity of being one of the announcers for Last Dog Standing, and it was 3 different events, 3 different loops, and each one would get progressively harder, and the ones that time out wouldn't be able to progress on to the next challenge. So at the finish, you end up with 15 riders on course for the last and final loop.
Yeah, just that little bit of lack of momentum, you can kind of see it get stuck there on that rock. And unfortunately, again, it being wet, his tire starts to spin. Then he decides to get off and push, and we'll kind of see where it goes from here. Oh, nice work. So he's kind of pivoting that bike around because he wants to hit that right line more than he wants to hit that left line. So just doing a little bit of clutch and throttle, get that front end up, kind of pivot it over so he can change that line. See if he can catch it, create a little bit of momentum from this spot, and get him up and moving on this trail. There we go. Nice job. Yeah, absolutely. So as we're coming down to the line here, we're going to give you guys another commercial break that you enjoy some of our sponsors, what they've got to share and show. And we will be back shortly for the end of our 2024 King of the Motos.
parts failures along the way, and all types of parts of the race that you look at are changing, whether it be the time it takes to get out of the car and winch an obstacle and know that the winch is going to react. So it's shaving time and getting reliability is the difference in the race now.
Welcome back. We're off a commercial now. Back to look at the view across our Jumbotron across Johnson Valley. 96,000 acres of off-road pleasure here for you.
I was going to say off-road awesomeness, right? That just looks
Especially
so beautiful.
right now. Oh, it looks so fun with the moisture. It's still raining right now. I thought it subsided a little bit, but it picked right back up. I got friends down in San Diego saying it's starting to rain down at San Diego for the Supercross. We're expecting it to rain there until about 5:30 this afternoon. It's going to be a mud fest at the AMA Supercross in San Diego.
Right now, this gentleman does not care at all about Supercross. He just wants to make sure that he makes it to the bottom of back door right there. So he kind of walked his way down that right line, working his way out of back door. He is very close to finishing out his second lap here. Well, hopefully his second lap here at Saturday's race for King of the Motos.
Well, you know what, Brian? I just come across a thought right now.
Tell me.
And we have not talked about this at all. Steering dampeners. Do riders use steering dampeners for our hard enduro / enduro cross events?
You know, it's a great question. I have not seen a lot of them, and I think it's because of the lower speeds typically in most hard enduros, where you're going to have your suspension is really going to be that dampening that you're going to need to control the kind of the front end, where the steering dampener is going to be a little bit more for that head shake from that side to side for higher speeds, or for the quick hits that might be something that's going to try to rip the handlebars out of your hands. But again, that typically happens in higher speeds. So a rider might feel more comfortable with the steering dampener, but I don't know that that a lot of riders would feel like it's necessarily mandatory in hard enduro.
Well, and the majority of the steering dampeners on the market right now do have multiple adjustments. So you can adjust it down or adjust it up according to the terrain to keep your handlebars within your grasp. And I don't know if you've ever ridden a motorcycle where you, at certain speeds you end up with a bunch of head shake. Now, just for reference, with a sidecar, you got to have a steering dampener. That's all there is to it. There's nothing, no getting around that at all. But three of my particular sidecars, I used a Volkswagen steering dampener that was not adjustable, but had multiple positions to be able to mount it for different terrain to make it either stiffer or softer. off of that $15 steering dampener. You tell me where you can find a steering dampener for $15, right?
Right.
And every season I just change it out, replace it with a new one.
You can see now, like, it's a lot less light out because of the weather that's been moving in. So not only do we still have a little bit of rain, but we have the clouds that kind of come with that. You can see that it doesn't have the same peak as it did earlier when we had a little bit more sun outside lighting up Hammertown.
I believe just for estimations, I think we're down to about 10 riders out on the course still. That's my guess.
Yeah, man, and they are probably ready to be inside. I would imagine with the way that the temperature has dropped a good 15 degrees and the water that is continuing to fall, that they're probably pretty cold out there. I think that their body temperature has probably dropped, unfortunately, from what it was earlier, and they're probably ready to be in right now. So it looks like more riders are getting pointed off to the left there, getting ready to come in, check in for the end of whatever lap it was that they were on while out there during their Saturday race here at King of the Motos.
Now the winner of King of the Motos will be the competitor that competes all the laps of the race the fastest. Race number 1 will set the race line up for race number 2, and the winner of race number 2 will be the winner of King of the Motos. Of course, Cody Webb. Now what do you think about that guy, Brian? 5-time King of the Motos champion. He comes on top of the heap today, takes the win here in the qualifying race today. You think he's got it for Trystan, for Colton, for Ryder, for being able to be in the top King of the Motos winner for tomorrow?
Yeah, what was interesting, I asked Trystan Hart, he, like you said, it was second place today, and I said, once Cody Webb was out in front of you, those 60 seconds that you mentioned, like, were you trying to catch him, or were you just going to let him kind of have it, knowing that Sunday's, the real race here, once you've qualified and made it? And he said, oh, no, I was trying to catch him. He was moving, and I couldn't reel him in. And so that's interesting. And I think that, Trystan is probably going to take some of that knowledge with him and kind of say, okay, I need to stay in front of Cody Webb tomorrow if I'm going to be able to have a chance to beat and win in front of Cody Webb. So I think that Trystan has some thinking to do and some homework to kind of figure out how he's going to be able to take on Cody Webb tomorrow. But it does seem like Cody Webb was firing on all cylinders today during that race, even though they did kind of go back and forth for lap 1. Is like once he got out front for lap 2, he really did kind of pull away from everybody.
It's kind of funny, Brian, because yesterday Trystan said, yeah, I took a little time off of last year being the 2023 champion for the Enduro Cross and for the U.S. Hard Enduro Series. But you know what? Cody didn't take any time off. He's been training hard, and it shows.
Yeah, that's that. You brought up a great point because it was 5 days ago, well 6 now, that Trystan Hart was back on the motorcycle. Yeah. So it's pretty crazy. Yeah, maybe that does have something to do with it, man. He needed some time off, so it's kind of like, all right, like maybe that's a thing.
Okay, we're bringing in the top 10 right now.
Ooh, talk us through what we see there, Chris.
Cody Webb takes the top honors. Trystan Hart in second. Ryder, LeBlond in third. Will Riordan, the Australian, coming in fourth. Cooper Abbott in fifth. Colton Haker coming in sixth. Dan Lewis coming in seventh. James Flynn coming in eighth. Brandon Petrie in ninth place. And Spencer Wilton in 10th. That's our top 10 here for our top qualifiers.
Nice. Anything out of the ordinary there for you?
No, not at all. In fact, I was expecting Max Gersten to be a little farther up there. Oh, actually, he's not out there.
Yeah, he was out there. He was just out there with media.
That's right.
He had his camera on following all these guys, so that's the best. So he is up there. He's up there and out there.
Now, James Flynn, he's getting better and better every year. He's finding out how tough it is. The competition in front of him, of course, Dan Lewis, not a regular West Coast competitor because he's from Pennsylvania, but of course Colton Haker from Idaho, Cooper Abbott from Arizona, Will Riordan originally from Australia, Ryder LeBlond, also from Pennsylvania. Trystan Hart from Canada. And Cody Webb. Where is Cody from, anyway?
Colorado? That's the question mark. No, Northern California. So when he was doing all the trials work with his dad, they were doing that out of California, but he lives in Colorado now.
Right. And then Spencer Wilton, he made the top 10 list as well. Now at the Donner Pass, U.S. Hard Enduro, Dan Lewis coming 9th place there. James Flynn got 4th. Now he's the son of Jim Flynn, who's the promoter for Grinding Stone, which is our 4th round on the U.S. Hard Enduro circuit. So, great. That's James's one of his best rides. 4th place, by the way. Now, you might have heard Brian and I talking about our yellow brick trackers. Now, for 2024, as with last year as well, King of the Motos competitors will be required to rent and carry a yellow brick tracker. They will fit in most backpacks and are essential to the safety of the competitor. These trackers allow the race ops teams to have the eyes on the competitor at all times and required for all King of the Hammers races. This is an emergency button on the tracker that can be utilized in the event of a medical or mechanical issue. So big thanks to our group there with Yellow Tracker.
Yeah, man, great way not just for us to see where the racers are, but it's really about keeping them safe as well. One rider I wanted to talk about, this is his second year in the pro class, is Jared Lambe. So he's 214 out there on his gas. He actually won the National and West AMA Hard Enduro Championship in 2021 in the A class. So this is his second year racing in the pro class. But what's crazy is he's originally from England. He moved to the U.S. in 2016, but he grew up riding motocross and trials in the U.K. Switched to Hardo in 2018. So it's cool to see him back out here. But this year he's come out with the family. They're having a little bit more fun. So it doesn't look like he's made it into the top 10. So he still has some learning to do when it comes to attacking what needs to be attacked there in the pro class. But he's, kind of what it takes, right? He came over from the UK. He is now A-class champion from 2021. Second year in the pro class, trying to take that on. He's going to have to keep moving and shaking and keep learning and progressing. But I know that he is someone that is very capable of doing extremely well when it comes to riding in the pro class here at the U.S. Hard Enduro.
Now the last 2 rounds of the AMA Enduro Cross, Cody Webb coming 4th place both rounds. In Oregon he got a 5.44, and in Reno he got a 8.2 and 3. But finishing very well. But I would not be surprised, Brian, if Cody Webb takes top honors this weekend.
Yeah, I'm hoping that we don't have any navigational errors, because that's happened to Cody before, where he's been disqualified because of a navigational error, and then actually Cody won one time because Mario made a navigational error. So I really just hope that we don't have anybody that wins by default. I know that the racers will take that if that is what happens, but in the long run, that's not really how you want it to play out. But it's a navigation race. Like, that is part of it. So they have to keep their navigation hat on when they're in an event like King of the Motos. So could Cody Webb win? Absolutely. Done it multiple times. He could easily do it again. Trystan Hart done it before, could do it again. Colton Haker done it before, could do it again. But we've seen guys like we've seen Ryder LeBlond, Will Riordan now. They're just really the new young guns on the scene that are competitive, and they're hungry, they want to start taking down the old dudes. The old dudes. It's so funny to think of it that way, but really that's what it is. Cody Webb has been doing this for an extremely long time. Trystan Hart as well. So they're hungry, man. They really do want to stand on the top step of that box.
Well, as we were talking last night at our press release, our press meeting, Cody Webb, 32 years young, but think about this. Louise Forsley, 32 years young. She's been around a long time as well.
Yeah, I'll just go ahead and say it. I'm 44 years young. I don't feel a day over 50. It's pretty awesome. But mentally, you know what, sitting around 12, 13, so I'm enjoying it.
44, add another 21 years to that, and that's where I'm sitting at.
We're living our best lives.
Tell you what, just to let everybody know, for you youngsters out there, enjoy every single moment you possibly can because it goes by fast. I just logged my 50th year since I first started racing motorcycles. That's scary.
Yeah, man, that's all right. It's all good. We all start when we start, and hopefully we get a chance to enjoy it in our lives. We're just lucky enough that we found it when we did, whenever that was.
Yes, we did. At least, hey, in that time I do have a handful of championships won, so that's pretty cool.
I'm always been one of the slower fast guys, so that's really the only championship I have. Being in the back of a fast guy class.
Oh, the young Mexican rider just come rolling back in. He's finished.
Nice work, dude.
He's got a whole cheering squad over there by the podium.
Man, his buddies came with him, cheering him on. That's awesome to see.
Hey, what do we have going on after this, Brian?
Well, we've got, you and I have dinner later, but after that, we've got our race tomorrow. So there's not too much more going on this evening. We're going to be making sure that we get all of the content out there so that you guys can enjoy it on the different social channels, YouTube, of course, all of the Instagrams and Facebook and bits like that. But then tomorrow morning, we're starting fresh. I think we'll probably go live just a little bit before 9 a.m., but the race itself will kick off at 9 a.m. sharp here, Pacific Coast time. There at Chocolate Thunder. It also ends at Chocolate Thunder, so all 3 laps come through there at Chocolate Thunder. That's where they're going to pit. That's where they're going to gas up. They're going to adjust their bikes if they need to. So that's going to be cool to see. So a little bit, again, of a remote start here from Hammertown, but a remote finish as well. So,
and for those of you that want to watch the start and the finish at Chocolate Thunder, there is a Jumbotron over there. You will have some live feed keeping you all up to date, so you won't be out of the dark if you decide to go on over and watch the start and finish for our next race tomorrow.
Yeah, man.
And we are going to be starting earlier, as Brian would said, an hour earlier than we did today.
And I guess tonight we've got Supercross, right? 5 p.m., I think you said.
And for this 2024 Hard Enduro season for the world, this is the list. From the United Kingdom in May will be Valley Hard Enduro. In Austria in May and June will be the Erzberg Rodeo. In June in Sergia will be X-Cross Hard Enduro. The Red Bull Romaniacs will be happening in July in Romania. Red Bull TKO, which is here in Tennessee. It's a Tennessee knockout in August. Sea to Sky in Turkey will be in October. And the last and final round will be Hispania in Spain in October. That's our 7 rounds so far for the World Hard Enduro Series.
It will be awesome. Say that again. So we got till 3:30. You said we'll be live, so about 15 more minutes. We can dig it.
King of the Hammers Edition Bronco isn't just a graphics kit. It was developed for well over a year. Myself, Fox engineers, and the Fox Factory Performance Vehicle Development Design Team worked to build the ultimate trail conquering Bronco.
Built for those who answer the call. Made for those that push boundaries. This is the all-new, Get It Done Nitto Recon Grappler. A true, all-terrain tire for the job site, the campsite, and everything in between.
We are back, and we have heard that the race course is cold. They've got all the riders pulled off. So we're getting ready to wrap things up here. We're going to show you guys our top 10 again here, and then we will see you bright and early tomorrow morning, live just before 9 a.m. Race will go off at 9 a.m. Everything that's going on here. So we'll have, that's the official race. That is the race that matters the most for the 2024 King of the Motos.
Well, great job today, Brian Pierce, doing all the interviews there at the finish line and joining me here in the booth. My name's Chris Johnson, and our pleasure to have Pam Hall come up here and join us as well today. Pam did a great job in adding all sorts of color. She's from, she's been working King of the Hammers for quite a few years now, and Ultra 4, she's also involved with that series. But big thank you goes out to Pam Hall for joining us here in the booth. So with that being said, Caesar's Baja Grill still cooking. We still got coffee at the Off-Road Coffee Shop. Coffee Stop, I should say. We got corn dogs here in Hammertown. We're going to have a fire pit right in front of the podium, and we're going to conclude all of our activities here at this point in time. Of course, Hammertown going to be happening into the evening. There'll be a party at the barbecue. I forget what the Frontier, what's that called, Brian?
Yeah, the Frontier, the Outpost.
The Outpost, yeah. Out by the Outpost. They're going to have a party out there. And I believe they're going to have a live band tonight as well. We'll see. So, everybody, thanks again for putting up with Brian, Pam, and myself. And our pleasure being at the end of the microphone and being here for another year for King of the Motos for 2024. Big thanks to Liquid Molly for being our title sponsor for the King of the Motos. And, of course, Progressive Insurance for being the title for King of the Hammers and King of the Motos. So, anything else you have to say there, Brian, for us?
No, sir. You covered it all greatly.
Thank you very much, brother. With that being said, God bless each and every one of you. Chris Johnson, Brian Pierce, and Pam Hall. And Miles, thank you so much again. See you tomorrow in the morning, bright and early.